boxer could down the fuel more. If he has time, fires one minute. Inside the 15 of the Panthers.
Yo, what's going on? We are having a open panel Saturday special edition because we are playing Monday night and we are going to be hosting Tennessee and having a Tennessee barbecue when we come back. Yeah. How's this?
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor. We're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
And don't forget the folks over at Dubby Energy, which, quite frankly, I could use some right now. I overslept, and there you go, Dubby Energy drink. Calio cream. Here's the starter kit with a little sample pack. I recommend that, so you know which one you like the best. Comes with the cup and the 4 packs, the little 4 samplers there. It is, even the cup is worth it. Hit the link in the description below and get your automatic 10% off. Also, you need a chef that's gonna cater your party with cookies and mouthwatering cakes. My man Chef Jew is the answer. We got holiday parties coming around. And this man right here will take care of the cooking for you. He lives in he's in the Tri-County area, Miami, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. Hit him up and let Chef Jew cook for you. So you can worry about the guests and he can worry about the food, you know. Look at this. Look at everything. made from scratch. Now, with that being said, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing out there? Hope you're having a good Saturday, man. Chef Drew the first in the building. What's going on? Hope you're doing all right. Mudbone, Flavor J's in the building. What's going on, man? Scott, my man, Mr. Pope, aka Crazy Dolphin. Good to see you. We have John Featherland in the building. What's going on, John Featherland? And of course, King Mill. Haven't seen you in a while. What's going on, man? The Jersey dude in the building, man. We got Jersey in the building. What's going on? King Mill. Haven't seen you in a while, man. But yeah, man. Right now, Ryan AP. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Right now, man, we I think there's a lot of people that right now this Dolphin season kind of reminds me of when I come home and I find my missus doing, if I come home to a nice steak dinner and she surprised me with a present, I'm like, what's the catch? What you do wrong? What's going on? It's like, I think this 9-3 people are caught by surprise, man, because we haven't been 9-3 for so long that the skepticism is just through the roof right now, man. I think everybody's guarding their feelings and, instead of embracing it, but, I like Dudley Do Wrong says, he'd rather be disappointed, surprised than disappointed, right? And I mean, my bone in the building. No, I don't think we have. I check the waiver wires every day. Maybe tomorrow will be the lucky day, Scummy. Tomorrow, I think they're gonna cut him tomorrow. But everybody's waiting for the shoe to drop. There was an episode of Married with Children that I remember. If you ever, those who watched Married with Children, that he was afraid to say that he was getting good luck because of the other shoe dropping, and everything good was happening to him, and he was scared as hell. And I think that's what's going on with the Dolphin Nation right now. We're used to the misery that some fans are used to the misery that once things are going good, they don't know how to handle it. So, I mean, I think we have a chance to at least. I could only see us losing 2 games. I'm taking my home right off. I think we'll be able to, and we might beat the good teams, the bad teams, whatever. We might lose. We might beat the good teams and lose to. Let me ask y'all in the chat: if we have 2 more losses, right? Would you prefer it to the bad teams and we beat the good teams, or we beat the bad teams and lose to the good teams? I dare say that we weren't going to go undefeated. So if our 3 losses were to bad teams instead of good teams, would that make it better? That's that's gonna be the question of the day. Instead of losing, let's say we would have beaten. All right, I'm gonna go on my man. Let's say we would have beaten the Patriots. We would have beaten the Chiefs, and we would have beaten the Bills, and we would have beaten the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Bills. But however, here's the question. So we would have beaten the. Okay, I'm putting it one more time. I'm looking at. Let me get the Dolphins record real quick. Okay, so we would have beaten the the three teams that we lost to. We would have beaten the Eagles, the Bills, and the Chiefs, but we would have lost to the Giants, the Panthers, and the Jets. Would that made you guys any happier? Would that would have changed the narrative on people? We beat the three teams that we were supposed to, we beat the three good teams, but we lost to the three shittiest teams. Would that make it any better? And I agree with Mudbone here. Haters are going to hate no matter what we do. A loss is a loss. It doesn't matter who it is. And as a matter of fact, as we were talking yesterday, we were talking about how a lot of teams lose to teams during the regular season, but beat them in the playoffs. Raphael Courtright, what's going on? The original Raphael. What's going on, my brother? How you doing? Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, we're going to lose. I didn't think we're going to go in this season undefeated. So we were going to get some losses some the way. But no, I'm bringing that up because at the end of the day, I've seen time in and time out, like last year, Kansas City beat the Chiefs in the regular season. Kansas City beat the Buccaneers in the regular season and lost in the Super Bowl. The Patriots beat the Giants in the regular season, lost in the Super Bowl. I could give you examples on teams. This is just off the top of my head. Teams losing to teams in regular seasons and then beating them in the playoffs. And to be honest with you, that's when I want to beat the good teams. I don't care about beating the teams in the regular season. The Notorious JP, what's going on, man? How you doing? Long time no see, bro. How you doing? Good to see you in here, man. Oh, definitely the Chiefs. I want the Chiefs to win. I will never root for the Bills again. Yo, G, what's going on? What's going on? I will never root for the Bills again ever in my entire. I had to root for them last year, okay? All right. I root for them last year because we needed the Patriots to lose in order for us to get into the playoffs. So obviously I had to root for the Bills because of I had to because of if only to get into the playoffs. And we came this close to beating them in the playoffs, man. We would have been playing we would have been going to Cincinnati after that. Get our revenge game. At least in my mind, that's the revenge game. And by the way, I just wanted to. By the way, I celebrate. Yo, Kevin Lee, what's going on, man? Good to see you. The Frost, hey, what's good? I'm gonna be dropping the link soon. So, but anyway, listen. So last year, I rooted for Buffalo, and when Buffalo beat when Buffalo beat the brakes off of New England, I cheered and I celebrate. And once I realized I cheered and celebrated for the Buffalo Bills, me, Shake Money, celebrated for the Buffalo Bills. I have actual footage of me the next day. Once I came to that realization, this is footage of me, actual footage of me after the celebration of me celebrating the Buffalo Bills. No. Yeah, I don't want to do that again. So yeah, I'm rooting for the Chiefs. Long story short. And I don't think I could go through that again. So you know how I feel about the Bills. I love this is a beautiful sight when they take that L. Because we want this to happen, continuing. We want them with a 0 trophy case. So before I hit the drop, man, make sure you're hitting the like button, man. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll drop the panel. I want that's gonna be the question of the day before we talk about anything. I want people to answer that question. Okay. What it made you feel better for the people that are new here? What it made you better? What had made you feel better if we beat the three teams that we lost to, but lost to the Panthers, the Giants, and the Jets? What that made you feel any better? But we beat the good teams. Those 3 losses, you got to flip the 3 losses. We lost to the 3 worst teams, but we beat the 3 winning teams. At the end of the day, like I've always said, man, I'd rather win the war than win the battle. Win the battle, not the war. Win the war, not the battle. We lost the battle, but we did not lose the war. Because we have time now to make adjustments, see what we did wrong. And at the end of the day, a team that the teams that beat us, if we see them in the playoffs, they might come in, especially they got to come if we end up having a better seeding than they do. They got to come to us. They're going to have this, oh, yeah, we got them. They're going to have a fake, a security. But, Dolphins are making the adjustments. What's going on, EM? How you doing? Good to see you, my brother. And, I think that this team, like I said, everybody calls this, everybody wants to put everything on one player, but it's a team sport. Dolphin Don, what's going on? Good to see you. My man, the Texas Tornado in the building. Man, I am excited for this Sunday's game. Monday night's game. It's going to be a prime time, I think. They remember that Tennessee game. They're going to remember that. Dolphins are going to remember that Tennessee game where everything went wrong. defensively, offensively, special teams. I mean, so what's up, Greg?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Doing great. How about you?
Good. So the question of the day is, would you feel any different about this team if we would have beat the Panthers? We would have beat the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Bills, but lost to the Jets, the Panthers, and the Giants.
If we would have lost to the Panthers, Giants, Jets, or Patriots,
And lost
I'll
to,
tell you
and
this
then
much.
lost and then beat the three good teams.
Yeah, even if we
what would be the difference? Essentially,
well, the difference would be if we lost to the bad teams but beat the good teams. I'd be saying there's no hope for a Super Bowl. But losing to the good teams and beating these bad teams, I have hope. Whereas if we lose to these bum teams, I'd have no hope.
So
I'd be saying cancel the season.
yeah, DF, what's going on? Benjamin Scott, what's going on, man? Yeah. So at the end of the day, look, I gave you an example of I'll give you example of of good Buffalo Bills. The team, you know how I feel about the Buffalo Bills. I pay more attention to them than any other team in the conference because they say enemies close, friends closer. I mean, friends close, enemies closer. And last year, the one thing they were saying, they had the same narrative going into last year. They can't beat Tennessee Titans where their boogeyman, because no matter what, for some reason, the Tennessee Titans, especially Derrick Henry, used to curb stomp them every year. The Chiefs always beat them, had their number, and then finally, they got over that hump last year. They only lost 3 games last year and got curb stomped by the Cincinnati Bengals.
They're new daddies.
Yeah. So all that for naught. You know what I mean? What did that prove that Buffalo Bills beat regular? And then look at how they're reeling this year. You know, at the end of the day, when the year before the Steelers won the Super Bowl, they were the number 1 seed. Every team went to them, and then they eventually lost to the Patriots in the AFC Championships, right? The next year, they snuck in as a wild card, and they won the Super Bowl. Nobody ever paid the fact that they were wild card teams. So what you do in the regular season has no bearing on, what goes on. And like I said, in the playoffs, we're 0-0. What's going on, Jeff Featherland? How you doing? What do you think of the question?
Good.
Would that make any difference to you if we would have lost to we would have beat the good teams and lost to the good team and lost to the bad teams?
Not
That made any
well. No, not really. Because if you beat the good teams, you're going to beat the bad teams when next time you play them. I mean, you have a good team, good enough to beat the bad. Now, the lower class teams. I mean, you have the team to beat them. I mean, we did it once.
Mm-hmm.
Or twice, no, on one,
Yeah.
some of them. But yeah.
Ryan P says they want to change anything. Dolphin Don, I like to say, can't call them a bad team. They beat the Chargers in OT. We did. They beat the Bengals. We went toe to toe.
The Jets beat the Eagles. I don't know how they did that, but they did.
All right, let's see. Let's see what I'm looking at ESPN right now, right? Let's review the Tennessee Titans teams, the victories. Now, like I said, not that it matters in the bigger scheme when it comes to us because everything is matchup based, you know. But just for shits and giggles, what's going on, Luis? ¿Qué pasa, man? So here we go. Titans lost to the Saints. They beat the Chargers 27-24, like he said, in overtime. They beat the Colts. They lost to the Ravens, actually 24-16. They beat the Falcons. They lost to the Steelers, lost to the Bucks, lost to the Jaguars, and lost to the Panthers 17-10. That was their only loss. I mean, they lost to the Panthers. I guess the Panthers were the only win. Oh no, they beat the Panthers. Sorry, 17-10. Sorry, they lost to the Colts. So, Crypto, what's going on, man? So definitely, we're definitely gonna beat them. But at the end of the day, look, 3 losses is 3 losses. You know, they don't have a little column where it says quality win with a G and a B. You know what I'm saying? They don't have good win losses. They don't have bad win losses. They just have wins and losses. That's it. That should only count. Like I said, the same thing. Strength of schedule, bad wins or good wins. All that shit only counts in college because at the end of the day, these are all every bad team in the NFL are a few players away from being a contender. Some more than others.
One narrative would be gone, which was that everybody's trying to put on is that we can't beat the good teams.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That would be gone. That would be the only thing to be gone.
Well,
but we're as good as anybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's the narrative that the Cowboys have on themselves right now.
Yeah.
Too. It's not just exclusive to the Miami Dolphins. Cowboys right now, they only have 3 losses?
I gotta look up their record.
Yeah, they only have 3 losses, and the same thing is about them. That would be gone. The Titans are trash. Yeah, they are trash, Benjamin Scott. It's good to see you. By the way, Benjamin, I haven't seen you in a while. Appreciate you popping by.
Did Dolphins change somebody on their roster?
Who?
Did the Dolphins add somebody on their roster?
Not that I know of. Jose Cabrera. Both the Chiefs and Eagle games were close. Both Super Bowl teams. The only big L was Buffalo. It happens. Defense playing a whole lot better. Yeah. I can't argue with that because look at the Broncos. The Broncos are a different team than when we played them. Than when we put 70 points on them. They're starting to turn around. And there's teams that were doing really well, and now they're starting
falter.
Falter, yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah, who's to say people who's to say that okay, they added Calvin Munson from New England.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, every time I hear that, I think of what you call it.
He went to sleep 3-10, woke up 9-3.
No, Calvin Munson. I think of what's that movie? Kingpin.
He woke up in dog shit weather and now he's waking up to good weather.
Oh yeah.
Devin White!
No, I mean, what it people the way the Chiefs are playing, who's to say that they might not start faltering a little bit more, especially if they get stumped by the
While we're on
Bills.
this subject about the Chiefs, what is wrong? We want the Bills. What do you people want? Why do you want the Bills to win? We want the Chiefs to beat the fuck out of the Bills because then we'll beat the fuck out of the Titans and the Jets and we'll have the division clinched by Christmas. Wrap it up, bro. Get your t-shirts, get your hats, get your credit cards ready. Christmas present on Christmas Eve.
Actually, if the Chiefs win, the Bills are out, probably. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong, but
Get in there, Mostert.
and we wouldn't be playing the Bills in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I want those pussies out.
You want them
And
out?
that's why I said it. That's why I said in the chat, I would rather have the Chiefs beat the Bills
Yeah.
to have, when I said that.
Oh yeah, trust me. Even though in my pick'ems, the pick'ems I picked the Bills to win, not because I'm a Bills fan, but because that's who I think was going to win. I'm not rooting for them at all. I hope I'm wrong on that one.
Is it at the where's
Chiefs?
it at?
Kansas City.
Is that Kansas City and you pick the Bills?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope Taylor Swift's there. I hope.
Like I said, I'm not rooting for them to win.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
There's a difference.
You did it for the money.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Taylor Swift's there. I hope the refs help the Chiefs. I hope the Chiefs beat them by 50. Light it on them, Mahomie.
I hate that team too, man. Trust me. I have all these. Look at all these.
That's right, Raphael. Where's all these Bills fans? Where's Mark? Where's Michael K? Where's Amicus?
I have more anti.
Look,
if you look at my phone, I have more anti-Bills memes than any other team in my division.
Boy, the Patriots. Speaking about the bad teams beating bad teams, I guess. Well, actually, the Patriots beat the Steelers. Was it Thursday night?
Mm-hmm.
Was it 21-18?
Yeah.
They thought that it was going to be a low-scoring game.
Yeah, people lost money, I bet.
Yeah. I don't. I wouldn't have thought. Well, since there was no when the Steeler quarterback went out, what's his name? Starts with a P or Pickett or whatever. Anyway, they had a backup end, and he Travinsky. He didn't do too good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, because the Chiefs they play the Patriots. They go to New England. They host the Raiders. They host the Bengals. They host the Raiders and the Bengals, and then they go to LA the last week. So,
never mind. Jake Browning.
They've got an easy schedule, except for we'll see what they do with LA.
I picked an RPO.
LA Rams or LA? Is it LA Rams or LA? Or they play the Rams or they play the Chargers?
Well, their first loss was to the Lions, right? Then they almost lost to the Jets, but the referee screwed them out of that one. We all know that.
I'll find out.
They struggled against the Vikings. They lost to the Broncos. They lost to the Eagles. and then they lost to the Packers. So
Who the Chiefs? Yeah.
let's face it.
Yeah.
Who had them losing to the Broncos? Nobody. Who had them losing to the freaking Packers?
And they lost to the Lions the first game.
Yeah. I mean that is
They got 4 losses.
Should have lost to the Vikings too.
Yeah.
2, 3. They got 4. They're in back of us.
I think they only have like what?
So they had the Bills, Patriots, Raiders.
They have
Bengals,
one
Chargers.
140 burger on the season against the Bears. They beat the Chargers. They have a 30-point victory against their division opponents, and that's about it.
Yeah, they played the Chargers last week.
Mr. Pope.
Yeah, last week.
That's the team that and who knows, man. I thought the Patriots were gonna freaking lose against we're gonna lose to the Steelers.
Yeah, I did too. Before the game started, yeah. Then the quarterback went out. So
Bill Belichick, he has a grudge against
Nah, bro. The Patriots, if you saw that game, they were trying to tank. The guy was supposed to go outside. They called it a false start. I bet Bill Belichick gave him an ass whooping in the locker room.
Why is that?
Because they're tanking.
Well, Master at Work said he won't be there next year.
What's the temperature over there, Greg, and your neck of the woods when they won that game?
Probably like 40 degrees.
No, I'm talking about
checked.
what's the temperature? How are the fans?
Oh, Patriot fans?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't listen to the radio after. They're probably crying. I know some Patriot fans were upset because they want Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I know some Patriot fans are now saying they want to keep Belichick.
No.
The Patriots are a mess
Master at Work said he's going to be gone.
Oh no! Fuck! I threw a pick. Dan, come on! You can't do that.
Who you looking at? What college game?
Playing Madden. Dan Marino just threw a pick.
Are you playing Classic?
Oh.
Playing Ultimate Team.
I thought you were watching a college game.
There's no college games until 3:30.
Yeah, no, there's one on right now. I'm watching it.
What is it?
It's let me punch the guy. It's Villanova against South Dakota State. It's FCS quarterfinal playoffs.
Oh, I don't watch the FCS, so I might have to tune in later.
That's college football. The college football quarterfinal playoffs. And
no, I was waiting for Army.
It's on ESPN.
Right,
it's on ESPN.
So
Army Navy.
Right here's the standings.
Oh my God!
Real quick, here are the standings. All right, the playoff standings right now. In the hunt, let's go up in the hunt. In the hunt is Pittsburgh with the 8th seed, Denver with the 9th seed, Cincinnati and Buffalo both with the 6th seed, with the 10th and 11th seed at 6 and 6. So, yeah, I could see Pittsburgh losing more games. I could see. But then again, I see. Here's the thing. It's the gatekeepers are Cleveland, Indiana, and Houston. As long as they don't lose games, Buffalo is out.
Which ones? Who is it?
Houston and Indiana, Houston, and Cleveland.
I believe the Colts and Texans still have to play twice.
Who?
If they win, Pittsburgh. I mean, Buffalo's out.
If those three teams keep winning, if they win out, Buffalo can't get in the playoffs.
Good.
If they win out.
But
Fuck! I threw another fucking pick. Oh no. Okay.
mm,
And let's see, Cleveland is playing. Their schedules are as follows. They got to go to Jacksonville.
I have
They're
a
playing the
feeling Cleveland's
Bears,
winning.
the Texans,
Chiefs.
and the Jets and the Bengals. So that's a pretty.
the Chiefs just put the safety IR. Safety on IR right now.
Damn.
Yeah, if we win, hey, that's all we got to do is win.
Win, baby. Just win, baby.
We don't have to root for no team to lose. We just got to take care of business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can root for the Chiefs this week, so we can clinch the division. But we don't need anyone to lose. We need to win, baby. Just keep winning.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? I just got to get the guy a kickoff return.
What happened to you, Greg?
I'm beating the shit out of this guy, and he's got 3 kickoff returns for a touchdown.
Are you playing somebody online?
Yeah. And I'm on road.
Oh. I didn't know that. Okay.
Ah, damn. And Cleveland, even though they don't have their quarterback, they're still doing pretty well. Kind of remind us of our team. Good running game, good defense back in 2002.
Yeah.
But how long is that gonna sustain you?
Yeah, we didn't have a defense, huh? Back then.
Can I just say,
Even when Dan Marino was around, we didn't have a good defense. Not really.
can I just say how much I love Raheem Mostert?
All right, here we go. The Colts right now. The Colts, they got to play the Bengals, the Steelers, the Falcons, the Raiders, and the Texans. So, Crypto, what's going on, brother?
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Shake Money? What's up, Greg? What's up, John?
Everybody that comes on here, I'm asking the question of the day. Okay? You ready for it?
Is it? Yeah.
Okay. Are the Canes trash? True or true? No. 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 Here we go. Here's the question. All right. Let's say I want to say for the sake of argument, we lost. We beat the Chiefs. We beat the Bills, and we beat the Eagles, right? But we lost to the Panthers, Giants, and Jets. Would that make it any better?
Still 3 losses, but the 3 losses were against the bottom teams in the conference or the league.
Yeah, and we
all
won
of the victories against the 3 top teams.
Yeah,
or 2 of the 3.
Or 3. Yeah.
Psychologically, it'll probably hurt because you looked at as possibly you could slip up again, even though you beat those good teams in the regular season, but you didn't handle the bad teams. So it's almost a lose-lose situation. Because you're gonna be like, well, damn, why do you lose to such bad teams? Because that means now when the playoffs start, that good team that you did beat may beat you this time around. Versus even it's almost a lose-lose.
Oh,
then if you don't beat them in the regular season, they don't have the confidence you could beat them still. You could even beat them when the postseason count. That's when it all matters. So it's like a
Yeah.
lose-lose situation in that both scenarios.
And you know what? And that's the exact point that I was trying to make. Remember, I was telling you about how now the Kansas City are in that realm of possibility. Oh, because they lost to the Pack. I know they're a playoff team, but at the end of the day, nobody had them losing to the Packers. Nobody had them losing to Denver. Nobody had them losing to the teams they
Well,
lost
that's
to.
the real.
Packers are hot.
I would say the real true
Yeah.
bad loss is the Denver loss. Because at the time Denver was still kind of reeling, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't like doing
Yeah.
anything, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the true bad loss, Even though they was
Damn
favored against the
it!
Packers and the Detroit,
Mhm.
because those two teams are still having good seasons, So those are not looked at as truly bad losses compared to
Yeah.
definitely that Denver loss is really looked at as a bad one. And even if they lose to the Bills, I don't even think that will be considered a bad loss.
Yeah,
Because that was
and
a
think about
playoff
this: we
team
don't have
last
any
year.
bad losses either.
Right.
No.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. Exactly. So yeah, it's just a schedule, the gauntlet of the schedule. You're going through the tougher playoff teams that made the
And
playoffs for the previous year. Cause look at Philly. Philly has a gauntlet schedule too. They're going through their toughest part of their schedule. They dropped the 49er game, but previous 3 or 4 games, they were tough games, they played Kansas, the Cowboys, they played us during that stretch. I think they played Pittsburgh, not Pittsburgh. It's another team that had a winning record. But yeah, I think we going through it in stretches,
mhm.
On the back
Win
end of our
3,
schedule,
lose
we
1,
closed the season with 3 winning teams. It's like the middle portion of the season was against teams that's not 500 or below, and then the other portion was like, okay, we finish with those teams. It's just the order of the teams in which we play, versus Buffalo final 5 games is I think all of them against teams at 500 or above,
Hey, by the way, Michael
So
K. Yes,
their path is easy.
Of course, Tennessee's coming to play. They're not coming to eat. You know what I'm saying? They're
Hey,
coming to play.
Michael K. Long time no see.
Yeah,
Let's go, Michael
Finally
K.
coming out from the shadows.
Michael K. I will walk outside in my birthday suit down the middle of the French Quarter if we lose to Tennessee.
No, we're not losing Tennessee. I mean, he said we're gonna lose to Denver. He said every week. I think he said we were gonna lose. So he's like he's like Pete, but I think Michael K likes the Dolphins a little bit more.
He's like
Probably.
the
Hey,
boy who
man.
cried wolf.
He said he likes the Dolphins more.
No, we're not.
Benjamin said he's good luck. Rooting against us help us win because it's always the opposite. So
Yeah,
we need that good luck to continue.
There's 2
Rooting
games
against us
Monday
so we can
night.
win.
The Packers and Giants are playing the same time.
Yeah, it's the Giants of New York are taking on the Packers of Green Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the New York Football Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when they say New York Football Giants, as if it was 2 type of giants in New York. Of course, they're the football giants because they're the only ones. There's the Giants. It's not a hockey giant team, is it?
No,
That's from New York. He's always thrown me off when they
There's
used
the
to say
San
that.
Francisco Giants.
Yeah, but they're not New York. No sense of prefacing by saying New York.
San Francisco isn't the Giants.
It should just be still New York Giants, regardless.
I think Washington should be the Redskins. Washington Redskins.
Well, from what I hear, they're suing to get that name back.
Is that right? They used to have a good.
If they succeed,
they had a good song.
The Hog tradition will be back.
They had the Hell to the Redskins song.
Yeah, that song was cool. Actually, it
Yeah.
was pretty good.
It was pretty
The
good.
chant,
It's
that
kind of
song
like
was pretty
it was
cool.
probably one of the best football, the songs as far as all 32 teams.
Team song.
Because, yeah.
By the way, let's welcome True Blazer. What's going on? And Hook Up Joe. What's going on, my brother? Hope y'all doing a good day, man. Hope y'all enjoying y'all Saturday. I figured since we were talking about our feelings yesterday, let's talk. We'll talk some football today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, yeah. We had
the first part of the show I missed. I got to go back and look at it.
Yeah. It was kind of like instead of the Finn's Gate, it was the Phil Gate.
The Phil Gate.
Yeah, Dr.
Gate?
Phil Gate. Dr. Phil.
Oh, Dr. Phil. Oh,
yeah, we had a Dr. Phil edition.
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
it was kind of like a Festivus party where everybody aired their grievances.
Oh.
Everybody with their grievance out there.
Hey, fuck you too, Bones.
Might be breaking up here.
Yeah, Larry canceled the show. He retired from YouTube. I tell you what, it hasn't been the same without him, man. I miss his.
Why did he cancel his show?
Yeah.
We all got started doing COVID, right?
The show. Oh man, it drove me crazy, but it was also entertaining when he'll read like an Omar Kelly.
Michael K was always on it, right?
Right. Who?
Michael K was on it, wasn't he?
What do you mean?
He always joined. He always joined you, didn't he?
No, but
I don't know if Michael K was on there.
I remember Larry L reading an Omar Kelly article, right? And whenever he disagreed with him, he goes, "You can't do that, you fucking moron, you fucking idiot. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about."
Good to win.
Someone's playing the game.
All right, here we go. Oh, wow. Well, again, see, that's not Benjamin. That's not really a. It depends how did we lose? If he put up touchdowns, right?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Me?
Yeah. You're breaking up just a little bit.
If he's putting up points and the defense failed the team, then is it really Tua's fault?
If what now? Say that again.
Crypto, can you hear me? Or am I breaking up too?
I can hear you right now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
If the last let's say we lost because as you're an old school Dolphin fans, how many times has Dan Marino got a touchdown, left too many minutes on the field, and then we lost that game?
Not too many times, has it?
Well,
because
a lot of times where Dan Marino left. I remember Dan Marino leaving.
Dan Marino could he could go 80 yards in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Because he had the Duper brothers.
The game,
Yeah, he had the Duper brothers and running back.
So
and they did nice routes for him. In fact, he actually said that if it wasn't for the Duper brothers, he wouldn't have had his yardage. He wouldn't have gone his name. He wouldn't have had a jacket.
Well, I mean that's and what's funny is I'm glad you brought that up because at the end of the day,
yeah.
mean, Dan Marino was a good quarterback. All right, and that's one thing I was trying to. I had an argument earlier about with El Capitan. He's saying that the wide receivers make quarterbacks better. I'm like, no. The only thing the wide receivers do is help the quarterback get good stats. If you're you're going to be a good quarterback with bad receivers. You're going to be a good
No matter
quarterback
what,
with good
yeah.
receivers.
Right.
All good
Right.
receivers are
You
going to
just
do is
make
help
your
you get
stats
your
better.
stats. Yeah.
Yeah, it can boost your stat line. Yeah.
Because there's bad quarterbacks that get
Look.
good receivers and they still lose the game. You know what I mean? Jameis Winston is the perfect example of that, where the same, pretty much the same identical offense. Insert Brady, they go to Super Bowl.
Right. Right. That
So,
was
hey,
a good
Winters, did you hear
example
the question of the
them there.
day?
I'm sorry, Winter.
Can you remind me of the question of the day? I heard it, but I forgot it.
Okay. Had we lost to had we beat the teams, the bad teams that the good teams that we lost to, but we lost to the Giants, Jets, and the Panthers, would that make any difference?
It make a huge difference. It would make a huge difference because we wouldn't be where we should be, honestly, right now. If you think about it, if we lose against teams, no disrespect to those teams, but if you lose those teams that are in disarray or in rebuilding stage, what does that say about your team? You know what I'm saying? So, I'm in a way, I won't say this. I won't say that I'm happy we didn't. I'm satisfied that we didn't, but I'm happy where we're at now. You know, don't get me wrong.
Does that mean?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I didn't like the fact that we lost to Philly. I didn't like the fact that we lost to Kansas City, and I definitely didn't like the fact that we lost to the Bills. But we're 9-3 at the top of the AFC. So I'll take a couple losses and be on top of the AFC than losing to bum ass squads and probably being in the 4th or 5th or 6th seed right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, shout out to Lil VV72. This one's for you, my brother. I got some time for hey, I got this Jack Fire right here, Tennessee whiskey. I'm gonna take a little shot of it.
No, mine is on the bottom. That's
little cinnamon whiskey.
Yeah, Tennessee whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
Whiskey
River, take my mind.
You had your shirt, so make sure I made your shirt.
This is mine.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think Baltimore has whiskey though.
Not original. You can get whiskey in Baltimore, but I don't know if it's originally from Baltimore.
If it is, you better not drink it. Shit. Don't know what it's mixed with. Shit.
Tennessee whiskey. Well, the further in Appalachia you go, you got the White Lightning.
Heads up, my brother.
Was that a dry town where they make it?
But yeah, but like I was saying, Dolphin Winters, the whole point is that good win, bad win, all that shit's college.
Mm-hmm.
Or that strength, because at the end of the day, even the Panthers are a couple of players from being a contender.
Yeah, you could change the complexity of a team with just saying maybe 3 or 4 players as key positions.
I mean, a good example right now would be the Houston Texans right now. They're balling out right now.
Yep.
They really
are. Right. Just a handful of players changed. They're instantly a success, right?
Quiet as
they're playing the Panthers overnight.
Yeah, I guess they got a quarterback now, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, they got their franchise quarterback answered. They got a franchise receiver, even though he just got hurt, but they got that equation going. And then they got a couple of pieces on defense. So they already, they on the fast track, basically.
And I want y'all to think about this. If I want to say, all right, year 13. All right, if the Patriots had year 13 Tom Brady, this would be a different Patriots team. They'd have a lot more
Yes.
wins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they would, because they already showed it, the ability to beat the Steelers without that, you know. So yeah, they would be different. Yeah, year 13 Patriot quarterback in that same team, yeah, would be totally different. Yeah, they will be pretty much. They could be in playoff contention, you know,
Hell, Gesicki would
easily
probably be a
with that
freaking
roster.
a Pro Bowler right now.
Because he would have
Yep.
about 12 to 15 touchdowns. He would be balling out right now. He would.
Right.
You
Yep.
know,
He probably have he have double-digit touchdown because Brady uses tight ends with
mhm.
Gronk and Hernandez. So he pass catching tight ends like that Gesicki. Yeah, he'll have about 10 touchdowns by now.
And he got Juju up there, got Devontae Parker up there.
Mm-hmm.
Shit,
Right.
like
That'll
think
be a
about
totally
it.
different team.
It would be a completely different team. It would. You know,
Speaking about teams, I think Tennessee doesn't have the running back.
Hey, a fun
Yeah.
fact. Every time,
missing again.
you know that every time that Michael K trolls a Dolphin fan, an angel grows his wings. But go ahead.
Right.
to the gentleman that just said wait until Baltimore, we already know what's in store for Baltimore. We already understand what concept their game is going to be. It probably won't be for the number one seed in the AFC, but let's think about this.
Yeah.
This is a totally different Miami football team. This is not
Mhm.
the team that's going to allow to be back 30-something points to 17 and having to fight back. This is not that team.
Yeah.
This is not that team. So,
No.
you know, I love the fact and the
No,
point
it's
that
not.
the gentleman made, but guess what? This is a
Mhm.
completely different team than last year. With the team that we had last year, then we come back and
Yeah.
beat you guys in your house. Just want to remind you that. I mean, me and Crypto was there.
Hey, I tell you what, man. Listen,
Yeah,
I
these are
want to give. I
different.
got to
These
give
are
a
different
special
teams on
introduction
both
to this
sides of the
man,
ball.
this next guest. Hold on, I got to give this man his special introduction because I was calling Gator games, and man, we were getting our ass kicked. And the one guy who was helping me get through it was this great guest that we're about to introduce. My brother from another mother, man, Mr. Polk. How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
We can
yeah.
hear you,
Yeah.
Mr. Ball.
Yeah.
Come up.
Here you go.
Hey, what's going on? Shake Money, John Fetterling, Greg Fontaine,
There
Dolphin
you go.
Winners. What's up, my 305 brother?
Man.
Crypto. Hey, with Shake, the thing is, just like I said before, I'll say it again. You know, Florida is in the rebuilding stage, so you
Mhm.
know they're going to get back to where they're going to be because the alumni. You know, the alumni ain't gonna let Florida just fall by the wayside.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're gonna build back up.
And
So
enter the portal.
what Greg said.
Do the Gators have do they have a 6-game winning streak? I mean, have they won 6 games?
No, we're
The
out of the
Gators?
bowl game. We don't have no bowl.
Oh, you are?
We gotta eat our cereal with a plate. We don't got a bowl.
Right.
And then look at UM.
They
UM
they going to the
in rebuilding
cabbage
stage
soup
too.
game.
They're
Cabbage soup.
playing.
That's what the Gators is. Cabbage soup.
Yeah.
Hey, but I can't hate on the Canes, man, because they're like the whatchamacallit, the Canes, the football team are like a G League for Walmart employees. So
Yeah, well, they're playing in the bowl game. They're
Well,
7. They won 7 games.
well, you guys had the baton already.
oh man.
Yeah.
See,
College football got to get it together, man. They need to have a true and real playoff system, not this bullshit 14 playoff
Yeah.
system.
well,
Yeah,
it's
They did.
12
they
next
need
year. It's gonna be
that
12
together.
games next year. So
No, but
They need
see,
to
like
let me keep it a bean with you, Shake, and I'm gonna keep it a whole 100. And I'm no affiliate of any college football teams.
yeah.
What I believe should happen is, and there's too much money involved for it to happen, but I'm just gonna put it out there anyway. You got all these fucking bowl games. The I shoulda, woulda, dulda bowl. The I went down the street bowl. You got all these bowl
Yeah.
games. The
Goodyear Tire Bowl.
Yeah, the most important bowl games are what? The Rose Bowl, the Sugar Bowl,
In the
the
Orange Bowl.
Fiesta
Okay,
in the Siesta Bowl.
and the Fiesta Bowl. So you got like they go 4 games. That's 8 teams right there. Where you have a 24 or 25 team format. The top team in the nation with the hardest strength of scheduling gets the effing bye. You got 24 teams going at it in those supposed bowl games, and you sit there and do by a single game elimination, and you sit there and do it bracket wise. That means the little guy from up the street, those Division 1 on the edge of Division 2, they get a chance to go in, and then you got the monster.
Yeah.
And that's how you sit
Right.
there and play it out. Because this is ridiculous. Personally,
Give
man,
them
it's
something to play for.
yeah, that's for years. I enjoy watching college football, but the sad part about it is you really are not going to have a definitive real champion.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. But I agree with you. I think we should have 24 teams, and what best out of 7 for each team.
No. No, not best out of 7.
Jeez, right? They be playing until the next season.
We'll be playing until we'll be playing until freaking
Don't
June.
you mean like back in the old days? That's what you're talking
By
about.
the
Send it to the
time
old
we're
days.
done, the new season will have to start.
Like
Right.
Mr. Polk, I was saying, just have 25 teams, the top 25 teams, the team with the most with the hardest strength of scheduling gets the bye, and then you have 24 teams going at it, single game elimination.
Yeah.
So you sit there and finally sit there and put the rest who is the best team in college football. Because I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, you're always gonna have the odd man out. And then when you decided to do and have the small team like the Horned Frogs that year went against Alabama and got destroyed by like the first quarter, you know, it was I mean, it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. That's really what it is. That's point blank, you know what I mean? And it's a shame for teams like the Florida States, the Miamis, the Dukes, the Georgias. I can't stand Alabama. Don't no disrespect to any Alabama fans. Fuck Nick Saban. I don't like him. I'm good. I'm not going nowhere. I don't know where you guys got your report and your ass was on a plane the next week. I'm not trying to hear that shit. Yeah, fuck him. But besides that, you know, they got to figure something out because nobody really true sports enthusiasts. You can root for your team, root for your colleges. Yeah, that's what it's there for. But truly and honestly, you will never, ever, ever have a true national champion. Period.
Yeah, because I've been watching college football since I was a kid, and what I'm seeing over the past, I can say, maybe 3-4 years or less, is like I said, the same thing you're talking about, how they doing the championship. It's like taking a lot of air out of watching college football now, because you know that when the season comes towards the end, that a team that deserves to be how you say in the championship is being it's being left out. I mean, it's just a mess. It's not what it used to be. And to me, it's just taking a lot of air out of college football. I don't like what they're doing either.
Yeah, it's about the money. Let's think about this, guys. They got games signed up to be played in 2032. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. They got
all bowl games.
They got bowl games and stuff already set for 2032, 2033.
They got 10-year leases on them, huh?
It's about that bread, baby. It's about that money.
They got free agency.
Literally.
Basically, college has free agency.
Yeah, transfer portal.
Yeah. That's free agency, yeah, basically. Because they were getting paid to pay in college. Now, I mean, when Miami was in the ACC, they got the hammer dropped on them because they were paying the players. That's why they got games. That's why they got recruiting. That's why they lost a lot of recruits, and the ACC put the hammer to them.
Well, actually, at the time they were the Big East, but
yeah, that's when they were the groups of the Big East.
What's
Yeah.
up, Lou?
What's up, Lewis?
What up? What up? What up? What up, fellas?
What's going on, man? What's up, Lou?
Ain't nothing. Chilling, working out here in these streets.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
was
get his
wondering
opinion on the question.
what you clocked in.
You heard the question of the day, right? I'm sure you
I've been
did.
clocked in since 5 in the morning, crypto. So
Good grief,
I'm
Lou.
sure, Lewis. I'm sure you heard the
Alright.
question of the day, right?
nah, what's that, Shake?
Question of the day is, all right, let's say for instance, you know how they say we can't be the good teams. Let's say for instance, we beat Philadelphia, we beat Bills, and we beat the Chiefs, right? But we lost to the Panthers, Giants, and Jets. Would that make it any better? Would that
Nah,
make the narrative go away?
nah, it would just create a new narrative that Miami couldn't beat sorry teams. So listen, at the
You're
end
like,
of the day,
damn if you do, damn if you don't. It's a lose situation.
listen. I don't give a shit about none of that. The fact of the matter is, when you play the games, you gotta. You win or lose. It don't matter who it is. I would just say this: I don't care about like when they say the narrative. Oh, you haven't beat nobody, right? I could care less about that. What I want to see though is this football team, and I'm not going to mention certain players. I'm just saying the overall team. When those big moments arise, right? Just be better. You see what I'm saying? When you're playing and you're clicking on all cylinders against the Washington Commanders, that's what I need against a Philadelphia Eagle team or a Kansas City team. Now, if you play like that and you lose, I ain't got no issues because at least you're giving me what I know this team is capable of. But nah, bro, I could care less like the wins or losses, who they come across. Like that shit don't matter to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Mhm.
And
Right.
speaking of fuck you, Bones.
What's up, Bones?
Yeah, fuck you, Bones.
That man got a horrible forehead too.
Hey,
That man got
as
a
a matter of
horrible
fact,
forehead.
as a matter of fact, I remember I heard Mike McDaniel
I
say
ain't got
fuck
no
you, Bones
horrible
on Hard Knocks last week.
Oh, he did? Tell him I
Somebody's
said
in the
fuck him.
blender.
Yeah, not to mention, look,
Oh,
at the end of the day, I think a lot of
Hey,
if we were revisiting the Philadelphia game, a lot of our problems were penalties, which I think we've been cleaning up those the last couple of games. We haven't been getting penalized like we have been. I think there were a lot of penalty issues in that Philadelphia game as well.
Hey, Shay, to
Yes,
lighten
sir.
up the mood, right? If you would allow me, and I don't even know if I should be asking this question on the panel, but we'll just do it anyway, right? I got a question for everybody, right? We're all grown men up here. If you had a dick in your butt or a knife in your back, which one would you pull out first?
Oh, yeah. Paul.
I'm just asking the questions. I'm just asking the question. Which one would you pull out?
I remember that question before, Lewis.
I'm gonna let somebody else. Bones left. He's like, fuck that.
No. I don't got no takers. Well, hey, sorry, Benjamin. And Benjamin is my guy, but Benjamin in the chat, he answered the question. He said the dick. And the question I would have is, Benjamin, why do you have a dick in your ass? That's the question I would have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
It's just a joke, man. I heard it this morning at work between some of my guys, and one of the guys, was like,
trap.
man, one of the guys was like, obviously I would take the dick out, and the guy was like, well, why do you have a dick in your ass? And I thought that was pretty good. So, you know,
exactly.
Damn.
That's a good one, Lou.
Right.
That's a good
Use a trap. That's a trap question right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you do answer it, it's like, oh shit. What did I just say? Why is it in my eyes to begin with?
So
that's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah, that's a perfect trap question.
Same here, John. I ain't say
I'm
nothing.
like, damn. And then if you would have answered, and then you would have answered a knife, Lewis. If you would have answered the knife, you be like, well, then why do you prefer the dick in your ass being in
Yeah,
there
you
longer?
yeah,
This
you
this
keeping
damn
it in
near
there.
there's
Yeah.
no winning.
Yeah,
There you go.
Right.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You take out that knife, that just means you like the dick in the booty. That's what that means.
You just like the dick in the right.
Hey,
You trapped
hey,
anyway it goes.
hey, Bones, take the camera off, Bones. You're hurting everybody's eyes.
Oh shit. Damn. Damn, he saying you giving sore eyes, man. Damn, Lou.
Oh man.
Hey, did anybody get that new holiday eggnog yet?
No. I'm
What,
getting.
Bubba?
I got one.
Oh,
It's a
shit.
milkshake. The
No,
moonshine
I can't
milkshake.
drink. I don't.
And
I
by the
can't drink
way,
alcohol.
You got a
for
moonshine one?
those who have insomnia, on the Saturday the 24th at 3:00 in the morning, me and Crypto, we're gonna go live. A live episode of Insomnia.
On the
Oh, for the
24th?
holiday.
Huh?
On the 24th?
Yeah. 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, the
Christmas
morning of
Eve.
the 24th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eastern time. Eastern
I'm
time.
off that weekend, so I might.
Yeah, I
might
guess you could say the early morning on the 24th.
Christmas Eve.
Yeah, man. Me and Crypto, we're gonna bring some eggnog and Christmas cookies. Waiting for Santa to bring the presents and shit.
Right. We're gonna come down that chimney, man.
No, but Shake, with this season that we have here, I see as far as our roster and with the coaches that we have, I see improvement to the point where we have the capability of making it to the Super Bowl. That's my feeling now. Some people may not agree, but that's how I see it because I've been around for a while, and it's been a while since I've seen the Dolphins like this. And I know I keep saying it, I got to give kudos to Butch Berry because Butch Berry really came in this season with our offensive line, and I mean the guys are stepping up. Look at Eichenberg. Look how good Eichenberg is playing. And also when we have an injury, we plug and play, and the person that we plug in is holding out. So give kudos to Bush Berry with the offensive line. And just like you said, it's a team thing because I will say this about Tua, that he stepped up because he's healthy and his skill set is progressing. So if he has a game where he makes a mistake, I like the way he responds. He doesn't go to the sidelines hanging his head down low. He's thinking about, okay, what can I do to correct it? So kudos to and like I said, to the whole team, because people I see many players stepping up. AVG, oh my goodness, AVG is a beast.
Think about this, Mr. Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Butch Berry helped Austin Jackson get a 3-year contract. A 3-year.
Ain't that something? Right. And then look at Eichenberg.
I mean, we all wrote off Austin Jackson throughout the summertime.
Right.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was on that train of talking mad shit about Austin Jackson. Shut me up.
A lot of people
season. Seriously, you talking about shut me up? Psh, I applaud that man, dude. I really do.
Yeah.
I think the last time we were in the Super Bowl was when Dan Marino's first season. That was the last time we were in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
His first season in the year, as a Dolphin, we went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We didn't win it, but it was the first season. I mean, that was the last time we were in the Super Bowl.
Well, John, think of it this way. The Simpsons predicted us to be in the Super Bowl this year against the San Francisco 49ers and winning it. So I'm going with the Simpsons prediction. I'm going to hold on to the Simpsons prediction. Seriously.
Oh,
I'm going against the Simpsons. I say we're going to play neither of those teams. We're going to play the Packers in the Super Bowl, fellas.
You think we facing the Packers?
I'll take
the Packers?
You think the
Packers? You think
lighten it up?
You think the Packers beat the Lions again?
No.
But That'd be
I,
interesting.
Hey, man, what is their schedule?
it's a toss up. I can't see who we're gonna face in the Super Bowl because I can even see us facing Detroit or even Jacksonville.
No, you can't
So
face
that
Jacksonville in the Super Bowl because we're in the same conference.
oh
Yeah.
Yeah, we
But
have to play them in the
I'll be
conference
honest with you,
championship.
for personal reasons, I want Philly again, and I want Philly on a neutral field. I want them on a neutral field. Bad, seriously.
Yeah.
For
I don't want them with the same.
referees.
I want different zebras
Hey, Pam.
out there.
What's
Hey,
up,
by the way,
Pam?
hey,
Come
I
on
want to
up,
see,
Pam.
I want to see a video footage of that dude that I sent you from Philadelphia. Remember?
I remember that. Yo, that was funny. That was comical.
Yep, and Fangio kicking in with the really the defense has been progressing, but now Fangio is taking it to another level with the defense. So man, I mean, like I said, we got the coaching and the roster to do it. So
I know.
Right.
Funny is, I know there's a lot of
And
people from Jersey that are big Philly fans because
Mhm.
I hear Baker will be back before the end of the season, right? Or
yeah,
before the playoffs.
I think so because they from what I could be wrong, but they said it wasn't a season ending injury.
Yeah, that's what I
So
heard.
I don't know when he's going to come back, but that's why
But
I thought it was a
by the
bad
way,
injury.
as of now, they said he's on short IR. I don't know. Shay, can you explain what short IR is? Because I don't know what short IR is.
That's a good question.
it's they have tall. It's like kind of like coffee. You get the tall. No, I don't know. I'll find out what it is right quick.
Well, shake me. Good goose shake.
Oh shit! So he's on the venti of injuries. He's on one of those.
He's Googling it.
In fact, that's why I need to start doing more also, so I can start tightening up on my knowledge of football. I gotta start googling stuff and doing my homework.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, short IR is pretty much where you miss 4 games. Like you're out for a minimum of 4 games.
So he'll be back for either Baltimore or Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which I'll be honest with you guys, I got faith in Duke Raleigh. I got faith. I really do.
Yeah. Well, and then if I'm not mistaken, they're saying that look like Channing Tatum is finally starting to catch on. So we'll see with that. I knew he's right now special teaming, but look like they say he look like he's finally learning Fangio's system. If he can get on track, that's gonna be a dangerous dude. If you go back and look at his film at Georgia, if he can catch on, he's gonna be the dangerous guy.
Someone expects us to have double-digit wins on this coming game. I guess.
I'm not sleeping on Tennessee, even though that Tennessee gave up. I did my homework. Tennessee gave up a lot of yards and a lot of yards miscue last week with the Colts, and they lit them up pretty good. Both receivers had over 100 yards, and I'll say this to you: if both of their key receivers had over 100 yards, I can only fathom what Waddle and Tyreek are going to have this week. I really can't.
Yeah.
If I think he threw for 3. Did he throw for 300 yards last week? Yeah, Minshew threw for 300. I think close to. So if he did that against that defense, Can you imagine what we're gonna do to that defense?
Mhm.
My thing is our defense maintaining DeAndre Hopkins and taking care of Henry, because that's still a tall task regardless. And they do have a small, speedy running back
Running
also.
back.
Yeah.
I thought I heard Dudley Durong say that Henry may not be playing.
Right now, John, I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is just my opinion. I'm really thinking it's gonna be a game time decision. They're still saying he's in concussion protocol, but I really think for Vegas' sake, they're gonna keep it to like a game time decision.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised by Monday he'll be playing. I would not be surprised.
Okay.
And Dolphin, when you're right, they do have that little speedy running back that's behind him. Yeah, and he's been putting up yards, but not a lot. But he's kind of someone we have to shut down also.
All right.
They go crypto. Crypto, you better.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. And so.
Two, three, four.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, you sound good. And anybody know what's going on with Chase Claypool?
Oh no, I don't know what happened.
He had surgery. He had surgery on his knee. What was it? About a week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. Something small.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's why we haven't been playing. All right.
Yeah. I watched the press conference with McDaniel. I think it might have been either this week or last week, and somebody asked that same question, and I think he got something small done. There's nothing major that he'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss Pamela.
Hey, Pam.
How's my sister doing?
I'm good.
Hey, Pam.
Good. Hey, how y'all doing?
I'm so jealous. It just doesn't work the same way. It doesn't work.
Yep. I'm out here. We're at a shrimp boil. The old
Strip club?
camping style. Shrimp boil. Yep.
Oh, they say strip club. My bad. Sorry. Win.
I'm outside. It's so pretty out. Hate to tell you that. Dolphin winters, I hate to tell you.
No, honestly, it's 51 degrees here in Philly. It's really nice up here today. So
That's
it's a
warm. Yeah, for y'all, right?
Actually, it's going to be 63 tomorrow, but the rain comes in
Yeah.
tonight, and it's going to be stormy up here.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's warm here. We're supposed to get a cold front come through, I think, Tuesday. Monday. No. Yeah, maybe Monday.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Right
I know
now it's
beautiful.
May hit 60 here. I guess it may hit 60 here
But
then,
I am all in my dolphin attire, though, just so y'all know.
Absolutely.
I got the purse,
All right.
the earrings, the shirt. I'm decked out. I'm repping.
You are dolphinized.
You get the
I'm
Miami
dolphinized. That's right. And bona fide. Don't forget, I'm also
There you
bona
go.
fide.
There you go. So, now how's your husband doing? He's doing okay?
He's doing good. He's over there. I don't know if you can see him. He's over there playing cornhole with the black shirt.
Okay.
That's him over there. I don't know if you could see him or not. And by the way, the cornhole boards, dolphinized.
That's all right.
Yeah. Yep. So we talking about our thing we got going Monday night?
Yeah.
Yes. Shake, you want to answer that question?
You just came in at the right time.
Oh, good. Good. I'm excited. There's a lot of people, that are fans, dolphin fans, but not like us, right? I consider myself more of a freak when it comes to the fence, but everybody is paying attention. You know what I mean? People that just kind of keep a side eye on the Fins, they're like, oh, hey, the Fins are looking good, you know, and so everybody's taking notice.
I mean, like, you think about it, you gotta pay attention to us, even though the fact that everybody, you have some naysayers like y'all haven't beaten anybody or whatever. We're still 9-3. We're still at the top of the AFC. Baltimore plays against this week, the Rams. So they're coming to their house. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, all eyes are going to be on us. You know, we have to show the league. I think Monday night is one of those. We got to show the league that we are here. We are for real. We don't care if the record is 4-8. That's not our fault. We're going to play who's in front of them. We're going to bust their ass. That's just what it is.
Well, and the thing is people that keep staying on that, like apparently they don't, you know, they're just listening to that crap. They're listening to that bandwagon garbage, and they don't understand what's going on in the league. Because if you stay on that thought that, oh, we haven't beaten anybody, yeah, that worked about 4 or 5 weeks ago. That doesn't work anymore now that we've seen who's beating who and how that's going.
Yeah. I mean,
they have to jump off of that.
By the way, Mr. Polk, see, the reason I'm not asking Pam the question because I already know the answer to the question. You know what I'm saying?
What's the question?
I already know what the answer is going to be. Pam's answer is going to be she is the same answer I would give. That the priority for next season is to tag and trade Wilkins.
Yeah, no. And everybody on the podcast and listening in the chat, everybody pick y'all's feet up, pick them up. It's getting deep in here. Yeah, don't listen to that.
Yeah, that's gonna be her answer. But anyway, I was asking a question. You replace the three good losses and replace them with crappy losses. Would that still make a difference? No, you know what I mean. The loss is a loss. No matter who
good teams instead of the bad teams, would it make a difference?
No, people would still trash talk the Dolphins because that's what they do.
Yeah.
They hate us. They've always hated us, and that's okay. We're gonna, just keep on moving, doing our thing. Our coach has got our team, juking and jiving. We're doing fine. In fact, we are heading up. We're on that scale is still, we've not reached our ceiling, or I mean, no. And as far as next season, like what we would do, I honestly think that it'll depend on how things end up this season, right? Like I don't think you can decide. Right. How can you decide what you're going to do until you know how it ended up? So I think winning makes a big difference for absolutely everybody, whether we have to pay them more, whether they are going to do whatever they can to stay on this team. To me, the team we have, they are a team, right? They play as a team. They look like a team. They act like a team. It must be a team.
And the talent is there. I mean, we're talented on all three levels: offense, defense, and special teams. So I mean, the talent is there and the coaching is there.
And the depth is there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Polk, that point is so huge. What you just said, the talent is there. The talent's been there for a while, but now the coaching staff is there getting the most out of the talent, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
So Pam, quick question, Pam. Was the stockings hung by the chimney with care?
Good.
Okay, as far as I know, if you take stockings or pantyhose and you put a nail on them and hang them, they're no good anymore. You have to throw them away.
Oh my goodness.
You want a straight answer? I'll give you a sidestep.
Wait a minute.
Don't get crypto started now. Don't y'all
Every
get
time I hear stockings, I always think of Joe Namath. Didn't Joe Namath wear stockings?
Yeah.
Probably in the cold weather. Yeah.
Yeah, but stockings? He probably
Okay,
wore
Joe.
stockings for real.
Oh my God, what the hell? They just took a completely different turn on this fucking podcast today. What
That was
the
just weird now, right?
what the it was
That's
not even
crypto did that. Crypto.
huge.
Hey, Dr. Williams, you should have seen the podcast yesterday. We was
Yo,
talking about
I,
football, went to food and other subjects.
I mean, I sat there, I went to work, and I decided to get off work at 7. I came home and I was taking care of shit. And then when I woke up this morning, I seen 11 and a half hours. I'm like, damn.
What?
Ow.
Did you really sleep 11 and a half hours?
I didn't sleep 11 and a half hours. I'm talking about when I sat there and
yesterday.
saw on YouTube, the show was 11 and a half hours.
It was like I felt I tapped out around 9.5.
Damn.
You were on there 9.5? Ooh.
No. I was only there. No, I was because it started when I was at work. So
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's funny.
That long.
I've seen them go. They've gone sometimes, right? All through the night, all night long. What was the longest TFTG, Shake? It was really long, right?
yeah. I remember I wasn't an official member yet, but it was a draft party. I think 13 hours.
Yeah, something like that. It was really long. Yep. You could go away, go to a full work day, come back, join in, go have dinner, come back, join in. They were still
My
going.
inaugural
Still
stream
going.
went past 12. My very first stream was a marathon stream. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember because I remember one. I got up, worked out.
And then we went to after hours.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this joint is still on.
Hey, you gonna do that when we have a Super Bowl?
Oh,
A marathon thing?
I think we're gonna probably be on for 24 hours. I wouldn't be surprised.
There you go.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be, pass the baton, next man up, right?
Yep. Like it's an official telethon. We would have to do it.
Yeah, because everybody want to get their enjoyment out. Everybody would want to get their enjoyment out and speak about everything and different things like that. That would be the you talking about, yeah. You might as well get some Red Bulls. Might as well sit there and make sure you don't have work the next day. Might as well just sit there and order some food.
Right.
Last time we were in the Super Bowl. I don't know if you had YouTube, did you?
No. I mean, no. I mean, what was it?
It was Dan Marino.
MTV. We had MTV.
But,
MTV was back then. Damn, man.
It was
That's
just
crazy.
coming on.
MTV was just
it was worse than
VH1 was just getting kicked off, right?
Yeah.
Actually, Fox wasn't a thing back when last time we were in the Super Bowl. Fox wasn't a network.
Yeah, Fox
No, they got started in the early 90s or late 80s, right?
Yeah. That was.
What you said, Dolphin?
Like I said, Dan Marino was in this one Super Bowl when his first year as a Dolphin.
San Francisco. We played San Francisco.
Yeah, October 1986 was Fox first.
That was hold on, let me correct you. That was the inception of Fox News Channel. Fox has been around as a network since we got. I forget.
What's up, caller?
But they did take over.
As far as a news channel.
But they did start it was like, what was it, Shake, when they started taking over the NFC games? I think that's what you might be looking at there. Was that like 95 or something?
I don't.
We had the sports division.
Yeah. Because I remember The Simpsons is the 40 years.
Fox broadcasting in America, 1986.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. The Fox News
The
channel
waiter
that
was
we know as
17.
No,
cable
the network,
news.
the actual network became. It was in 1986.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Not the news. I'm talking about the whole shebang.
Oh, you talking about in general,
Was
them
that
being
in
an
the
Yeah.
actual network.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Oh, you talking about that's when Roger Ailes started it?
Yeah, because I remember the first few shows was Married with Children, Tracy Ullman,
Oh yeah. Tracy Ullman. That's one of the
See,
best
Gary
shows.
Shanley show.
Tracy Ullman.
the Simpsons came from Tracy Ullman. That's how
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Simpsons were created, because it was actually short little episodes on the Tracy Ullman show, and that's how
That's
the Simpsons
right. That's
show.
right.
Wow.
Oh,
Didn't know
Yeah.
that.
That's right. I
Still didn't
forgot
know that.
about that.
Gary
Yep.
Shanley,
right.
America's. Oh, what's that? America's. What's that? Hidden videos, totally hidden videos, whatever.
Man,
Oh, totally
taking
hidden
Oh yeah,
videos.
totally hidden videos. Yeah.
I remember that.
Memory lanes.
The good old days.
causing me
Oh,
to
Yeah.
think.
the home videos too,
There's
right?
smoke coming out my ears though.
No, well, those were the good old days. But the only problem was you didn't have the media social that you have now as far as Miami Dolphins go. Because
And I'm
if you
happy
want
we did.
information about the Dolphins,
Well,
Mr.
we didn't
Funk,
have phone. I didn't have a phone back then.
right? The way you
Oh
would have
no,
to
right. Nobody
catch
had
up on
the
the Dolphins is you
Nobody
had to
did.
watch the news.
About
right.
90% of the planet didn't have a cell phone.
No,
Right.
like or more. Really, not at that time.
unless you
Wasn't
had
Yeah.
till
Right.
like the early
you want to
'90s,
The
right?
big mobile brick phone in the
Well,
middle
you
of the
had that.
car.
The bag. We had one of those, the
Like
bag phone.
giant
The
box.
bags,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
There you go.
My dad had one in a motorhome.
There you go.
But
Yep.
that's the only one we had. That's
That's
the
when
only
it was
phone.
actually called the car phone.
Car
Yeah, it
phone.
was.
Yep.
And it was like
Yeah.
$20 a minute.
Yep.
Well, I don't know how much
$20
they
a
were.
minute.
It was
Yeah,
ridiculous.
$20 for the
Yeah.
first minute, $85 for each additional minute.
I tell you what,
There you go.
I do remember we were in the motorhome, and my sister called from Texas, and we were driving down the highway, and the wind was really whipping sideways, and my dad was driving the phone, and he had the phone right next to him, and he had to answer it and give it to my mom and stretch the phone cord out, and because he couldn't talk and drive. But
Wow, those are the good old days. I'm still trying to find an old phone booth so I can put a quarter in the phone booth and place a call.
Ain't that the truth? That was a dime though back in the day, crypto. Remember?
And
It
by the
was
way,
a dime.
and for you youngin that don't know what a cell phone back in 1895 looked like.
That's it. That's it right there.
You can knock
it.
somebody out with one of those. You can
That
knock
was
somebody
one of the small
The
ones.
master brick phone, the lovely brick phone. I love it. You know, they turned one of those phones into an actual working cell phone. They got prototypes of those phones, but it's an actual phone.
By the way, you couldn't take
It's
selfies on
usable.
those phones either. So
Right, no selfies at all.
you know, every time I see that, and Winters, you will know. Every time I see that, I always think of Polly Dangerously.
Oh yeah. So that's it. That was it.
He always used to have those.
That
He
was
was
it.
always to come through in with that phone.
You knew what the phone was for. You knew it.
The one was Get Smart with the phone in the bottom of the shoe.
Oh,
Remember?
Yeah, that's right. I
Now
remember
I'm
that.
Bottom
going
of the shoe.
Good
way
one,
back,
Pat.
baby.
That's a good one,
How
Pat.
about Dick Tracy?
Yeah.
He had the first Apple Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Tracy.
Yeah.
Hey, who had the first beeper? Y'all remember the beepers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the beeper.
Yep, the
I had
beepers, yep.
You know, I've never had one. My niece did once time. Yeah, that was when I was in high school.
I used to switch cases. Yep, I used to switch my cases in high school. I used to do all that.
Oh, what's up, Ali?
I've never had a beeper.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Not much,
just
man. Hey, wasn't
look
there?
for
I heard you guys
somebody.
talking about Get Smart and stuff. I got a question. Wasn't there like a show or something called Uncle Sam or something like that? Or Uncle?
Oh, I know what you're
Uncle,
talking
I
about. Oh goodness!
It was like a spy series.
It was a
or something.
spinoff. It was a spinoff of what you talking about,
Sam.
Ollie. Oh no, it's not Uncle Sam. It's Uncle. Good grief! I know what he talking about. It's
There's
a
Ali.
spinoff.
And you said it was a spinoff?
It's a
It,
spinoff of
yeah,
what
it was
Ollie.
back in the day. It was around the Get Smart time, I want to say.
Right. Oh my goodness! I know
What
what
are
he
you
talking
What
about.
are you saying, Ali?
There was a
I
show
can't
called
recall.
Uncle or something like that.
Yeah,
Oh
the
yeah,
man from
Man
Uncle.
from
The man
Uncle.
from Uncle. Yeah.
Yes,
Man from Uncle. That's it.
yes.
Yeah. They made a movie. I know that the movie was pretty good. I never watched the show, but I got interested after watching the movie, so I was curious about
Yeah.
it. Brought back memories. I used to watch all those shows like Get Smart and stuff with my grandparents. And I
Yes.
remember Get Smart, the intro was so funny. He kept walking through this corridor and every door was slamming in his face.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every
Dude, I
time.
used to watch Three Stooges as a kid every day. Like literally every day. I used
I
to
would
watch
still
the
watch
Three
Three
Stooges.
Stooges. I would still watch it.
Oh,
Same here. I still watch it too.
That's
Costello.
classic.
Yeah.
I'm
Abbott
so
and
old. I
Costello.
watched the Four Stooges. No, I'm kidding. But there was a fourth Stooge that was a replacement.
You talking about
Yeah,
Curly Joe?
technically, you're right.
You talking about Curly Joe,
99.
right?
That's right,
Shit.
Michael Payne. Yes.
Yeah, Shemp,
Agent 99.
Shemp was before Curly though, wasn't he?
yes, he
Yeah,
was.
Shemp was the original because they're all brothers. They're all three of them are related, or brothers, whatever. Shemp is his brother.
Yeah. Shemp,
Shemp,
Mo.
they did they before they were on TV, they were they did that shit on theater.
Yes.
Like,
Right,
And
right.
Mo used to beat their ass for real. None of that was stunt. Like they used to get their ass beat. And they were like, you can kind of say they were the original jackasses.
Yeah. They took
I
slapstick to
think
a
you're
whole
right,
nother
Paul
level.
Bears. They did really smack each other and stuff. That was legit, I think.
That's all of it.
Wow.
And I never really realized it because I've only ever seen him in one movie. But I caught an episode. I was bored one day, and I caught an episode of the Mary Tyler Moore Show. First of all, wow! I didn't realize she was so beautiful, man. Back then,
Oh,
but
She
she
is
was amazing.
gorgeous.
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 But in comes Dick Van Dyke on one of the episodes, right? And his entrance into her apartment building was like, it reminded me of one person, and it is probably where he got all his influence from. It reminded me of Kramer. It was like watching Kramer on Seinfeld come in the door, man. It was like, oh, this is brilliant. Now I finally got Dick Van Dyke. I understood it. I'm like, I get it. This guy's funny.
Yes. Yes.
I was always in love with Marlo Thomas.
Oh, I
She was
love
good.
her too.
Barbara
Yeah.
Eaton for me. Barbara Eaton.
That girl.
Yeah.
It's called
Betty
That Girl.
Girl, yep. Marlo Thomas, yep.
Shoot.
Yep.
Betty White Betty White was looking pretty good too back in the day. I was like, well, damn.
Yeah, she was
Yeah,
back in
she
the day.
She was kind of the
She kept her-
vixen on
she
the
kept her
Mary
age,
Tyler
you
Moore
know?
show too.
Yeah.
Tell you what, wasn't she
aged
with
well.
Sue Ann.
that show with the ladies? Was she on that
Golden
show with the
Girls?
ladies?
Golden
Yeah,
Girls.
the
Yes,
Golden
Golden
Girls?
Girls. Yeah.
Adam, what is it? Miami or what part of Florida?
I thought it was filmed in Miami, but they were supposed to be living in Boynton, I thought, or Boca or something. But
What,
I thought
Golden
it was
Girls
Palm
supposed to
Beach
be
or
filmed
something.
down there?
Yeah, the Golden Girl. Yeah,
Yes.
Golden Girls.
And-
supposed to
and
be
It
in
was,
in
Miami.
it was
set
in like
in
Boca or something like that. You're right.
I know,
But
yeah,
the
it
thing
was a
that
part of
always
some.
got me is they always had on like sweaters and stuff, and I thought, this is not Miami because I don't care like how old you are. You're not wearing a sweater in Miami. You don't.
Right.
They
Yeah,
just
that was
like
a little off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
the old lady was, she was a New Yorker. Right? It sounded like they're all New Yorkers, but
She had the
Right.
accent.
yeah,
That New
Bar-
York
she
accent.
was
what's
she
her
was the
name?
sharpest. I don't know the name, but I remember her. Yeah.
Her name was
They all lived the long lives too, well into their 90s. Most of them did, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
You
all lived
guys
into their
kind of
90s.
early.
For Golden Girls, it says it takes place in Miami. So there's no way they were wearing sweaters. I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
There's like way off in that case. I don't know.
Trust me, a woman in
Usually,
their
the only
50s
time
don't
you
wear
see,
a sweater in Miami.
yeah, and the only time you see people wearing sweaters is when they first get off the plane. Then it's like by the time they exit the cab, there's no more sweaters on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or they were at the Miami Dolphins Christmas Day game last year.
Right.
I wear an ugly sweater for that.
That could have
I'm
happened.
not gonna
I
lie,
might
Miss
wear an
Pam.
ugly
I'm not gonna
sweater
lie,
for
Miss Pam. I regret not bringing my blanket and everything. I should have went full Arrowhead that day. It was cold.
Yeah. It was so cold that day, right? I mean, wow. I was cold the whole day. Of course, it didn't help that, it was misting and rainy. I mean, it was so cold.
And the Packer fans were
Somebody
there.
just said in the chat.
Packer
Somebody just said in the chat that the last episode, the order that they walked out was the order in which they passed away.
Wow.
I didn't notice that.
Damn.
I didn't know
that.
That was weird.
That's some apocryphal
I didn't know
shit
that
right
either.
there, man. It's like,
Was Betty
That
White the
is-
last one to walk out?
That is
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Mother
and
was the youngest one of the
That's
three.
insane.
Betty White?
right, and
That
so they
is
couldn't have
scary.
known, right? So we're talking pure coincidence, right? That it reminds me of another pure coincidence that's very amazing like that. Like, did y'all know that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson died on the same day?
Yes.
Like hours apart from each other. And you know what
Same
day that was?
Oh, no.
It was July
4th
4th.
of July?
Yeah.
4th of July, yeah. I was gonna say
The
July.
50th anniversary.
Crazy.
The 50th anniversary of our nation.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Me neither.
Mhm.
So,
4th of
so
July.
they died on the same day, the same year?
Yeah, the very same day, hours apart from each other.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Adams might have been second, or one of them was second, and like they were. It was known that like it was said that they were like, oh no, glad he died first. You know what I mean? Like they were trying to beat each other to the punch.
Right. That's why he felt free to go.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
That's a
he's
crazy
stronger than him.
coincidence.
You ain't kidding.
Well, that's a trivia question. I wonder how much you would know that.
No, pay attention to those
The
episodes.
travesty
man.
of it
It's
is
crazy.
the travesty of it is the travesty of it is I didn't learn that until I was like 38 years old. That's the travesty of it.
Well, I'm
Right,
learning it right
you'll-
now.
Yeah, you'll pay attention to it until then, right?
No, I'm pretty sure they didn't teach us that in school for some reason. I guess
No.
they didn't figure it was
They don't-
important. I
They don't
don't
pay
know.
attention to the death dates of most of them. Yeah,
No, they
on the
didn't.
actual days.
Teach it in school.
Yeah, yeah, they never.
Which is a shame.
Wow. Nice.
Well, they call that food for thought.
Yeah,
You know, I guess there's only so much time in a school day. You know, I mean, they got to weed out
Right.
some stuff.
gotta-
the
you gotta
unimportant
weed,
stuff,
right.
You know?
yeah.
Get rid of the education part. Lunch,
Get what you
PE.
call it. Yeah,
The heck with math. What
But that was one of my favorite.
longest lunch
subjects
is
for
at
math.
toward the end of the day. Actually, after 12 o'clock, not before 12 o'clock.
Right?
Like 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, come on, I can't eat lunch.
I
at 9
used to
o'clock in
love the
morning.
early lunch period because the Pizza Hut pizza was more fresh. They just
Oh.
brought in the whole load.
Wait a minute, y'all had Pizza Hut for pizza?
Yeah,
we
yeah.
didn't
By
have
the time I was in high school, we could get
Oh,
some
high
tacos
school, okay,
and we could get
okay.
some Pizza Hut.
When I
Okay.
actually when I was in
high
high
school.
school, we had
Offense winners. I
Pizza
got a
Hut,
question
and we
for
had
you.
this mom and pop's
You're in the
pizza.
Philly
I get
area.
the mom and pop's pizza.
Really?
You're in the Philly
See, down
area.
in Miami, they probably even had. They were probably even more variety down there, man. They probably had full restaurants down there. You know,
Hold on, I got a
little
question
Cuban
for
guy
both
winging the
winners.
knives in the back, cooking for everybody.
Well,
That's what this
I-
is right here. There's
Now, I grew up in Miami.
jambalaya
and
there.
I got
when
a
I-
question. Go ahead, Ali.
I
I got a
got a
question
question.
for Dolphins winners. You're in the Philly area, and I know what Chicago pizza is. I know how New York style is. I've even had Detroit style, which even though I think I don't like that at all. What is Philadelphia style of pizza? I'm curious. I've never had it.
Oh, that's a good
Oh
question,
man,
Ali.
Have you
you
ever
got
had Have you ever had
Let
pizza from
Dolphins
prison?
winners answer, please.
you
Please
got
go ahead,
you got
Dolphins.
different. We're known. You already know that we're known for cheesesteaks. We're known. Our pizza is not bad, but we're
Yeah.
known for cheesesteaks. Philly is known for cheesesteaks, pretzels, water ice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you
That's
guys,
the
I know
first
that's true.
outside of Philly cheesesteak, is there anything else that puts you guys out there and everything?
So
You know what I mean?
I think for us, oh man, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like I am a foodie because I'm in the industry.
Yeah.
I've been in the industry at different levels. I mean, that's a good question. I can't like for me, for us, I can speak just for what we're
I
known for.
hear the prison cuisine is really exquisite.
Damn,
I
dude.
have no idea because I've never been, so I have no idea.
How would
No, I
he
just
know?
I thought they. I mean, I was going on that. Do they have a prison? That they have a jail in the Eagles
In the
Stadium?
Eagles Stadium. That's
Oh,
right.
okay. Now I got it. Sorry.
Think about it. They were the first. I think
I
Philly was
wasn't
the
connected.
first stadium. Yeah.
You know what?
And
That's
by the
another
way,
good question.
people
ahead.
don't people think that Chicago pizza is deep dish, but it's really tavern style. Is their type of pizza?
Tavern style. I've never heard of that.
Okay, what
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
What's
but we do
tavern
have
style?
we did have it up there though, Shake. We had both for versions. The deep
I'm saying
dish
though,
as well.
tavern came first,
From
then
Gino's
deep dish.
East.
But what is tavern style pizza though?
It's kind of
The
like thin.
sausage
It's kind of
patty
like
was
thin,
good.
sliced in little bits of and little slices.
Oh, you talking about the sausage?
No, the pizza.
Oh, the
They
pizza.
slice it in
Oh,
a billion.
nice.
It's
The
like
type of
a bunch
pizza you want to eat in a tavern, so you can't really see what it looks like.
Good Chico.
Low
And by the way,
light.
real quick,
Low
I want to
light
give a shout out to the merch store. Hey, if there's any Grand Theft Auto fans out there,
Yep,
man,
I am.
you're gonna wanna click on the Fins Tailgate Network and get cop these new shirts, man. White City.
Ooh, I need one.
That's nice.
Yeah, they come in
Oh, look at
aqua
that.
and they come in orange.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we got the color code right this time for the
Can I ask a panel question?
My coffee mug is perfect, but my hat is like a little too blue. Go ahead,
Are
Mr.
there
Plug.
are there actually stadiums that actually have a section in it for people who are cutting up too bad to be placed in, sort of like a miniature
Yeah,
jail?
holding cells. They got holding places for all 30 stadiums. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Stadiums.
Oh, so that's a trope on Philly, bro, that they got a jail in their stadium.
Listen, man. At the end
It's
of
probably
the day,
like that in
you're
most
gonna
of
have you're gonna have baskets in a bunch everywhere. And I'll be
illegal
honest,
areas.
you gotta have a holding cell for people that invade the field. Like they go on the field, they're getting put. Yeah, you got to go, and you're getting banned from the stadium for life. It's
Right.
automatic.
And see, the reason why I brought that up, I saw an episode of King of Queens where they went to a game or something, and the wife, I forgot their names, but the lady got
Terry
in trouble.
and Doug.
Right.
Yes, Terry. Yep.
And yep, they got in trouble and they were being held in I think in the stadium in some kind of like yeah.
Well,
That's why I brought that
Hard
up.
Rock is on native land, so they probably have like a room like they got at the casinos where they take you in and like rough you up, you know.
The last time I was there, I didn't get roughed out.
Oh, thanks for that, Pam. Appreciate the report from the inside.
Hey, by the way, you know what I find
Field reporter Pam for the TFTG network, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what's funny is interesting is they have the Seminole Suite, which is right next to the owner's box, which is the second best owner box, and then on the second floor they had the Mikusuki Suite, The interesting thing about the Mickey Siki Suite is if you go in there, every 5 feet there's a sign that says no alcoholic beverage is allowed in this
Wow.
suite.
Wow.
Every 5 feet?
Yeah, just about
In case
almost
you forget
everywhere. There's
between
posts,
one and the other.
saying no alcohol allowed in this suite.
Good
Well, I don't want to be in that suite.
How
I don't wanna be in
how
that
big
suite
is the
either.
suite?
Thank you. I'm with you, Pam. I don't want to be in that suite.
Yeah.
That's the wrong suite.
That is the
Take
wrong
me to
suite.
the suite where they rough you up as long as you can have alcohol.
That suite is definitely not sweet.
Not sweet. Not
No.
sweet, sweet.
Right.
I like
It's
that.
unsweet.
Not sweet at all. I like that one.
I guess that sweet is sour, huh?
That's
Yeah,
right.
Right. Exactly.
By the way, and for I'm dedicating this this next shot of Tennessee whiskey to that suite.
Do it. There you go.
Is that Jack?
Somebody's got to
that's
have
Jack?
alcohol for them.
And you
So
go
Jack
in there, there's a
Daniels.
bunch of people in there smoking out. Take the alcohol out of here, man.
Right.
My type of suite. There you go.
Right. It's no alcohol because it's kiva, which is the religious ceremony.
Be the first one in and the last one out. There you go.
Hey, listen, I will never partake in the hippie lettuce again. But at the end of the day, I still don't. I still think that's everybody's right if they want to or not. You know what I'm saying?
It's hippie's cabbage. It's devil's lettuce.
Hippie lettuce, devil lettuce,
Right.
some kind of lettuce. Hippie. I still call it hippie lettuce.
It's green.
Hippie still
Well, for a
exists?
while.
Hippie horticulture.
Hippie culture.
That means that's more from me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. No problem.
Agreed.
But
The less
again,
people in my field, winners the better. You know what I mean?
So
And this field will be in the mountains somewhere where it grows purple.
Oh man, that was beautiful.
South Dakota is getting beat. North Dakota and South
Maybe
Dakota.
the Caucasian mountains is probably where it originated from.
Hey John, on CBS they got Army Navy game.
shout out to Liz right now. Look,
There you go. Thank you, Eccentric Gnome. About to join and partake.
shout out to
Aquavision.
Wow. What?
So correct me if I'm wrong. It's the Zagros Mountains that lead into Mesopotamia and all that.
To the Dodgers, huh?
I think so, but that's insane.
Them's the mountains where it probably came from.
Otani to the Dodgers. Wow.
Crescent, the Fertile Crescent.
who is that?
Damn. That's crazy.
That must be big as far as baseball goes.
It's huge. That's huge.
Wait, what's the news?
Look, 10 million, 10 years, 700 million.
What?
Wow.
Oh God!
70
That's
million. Well, that's usual for baseball. They always breaking record-breaking contracts.
Jesus.
Yeah, they always set the standard for
And I think that's probably fully guaranteed.
Damn.
Yeah, baseball does it. They always the first to do it.
They will be paying that salary when Otani is having breakfast on his porch at 80 years old. They'll still be paying him that money.
Damn.
Yeah. Yep.
Damn. 10 years, 700 million.
He's going to retire away. He's going to retire away somewhere to the foothills of Mount Fuji and live off that $750 million the rest of his life.
He's gonna buy my Mount Fuji with that
Generations after him will be living off that 700 million, not just him.
Damn.
Yes, he will. He will definitely become the what's their figurehead called in their quasi state religion? What do they call that?
The Buddha.
No. It's like the moon queen or something like that. I don't know what they call it. I don't know. It's like they have a name for like
They do.
really important deity.
Somebody above the Buddha or
Like
around Buddha's
no,
level?
it would be like how Rome was, how Caesar would become a god. You know what I mean? Living
Right.
god. Like that's how they were too in Japan in feudal society. I just forget what they called their premier.
Damn.
The divine something or other, or heavenly something or other.
Mhm.
All I know is that man just got paid.
Whatever he wants, right? With 700 million, he can call himself whatever he wants.
Exactly. He's the latest Augusti in Japan.
I thought that was a typo.
I don't even know what you do with that much money.
He's gonna buy himself a little Okuza clan. He's gonna be set for life.
Oh yeah, that's what I say. His
Old plumbing in the house.
grandkids will be living off that.
They'll be pinkies littering the streets of Tokyo.
You know what though? You know what? Something like that. He'd probably be broke in a year. You know, I don't know
It'd be
how you
hard to
do
do
it,
that
but somehow
nowadays,
or
so.
another, people do that.
So
I don't
long
know if
before
it's
I
a
ever
millions
knew.
this situation though, Pam.
So long before I was ever old enough to watch documentaries about the Japanese mafia and all that, I saw this movie with Charles Bronson, where right in the beginning of the movie, the Okuza guy, which I didn't know was Okuza at the time, he like failed in his mission and but reported back to his boss and like cut off his own finger and gave it to him.
Oh, that's a rough payment for not getting your job done.
From what I heard, the Yakuza that you to get in there, you had to
Yakuza. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. It's Yakuza.
Yakuza. Yeah. You had to chop off your part of your pinky.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he did. He just laid his hand on the table and like he took the knife like it was a paper cutter and he just like swiveled it down and cut his finger off.
I'm not saying no. To get in, you need to chop off part of your pinky.
Oh, to get in. Oh, I got you. So the movie just had it wrong, basically.
It's for royalty.
Or the price goes up after.
Like, I mean, movies get everything wrong, but you know, they embellish everything.
You talking about inflation, Pam? Inflation.
Yes, inflation.
Right?
Cost goes
chop
up.
off your whole hand the next time around.
You give him the tip. You give him the tip to get in, and then you got to give the rest if you fail in a mission.
You fail. That's right. That's right. When you see a lot of people walking around with two fingers on one hand, you know, ooh, you're not that good at your job.
Exactly.
Either that or you're a woodshop teacher.
It's like he's going for an interview, and the guy's like, "Why should I hire you for this position?" And the guy holds up both his hands, and he's got all his fingers left.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. This is my resume. I got. Here's my resume.
Yeah, you know that's.
And then he gets the job, walks outside, looks around to make sure nobody's looking, takes off his shoes, and he's missing all of his toes.
Hey, listen.
Have you ever watched that show?
Hey, listen. All I know is if a guy is missing all his fingers and all his toes, I don't want to fail another mission because you know what's coming next.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you become the palace mayor at that point, Shake. I know that joke kind of fell flat, but the palace mayors were eunuchs, people. If you didn't catch the joke.
Yeah. That's right. Or married to Lorena Bobbitt.
That's why they actually ended up with all the power because, like, you know, they were trusted simply because of that. Like, you couldn't have any children, so you could never be a threat to the throne.
That's right. That's right.
That's why all the rulers trusted them at their side and had them do all their bureaucratic work.
Not to mention they can't do nothing to their wives.
That's right. Or be seduced.
That too, yeah, they can't seduce their wives, right?
Yeah.
That courtly love ends at the kiss on the cheek. Of course, for Anne Boleyn, it ended with her cheeks on the ground next to her body.
Yeah. That was a rough crowd back then. Really, they were pretty.
I know, right? Telling you. Imagine being in that crowd. Like, I'm pretty sure she didn't have sex with her brother, but I ain't saying nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it was.
Yep. You said something, you might be up there on the chopping block. Oh, were you one of her lovers too? Oh,
Yeah.
we didn't know about you. Off with his head.
Oh man.
Not much room for error.
The sick thing was, it was the king. It was her husband that perpetrated the framing on her.
Oh, exactly.
They was real quick to lob your head off.
That's why he had 8 wives.
6 wives. His title was Henry VIII. Yeah, he's 6 wives, and 3 of them, he murdered 3 of them. Yeah, he murdered 3 of them using the state bureaucracy. You know?
Oh man, listen. All I know is, look, I've been with my knock on wood. I've been with my lady for 11 years, and I couldn't imagine having 4 more of hers. Hell no. 1 is enough. Thank you.
One of them got lucky. She was one of them got lucky. I forget what her name was, but she was from Germany. She was like a princess from Germany, and like they sent a picture of her, like an artist rendition, right? And he was all okay with it. Well, I guess when she got there, like, she was too ugly for him, so he like basically set her up as a rich duchess and sent her on her way and apologized to her.
Yeah. Yeah, very rough crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, his whole thing was he didn't want to get divorced, right? So we'll just murder them instead.
That's what's up.
Well, that's what it was. In order to get the special dispensation from the Pope to get divorced, he had to convince the Pope that he was bewitched. Well, by doing that, he would have to then turn around and prosecute her for witchcraft by his own laws. So it was a catch-22 for him.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm gonna be like, see, like Niz was with her man for 24 years, been married 7. So, once me and Katie hit 20 years, then I'll think about settling down.
Hey, by the way, Color, you get a lot of eunuchs. You get a lot of eunuchs messed up, man, because they didn't cut off the junk; they cut off the accessories.
Right. You're right.
The earbobs.
You mean the custom jewelry?
Yeah,
custom jewelry. They didn't cut off. They didn't cut off the. They cut off the custom jewelry.
The Johnson,
now we know where they got the word crown jewels from.
Good grief.
No, but that's where they get the word eunuch. Eunuch.
Leave
One.
the Johnson alone to take the twin.
Oh my God.
So now we know what the crown jewels actually were.
That's right.
Hey,
I'm on a 20-year probation period.
You guys brought up movies. You guys brought up movies not too long ago, and I wanted to ask Reggie this: as a former high-level player, do you find it difficult to watch football movies? Because as an ex-military guy, I find it really hard to watch military movies because they're so inaccurate.
Oh, that's a good question.
But I still get a laugh out of them because one of them, my favorite, is Full Metal Jacket.
I heard Full Metal Jacket is pretty much they say a Marine told me, this is from a Marine, said the Full Metal Jacket is the closest.
It's the closest one,
during that time period, during the time period of the 60s, yes, but they have all kinds of hazing laws against that now.
It was so many more movies that was more depictive of real military. Like Clint Eastwood made a movie called Hamburger Hill. That was really close. Mel Gibson made a movie. They Were Soldiers. That was really close. And Mark Wahlberg made a movie, Lone Survivor. That was really close.
Oh, what about Forrest Gump?
And Top Gun being albeit not an army movie, Top Gun is recognized to be highly accurate and
Forrest never would have made it to the battlefield. Forrest never would have made it to the battlefield. He probably wouldn't have made it to boot camp.
Like if you look at the end, If you look at the end credits for Top Gun, you see nothing but Lieutenant this, Lieutenant that, Captain this, Captain that.
Hey.
Oh.
But the one thing that made Full Metal Jacket is an actual drill sergeant did do the role. He was an actual drill sergeant in real life.
Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's kinda
Arlie
natural
Ermy,
for
man.
him.
That's
Arlie
why I like
Ermy,
that movie.
absolutely.
But
Yeah, that's what made it so natural for him.
What made Full Metal Jacket unbelievable is that somebody in basic training never would have access to live ammunition.
Well, yeah, that part was
Oh,
embellished.
right.
They have access only at the firing range.
Well,
That should have happened at the firing range.
That's kind of an important,
right?
You know, that's an important story device right there, Big Nick. Damn.
That's funny. The funny line of that movie was, "Holy shit! I didn't know they could pile shit that tall."
Yeah, and that was like spur of the moment too. He came up with that line at that moment too. It wasn't rehearsed at all. It was like all improvised right at that moment.
I like
It was
that.
a natural.
When the one guy made a joke and he's like, "I like you. I'm gonna let you come home and fuck my sister."
One of my duty stations was in Camp Pendleton on the Marine Corps base, and we was at the shooting range, the firing range as we call it. We don't call it no damn shooting range; it's the firing range. And we was at the firing range, and later on that evening, everything's going on lockdown, and the gates closed, and nobody can leave, and the sirens going. We figuring out why. It was a clip missing from a weapon. A clip.
Wow.
A clip. Not the bullets, not the weapon, a clip.
See,
They
now
shut the
Big
whole
Nick,
base down.
they
shut the
don't
whole
even,
base down
bro.
until they found it.
Oh yeah,
man, they're
really
so.
Yeah,
bro,
they'll do that.
Yeah, but these days things have changed, bro. They've got amnesty stations down the road of the firing range of the ranges, bro, for people to dump their accidentally kept ammunition that they shouldn't have. You know what I mean? Like if you go down Highway 17 in western Missouri, that goes through the bombing range in the gun ranges of Fort Leonard Wood, you see them like every couple miles. There's a park bench that has a garbage can that says ammunition amnesty station.
But like the reason I find it hard to watch military movies is it's not even the movie itself, it's some of the portrayals of the soldiers. Like all that saluting on the inside shit, all that saluting without a cover on, that shit bothers me.
You know what Hollywood does?
The customs and traditions are totally
forgot about that.
portrayed
You
wrong.
don't salute inside. That's right.
Yeah.
You don't salute.
And
You don't
without
salute
your
without
cover.
the cover on.
Without your
You
cover
gotta
on,
be
right?
covered in order to salute.
Right.
Well, Midway was a good movie too.
Salute with your cover on.
Well, first thing first, Big Nick, I want to definitely say thank you for your service first and foremost. And
I appreciate it.
you know how Hollywood does. Hollywood always
You breaking up? You're in the blender.
I said Hollywood finds a way to always mess things up.
Yeah. How do you feel about football movies? Do you find yourself critiquing the movie too much to enjoy it?
No.
I don't really like football movies, to be honest with you.
But
Same
you know what
like
trips me
football
out?
movies.
You know what trips me out though? When it comes to, speaking of movies, this is my biggest gripe when I'm watching Spider-Man, okay? And I'm watching Spider-Man and somebody comes and says, "Oh man, that shit ain't real." I'm like, listen, the guy got bit by a spider and became Spider-Man. This whole fucking movie ain't real.
The whole
Quit trying to
thing
look
is
Right.
Exactly.
No.
But with football,
Wait.
I will say I thought the program was great. I saw that in the movie theater. I thought that was a great movie. But other than that, I really don't care for
The
football.
spider was radioactive.
Next time that happens, you let them know. Of course, that's not real here on this Earth, but on Earth 23, where Spider-Man lives, that shit is possible.
Yeah.
Because it's seriously,
just tell them on this Earth.
like Marvel will tell you this
right.
isn't your
And in
Earth.
that world and in that universe, he is breaking the
38.
laws of physics. Damn it!
Right.
That's Earth 38. This isn't Earth 9, what we live on. That's how Marvel explains it.
If that's
Well,
the case,
y'all know what the
Incredible Hulk
biggest fallacy in sci-fi movies of all time is, right?
And Earth 2 with Superman.
There's one of the biggest movie mistakes of all time that's made in every single space movie we've ever watched. When you see
beaming a motherfucker up.
No. Listen. In the beginning of Star Wars is an example. When the blockade runner is flying by and the Star Destroyer is chasing it, and you hear the engines of it going through space. There's no sound in space. There's no air for that sound wave to vibrate off of. You wouldn't hear anything. But the reason they let that go all these years is because it would be boring as fuck to sit there in a movie theater in silence.
Star Trek got to find a way to explain that shit though, because you can't separate every molecule in your body and then put it back precisely as nature did.
Well, theoretically you can, but there's no way. We haven't found any way that's possible to do it with the amount of energy it requires and all that shit.
You got to do it the same way nature did, man. You ain't gonna be able to do that.
At the end of the day, when we watch a movie, you got to forget reality exists, because that's why I watch movies, to escape reality.
Me too.
Yeah.
And the other thing is we don't understand what makes consciousness, so we don't even know if the consciousness will end up on the other side. It's more likely that we would use that technology, if it ever was invented, for just beaming solid objects. You know what I mean? Like make transport easier.
That technology and hyperspeed will never happen.
Well, the thing about that is, you get halfway through those. You get halfway through those molecules, and then you hear the word.
Hold up, let Pan talk.
When you get halfway through those molecules, going from one place to another, and you hear the word "oops," that's not good. That's just not good.
Right. Now, what crypto meant, but what crypto meant, Big Nick, was not anything's possible. What he meant was there's nothing that violates the laws of physics for that to happen. Like, you could do it without violating the laws of physics. There's nothing supernatural about beaming something. We could do it if we understood how to do it.
That isn't the hindrance. When it comes to hyperspeed or light speed, that is not the hindrance, the laws of physics. The hindrance is how do you motherfucking test for it?
I think.
How do you test for it?
G-force.
Yeah.
By G-force.
How do you calculate how much G-force is hyperspeed? You can't.
Endless experimentation.
Hey, by the way, people that are Star Wars fans will get this reference. Yeah, have you guys ever heard of Shelf on an Elf? Elf on a Shelf?
Yep.
Elf on the Shelf.
Have you ever heard of this?
Oh,
right. He's got a damn.
So how many men on the panel? How many men on the panel will be Captain Kirk?
I'm sorry. I don't want no green women. I'm sorry, Big Nick. I'm not into green women, man. That's just ain't me, bro.
You got it, brother. You got it, Nick. There you go.
Being racist.
I think I might be Captain Kirk. I think you guys will be too, man. I just don't want to admit it, man.
No.
I don't know about
well, color to that point. I think Krypton actually was supposed to have been an actual planet, though.
Right. I tell you,
they said they discovered a Krypton-like planet already.
Well, I tell you, I wouldn't mind a shapeshifter.
I'll do green women.
To be real,
Right.
What you said, man?
I'll do green women.
Hey,
I don't discriminate.
He did a spotted one too. He had one with spots too. Now don't just
hell yeah. I don't care. I don't discriminate. It looks good. It looks good.
Hell, listen. If we're gonna talk about alien movies, I want the women with the 3 boobies.
Hell yeah! I want the one with the long tail. I want the one with the long tail. I want the one with the long tail so you can yank that shit back.
What about the 4th booty, Shake?
No, this is fine.
Hey, but wait. I'm gonna tell you why I know all you guys are Cap. I'm gonna tell you why everybody on this panel who said they wouldn't be Captain Kirk is lying, because they look at Jessica Rabbit every time a picture of Jessica Rabbit comes on the screen.
That is true.
Well,
That is
I
true.
mean, not Jessica Rabbit, but I'm not gonna lie. What's her name from Family Guy is pretty hot. Just gonna say
With the
it.
one eye? With the one eye?
Lois. I'm a big fan of Lois, bro. I'm just saying.
Family Guy. Oh God.
Okay, here's a better question. Which one of you guys would be the Joker? And you know what I mean. Harley Quinn.
And by the way,
right.
we got. Hold on. We
I
have
think
an
I'd rather
incoming
be
call.
Kurt.
Quinn.
We have an incoming call, real quick. Incoming call.
Potential prop. Oh, that is so good.
That's a good one.
That is good.
Shake money.
That was going to the
Shake money.
voicemail.
Shake money.
Potential.
Why does it say
I believe the
potential
jury
fraud?
is in.
Why does that say potential fraud? Shake money on my phone.
Yeah.
It's a scam. It's a
Yeah.
scam on mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
That ain't even
That
scam
one's going
likely.
to. That one's being screened. That was going straight to voicemail, the spam folder
There
right
you
there.
go.
Mine says a bunch
That's
of
right.
clowns.
There you
There's
go.
no potential in that. That has been determined. So I was
I'm looking at some of the comments under the scam on my phone on that. It says harassing,
Right. Red
unbelievable
flag.
comments.
Yeah.
Comments that un-American.
beggars. They beg.
Uh-huh.
Bad hygiene problems. Refuse to use Lysol in trophy cabinet.
Y'all
Do they have a
Stealing,
trophy cabinet?
stealing valor and shit. They steal valor.
Hey, real quick.
Hey,
Hey,
I
Michael
do they
K.
have a
Michael
trophy
K. Hey, listen, Michael K. Our feelings episode was yesterday. I'm sorry. Feelings episode was yesterday. He said 48-20. He's in his feelings right now. I apologize.
48-20.
It
Oh,
was yesterday.
48-20. Playoff appearance, non-playoff appearance.
Hey, by the way, hold on. Did you see they unveiled their new logo?
What?
Yep.
Buffalo Bills unveiled their new
That's
logo.
that new logo.
Hey, guys,
Who's that
listen.
ahead?
I was
New
watching.
logo, yeah.
I was listening to Kyle Krabs, Locked on Dolphins, right? And he was talking about the state of the like who can get into the playoffs, right? And he was talking about if New England wins out, it's a possibility they can wind up in third place, and again putting the Jets in fourth place, right? But the way he said it, as he was talking, he said, you know, death and taxes, and he kept moving.
Yeah.
He said it's three things you can count on: death, taxes, and the Jets being in last place.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me tell you something. One thing about Kyle Krabs, I like Kyle Krabs, but unfortunately, when I listen to Kyle Krabs, I need some Adderall because, man, I freaking tune him out. I mean, he does a great job. And I'm not knocking him out, but damn, I could tune him out. I tune him out.
It's like, hello, neighbor.
Is he like Joe Philbin? Does he give you the Joe Philbin vibe?
I do understand. So you're saying that the content
No.
a little
Yeah, he
bit
give you
too
the
dry
Joe
for you is
Philbin.
what you're
I
saying.
don't
It's
think
more
so.
like,
I
it's
think
more
he-
like Mr. Rogers. It's like,
No,
hello,
I mean,
neighbor.
it's
Did
like
you see the football game this week?
not that it's too dry. Is that when you go from
Travis Wingfield.
You go from who's that? Who's the guy from
Travis Wingfield.
When you go from Travis Wingfield to the Clear Eyes guy, it's totally different, man. He's the
Wait,
Jake. Let's not just let Travis
Would you like to
Wingfield
look
get
at
a
why
pass.
we won the football game this week?
You know who?
Come and join me over here.
You know who I find really dry? Like I like the content and what I'm
That's
learning.
Ben Stein, right? The Clear Eyes guy.
The one guy I like watching, but I like his content and what he's talking about, but I don't like how he's delivering it. Is QB School? I think it's like the QB School or something like that.
Oh, I like
that guy.
JT.
It's like watching him fall asleep, bro. I'm not kidding.
Hey, but I'm
so crypto instead of it's Ben Stein instead of Bueller, it's Tua.
Jay, you can't forget about this with Travis Wingfield. Travis Wingfield, even though I do like Travis and I listen to him a lot, but he sounds like he be making shit up sometimes. You know?
Damn.
Damn, Big Nick.
Making it up.
Well, hey, you know what? You might be on. You might be on to
a non-biased bone when it comes to the Dolphins. It's all rainbows and sunshine.
Big Nick, you might be onto something because when you're at the stadium and you hear him in the overhead projector PA system listing the rules of Hard Rock. So when you hear him listing the rules of Hard Rock, he says there's no tobacco products allowed on site, right? But everybody's smoking a cigarette at halftime, so you know Travis Wingfield's lying, bro.
Hey, by the way, real quick, being that Michael K brought up the score, the 48-20 loss, I want to bring up his Week 4 Super Bowl championship banner.
Congratulations!
Right, Week 4 Super Bowl for them.
Now, I'm just gonna say it. When Monday morning comes around after the AFC Championship game,
you're breaking up. You're in the blender, Color.
Oh no, I'm not. Stop lying.
I could hear him good.
How about now?
No, you're still in the blender.
Stop lying.
He's not in the blender.
He's not.
Your audio is in the blender.
Ask Michael K. Would he switch positions right now? Would he be on the losing end of the 48-20 and take the 9-3 record, first place?
Of course he would. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. On Monday morning after the AFC Championship game, he's going to go, oh, yeah. Is he going to be pulling up that 48-20 in his mind? Oh, we beat them 48-20. That should be us.
I wonder what he'd rather have, that 48-20 or first place in the whole conference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you have 100 years. Michael K has 100 years without 22 years without a playoff win, but you guys have 100 years without a Super Bowl win.
Yes.
Now you're going to know what it's like.
22 years without a playoff win. How long have the Buffalo Bills been in existence?
Right, but now he gets to know what it's like to be the better team watching the other team go to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I was this year's old the first time the Buffalo Bills won the Super Bowl.
That'd be great if we won the Super Bowl. Then we could tell the Patriots and the Buffalo and say that's how it's done.
That's right. There you go.
What's his name from the Patriots? What's that guy's name?
Ability?
No, the YouTuber.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
TD's
I don't know.
He's on the round table.
Yeah, he's master at work.
Master at work. He said he'll commit suicide if Miami gets there before they do.
Round table? What are these guys? A bunch of knights or something?
He should go ahead and start making arrangements now.
No, see, Master Work.
I'm going to send them the bullet.
You mean Dan Mitchell?
I'm going to
send the bullet. I'm going to put a number 1 on it.
I'm going to start my own round table. I'm going to call it the Knights of the AFC East.
Well,
hey, Cole, what do you think? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? Besides you and probably Shake, with all due respect, no other Dolphin fan on this panel remember what the Buffalo Bills score was. But every Buffalo Bill in the world knows what that score was.
Fact. I ain't trying to remember.
What you talking about?
I forgot what the Buffalo Bills Miami Dolphins score was. I swear to God, I forgot.
Well, you know, it's funny, Big Nick. I forget in the respect. I tell people we haven't been blown out this season. Whenever I say that, I'm technically forgetting about that game too.
Yeah, but
remember, listen, you can't forget their Week 4 Super Bowl champs.
You're right.
Yeah,
so that is a memorable moment.
That's their Week 4 Super Bowl.
That is a memorable moment. And to the Dallas Cowboy fans, I like to apologize to you guys because the narrative is that you guys haven't beaten a team with a winning record either, and that is not true. You guys beat the Jets in Week 2 when they was 1-0.
No. Ain't there gonna be no apologizing? No. There is gonna be no apologizing to Dallas fans on this panel. Thank you very much.
When they were 1-0, so technically they did beat a team with a winning record.
Time them out.
Good. That's good though.
Yeah, based on the numbers, I guess you could say they beat them with a winning record. Yeah.
I'll apologize to Dallas fans the day Stephen A. Smith does. How about that?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's the Jets and the Cowboys for me. I don't care enough about the Patriots or the Bills. It's the Jets and the Cowboys for me.
The
I hate the
games you want.
Cowboys. I hate
It's
the
the
Cowboys
Patriots.
more than I hate
It's
the
the
Jets.
Patriots and 40. It's the 49ers and Patriots for me.
So you hate the 49ers more than you hate the Bills?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I hate
Oh,
Dallas more than I hate the Bills.
Why?
I
Because you
hate
couldn't
Dallas
beat
more than I hate the
To be honest with you,
49ers
it's Bills and Jets for me.
in the Super Bowl.
It's definitely 49. It used to be the Raiders at some point, but then I kind of gotten over the Raiders.
It's
No,
Jets
For
and
a while,
Dallas
they used
for
to hate
me.
the Raiders too. Jets and
it,
Dallas.
Yeah.
it's Bills
Yeah.
and Jets. It's Bills and Jets
Yes.
for me also.
Niners and Patriots, man. Oh.
No, I take that back. It's Bill and the old Washington Redskins because John Riggins messed up our Super Bowl.
How can you not hate the Jets, Mr. Polk? I don't understand that. We supposed to hate the
Look,
Jets.
the-
Our
Because
generation.
Joe Namath had his Super Bowl when he beat Marino in the shootout. That was the only thing they got going for him. That was it.
Well, see, you don't I don't hate the Jets. I pity the Jets. That's the difference.
No, I hate
like
them.
the fools.
You
I
pity
pity the
the
Jets,
Jets? Damn.
but I hate the
There's no
Bills
pity.
and the
There's
Washington
no pity in
Redskins.
my heart for the Jets. I
You
hate
said
them.
Wow.
damn, Jake, you said you
I'll
pity
tell you
for him?
what. If you sat in our stadium at Adjusters when we're playing the Jesters, there's a lot of hate to be had there. Them is some nasty fans,
Listen,
man.
the
Woo.
Jets are the type of, like, if Jets was a person, they in school they're the kids that they couldn't get they had the round scissors. They couldn't get the
Oh.
round scissors.
Stop taking food from people. You got your own stuff.
So that's you know what I mean.
Throw it away.
Yep.
That's the Jets right there. They used to run with. They had to give them the round scissors.
And in basketball, it's
No,
the Knicks in Boston.
Oh, I hate the Knicks. Three franchises I
That's
hate
the
the
Knicks
most
in
is the
Boston?
Bills and the Knicks.
Yeah.
I
It's
hate
the,
the Knicks.
it's the Lakers and Rockets for me.
I hate the Knicks. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I hate the Knicks. It's so petty. It's so petty why I hate the Knicks and the Jets. Really, it really is petty. It's because I'm from South Florida and I grew up in the 80s, and during that time we hated New York, period. And that's just something that
Still
went
do.
with me.
All the New York
You know what I mean?
teams.
So I can never
Still
root for
do.
those teams, and I develop a hate for them. So that's why I hate them. But Boston, I
For
hate
the
Boston
Knicks,
because
what about
the
the
Heat.
Nets?
No, I don't. They wasn't. No, New Jersey.
Yeah.
But that's
They
why I
was
don't hate. That's why I don't hate Buffalo as much as I hate the Jets, because Buffalo, even though it's in New York, they're not called the New York Bills. They're called the New York Jets, and that's what I hate.
all right.
To this
Yeah,
day,
covers
to
New
this
York
day, I've
Bills,
never
right.
been to New York.
Even
I've
though
never
they're
been
the
to New
only
York to this
team
day.
geographically that plays in New York.
Yep.
They're
The
even
They're the only
embarrassed
only
to
team
be.
geographically that plays there.
Buffalo's
Yeah,
even
but
embarrassed to be in New York. They're the only team in New York that doesn't have New York in front of it.
Right, but they actually in New
dude,
York.
that's not a joke.
Right.
man, y'all roughing
Right.
it up.
It's crazy.
Y'all rust today, man. Good
But
grief.
that's the only reason. That's the only reason why I hate all things New York, because in the 80s there was a real hatred between New York and Florida, especially South Florida. I can't speak
That's
for the
because
rest
they
of Florida,
always come
especially South
down
Florida.
here. They always come here.
Yeah. No, there was a hatred.
We got
I
an
mean,
owner. We got an owner from New York.
Yes.
That's right.
Actually, he's
Sure
from
do.
Michigan.
That's
That's
Actually,
why we hate them.
we
he's
didn't
from
like
Michigan.
the Jets
Actually,
just because
and
you
you know
know
what?
Cam
He
Newton
grew.
was
You know what?
was
It's coming soon. I'm going to be doing a biography on Stephen Ross.
maybe it was New England.
He grew up in. He was born and raised in Detroit, but he grew up. He spent a lot of time in Miami. Growing up, Stephen Ross. He grew up in Miami. As a matter of fact, he went before he went to Michigan. He went to Florida. He was a Florida Gator before he was a Michigan man.
Yeah.
Best thing about him.
Mm-hmm.
All
The
his
only
businesses
thing,
originated from New York. Or a good chunk
the
of
only
them,
thing
right?
that I ever loved from New York was Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Did he come
Yeah.
from New York? Okay.
Like
New
I
York,
wasn't,
New York got some good pizza.
I wasn't a big
Yeah.
Run DMC fan. I still to this day don't like Big Daddy Kane.
Walk this way.
I definitely don't like Big Daddy Kane because during that time he was the hottest thing out of New York. He was the hottest thing out of New York. He was all over MTV every day. Just Big Daddy Kane, Big Daddy Kane, Big Daddy. I hated that man.
I hated that. Talking about Big Nick, that man was cool, man. He was cool dude. Nice haircut and everything.
Yeah, he was cool.
He was from New York. He was from New York during the wrong time. I'm sorry.
You was not playing.
I was not playing. Like look, seriously.
So how
I'm
you
53 years old. I can laugh about this now. But in 1987, in my city, the school board mandated that all high top fades had to be cut off their heads because we were fighting every day. They knew it was a New York, Florida thing, and they made them boys cut their high top fades.
Wow.
Shit, I remember
like
first time a black guy ever helped me in a fight was against a New Yorker, and he even said it was because he was from New York. We messed him up too. We fucked him up. Fuck New York,
man.
So and then you guys don't notice the biasness I have against New York. When I complain about the state of my teams, I always say because all the main offices are in New York. The NBA main office in New York, the NFL offices in New York, Major League Baseball in New York. That's why they got beef with them. That's why the Miami Heat hasn't had an All-Star game at this arena.
But that's also how come they hate the Dolphins so bad.
Hey, by the way,
Right.
they actually they did have an all-star. I was in middle school when they
At
had
the old
all-star game
arena.
in Miami.
In overtime.
That was American Airlines.
By the way,
Arena.
update on the
that wasn't
info,
American.
Big Nick.
That was in
Update on
overtime.
Big Nick.
That was
Update on your
overtime.
info. Update on your info. The NFL headquarters is now in Los Angeles in SoFi Stadium.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I
They did
get
move it because that's when they got the Super Bowl that same year. Yeah, that's right.
Hey,
Well,
since I
that's why the
got
NFL was helping Stan Kroenke fuck over the city of St. Louis to get it there because they wanted that palace to be built because they wanted that because that's where they were moving their headquarters to.
Yeah, and plus they got it inside the stadium. I think part of their offices is in SoFi Stadium.
Hey, now here's a conspiracy for you. Ironically, doing the move from New York to LA, the Miami Dolphins is now one of the best teams in the NFL. How is that for a conspiracy?
We are because we are good. We're not getting the handouts from the refs like some
Paul
of these.
Tagliabue.
That's
like Philly.
Waiting to get back to the Super Bowl. God damn.
That's so
really?
good.
Do you know what the last score was of the last Super Bowl they was in? Do you really think they want to get back?
Yeah.
That should have been us in that Super Bowl. That's the reason why they got blown away. They were the wrong team representing the conference, so they got wiped out.
There you
Every
go.
time it's the wrong team representing the conference, it's a bad matchup.
The war.
I can't co-sign that, Crypto, because that was a game where Thurman Thomas and the screen pass beat us by themselves.
Man, don't mention that name.
Yeah, but they
Thurman
did.
Thomas. Good.
But they shouldn't have won that game. We was at home.
No, we was in Buffalo.
I'm talking about when we won the AFC championship. We lost the AFC championship game.
Okay, yeah, that was the one. Yeah, they beat us with one play.
Yeah,
One
but still,
play.
they beat us on the road though. We should have been hosting the Super Bowl that year.
We should have been able to stop a goddamn screen pass.
Well, that's Tom Alvardady's fault.
The Army needed a game.
Yeah. Now you guys want to talk about how loyal. You guys want to talk about how loyal Stephen Ross is for holding on to Philbin and Sperano as long as he did. What about Shula holding on to Oliver Dottie?
Yeah, he was too loyal. Way too loyal. They just didn't believe in turning over guys. That's the problem. It was like a curse. They didn't like firing people. But you know, they didn't like firing guys.
Yeah.
Gary Stevenson, yeah.
Didn't he wind up? Was he the OC for Jimmy? Who was the OC for Jimmy?
Jimmy
Was it Garrett
Johnson.
Stevenson?
No, then he have. I think
Oh,
he had
Noah
it for
Turner,
1
Noah
year or
Turner,
Noah
Noah
Turner.
Turner. Yeah,
Noah
Noah
Turner
Turner.
was
Yeah,
in.
Noah Turner.
He brought on North.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
he was from that
He
Garrett
brought in a
Stevenson.
good chunk of his salary.
North
He
Dave
also had
Armstead.
another guy. God, I can't think of his name.
Because he had one stud in North Turner. He bought them from Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he bought him from
Yeah.
UM. He bought him
And
from
one
UM.
and one stat brought in Ricky Williams.
And Wiki Williams, yeah. He brought
Yeah,
in a lot of those guys from Texas, man.
No, listen. He bought him from the University of Miami. Those Dave Wannstedt was a defensive coordinator at UM, and Noah Turner was offensive coordinator at UM.
But he was also a defensive coordinator for the Cowboys too.
Yeah, so he's also a big cowboy.
And Dave Armstead.
Yeah. When did Saban be coach? When was Saban a coach?
Saban was under. He started under Parcells.
Wasn't it like 2004? I
Saban
want to
was,
say 2003.
2003.
Well, it was before.
He
It was
wasn't very
before.
good.
I think
I know he
Saban
didn't
was more.
last
He was
long.
pressured to leave though. College.
Saban came after the
he didn't last
Saban.
long
Ronnie
for
Brown was his
Dolphins.
first pick. Ronnie Brown was his first pick. Saban.
That's right.
So what up?
Oh, that's who put Ronnie Brown?
Yeah, number 2 overall, because we was 2 and 14 the previous year under. That's the year Ricky quit.
Right. Out of LSU,
Well, he
because
would have
he
known
came out.
him from the SEC. You know, he would have watched him or played against him with the SEC.
Well, both his draft picks. Well, he wasn't in the SEC then, but both his draft picks, ironically, were SEC. It was Ronnie Brown, and then it was what was the name? Jason, the safety from Clemson. We picked him in the first round.
Yeah.
Clemson's not SEC though. Clemson's
he was,
SEC.
and also Jason Allen. No, is it Jason Allen?
No.
Yeah, Jason Allen. Jason Allen was our first round pick the year after we got Ronnie Brown. We got Jason Allen next, and I'll never forget because I made a song.
Aaron Rodgers.
I made a song. Cam Cameron was the. I made a song a couple of years later. Jason Allen was still on the team after Nick Saban left. Cam Cameron became the coach, and we had a guy named Cameron Worrell, who was a special teamer off the street, and he wound up starting at safety over our first round draft pick the year before.
Who was that guy from UPS?
But you know the thing that surprised me is that we picked Ronnie Brown over Cadillac Williams.
And he had a better career than Cadillac Williams.
You think so?
He did. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cadillac ended up getting hurt like
No, I'm talking about as far as college go.
Oh,
well, but they were on the same team and they were 1 and 2.
And the only reason Cadillac started because of the type of offense they ran, he was the faster back, technically, but Ronnie Brown ran the 4-3. So, but Cadillac was fast, and but Ronnie Brown closed out the games. Ronnie Brown had more yards than Cadillac.
But the problem with that Ronnie Brown pick, he wasn't a franchise quarterback, and franchise quarterback got picked by Green Bay that same draft.
Who?
Rodgers.
Who went number 1 that year? Before Ronnie?
Smith.
Aaron Rodgers was still the pick
Alex
to be
Smith?
made, bro, to be honest.
Oh, that was San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco picked Smith.
Yeah, then Ronnie Brown. And I think Cadillac went number 5.
We grabbed. And then that's when the Rodgers fall began right after we passed up on him.
But yeah, Ronnie Brown had a 2 or 3 year span where he was a top 10, top 7 running back.
Oh, he did. Ronnie Brown was a good player.
He was Saquon Barkley.
He never
He
got
was Saquon Barkley before Saquon Barkley.
Yes,
Like
late night
Williams, right,
XL will
Ricky
be
Williams.
9:30 tonight.
Oh, good, Ali. I'm glad.
What happened at 9:30?
It's been a while.
I missed that part.
Club
What
is
you say,
opening
Ali?
up. That's what's going on. We're opening up
Club
Club
XL
XL
at 9:30 tonight.
If you show up
you
early,
said
you'll
club.
win
Okay.
VIP style.
You know Ronnie Brown bigger than Ricky Williams, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Ali,
yeah,
you're going to be
yeah.
open up
Right
9:30.
on that. Right on that,
only,
Big Nick.
only in physical stature, not
Yeah.
playability.
Right.
Right.
Probably physically, right.
But that's the reason why I fell in love with Ronnie Brown too. A 6'2" running back on the Dolphins. Oh shit.
No, he was number Abdul Jabbar 2.0.
Hell no, stop that. Don't do that to Ronnie. Don't do that to
That's what he
Ronnie.
was.
Don't do that to
Big
Ronnie,
tall
man. Come
running
on,
back
man.
with no balance.
Ronnie Brown got to be the fourth best running back in Dolphin history.
Four?
That was Abdul
I
Jabbar
don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yeah, the problem is he's Big Nick. The problem is he's also the fourth best quarterback we've ever had.
Right, exactly.
That was the ugliest left hand I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that left hand was crazy.
Yeah, but him
he
and
threw those little out passes.
He was the first non-throwing quarterback in the league. So
yeah, but him and
if Ronnie Brown,
that's
if
true.
Ronnie Brown
He
got
is
to
the
that,
first one.
if Ronnie Brown got past some linebackers, y'all can stop running.
no, but him and Ricky Williams did that Wildcat real good though.
Michael K, I've actually been around, bro. I've already addressed that like last week. I've been around quite a bit. The only reason I was out for the last 2 days is because I had food poisoning.
Shit.
Yeah, dude, it sucked, bro. I don't wish that upon anybody, even my worst enemies. Bro. It was pretty bad.
It's really bad.
Ali, I had food poisoning before, man. Believe you me, I know what that's like. That's terrible.
You know what's crazy
I got a
about
question
stomach
for the
pain?
panel, though, for real, since we're speaking to a Buffalo Bill fan here in the chat.
You know what's crazy about stomach pain? Stomach pain really isn't pain. It's really just a void in your body that's making you miserable as shit.
Okay. I have a question for the panel, though. I do want everyone to answer this because I asked this question late last night on the 10-hour marathon we were on. But I gotta see what your guys' answers are. So we're Dolphin fans, and I rarely root for other teams, right? But this Chiefs versus Buffalo game is significant in different ways, right? At one half, if the Chiefs win, that puts us in prime position by the Jets game. Hypothetically, if we beat Tennessee and we beat the Jets, we win the division, right? That's one half the scale.
Wait a minute.
The other
Can
half
you
of the
say that
scale
again?
is hold
Ali?
on.
I want to ask you what you said again.
Oh, okay.
If
I'm sorry.
the-
Let me
if the-
repeat. Yeah, let me repeat. So the Chiefs and Buffalo game is significant on both sides of the scale. There's two different sides to this. In one half, if the Chiefs win and we win against Tennessee and we beat the Jets the following week, we win the division, right? Instantly. There's no coming back. Nobody else can take the division from us. On the other side of the scale, if Buffalo wins, that keeps our prime hold of the top of the AFC intact. What is more important to you? Because I'm just before anybody answers, I wanted to go first. Everybody knows I hate Buffalo Bills more than anything else next to the team up north on the college side. But in pros, I hate Buffalo more than anything. I hate them so bad that there's that Dak Prescott funny commercial that's going around where he's talking about talking shit and how you can send a container of shit to your favorite team or to your team. I would send my shit to Buffalo, legitly, if I had the opportunity, right? But I love a Lombardi that much more. I would love the Lombardi trophy that much more. And I'm looking at it in the sense of what is the best way for my team to get there? Do I want to buy or do I care more about the division? It's a hard, tough choice. But I'm going to say, as much as I hate the Buffalo Bills, I'm not going to give in to my hate. I'm going to give in to what I love, and that's the Lombardi. And I kind of have to root for the Buffalo Bills in that aspect. What do you guys think?
You explained it perfectly the way I see it, Ali. That's exactly the way I see it.
Crypto got it. Go ahead, Crypto.
Hold on, Color. Before you do, I just want to. I rooted for the Buffalo Bills last year, right? and I have actual footage of me after me rooting for the Buffalo Bills. This is actual footage of me rooting for the Buffaloes.
Yeah, man, that's how I feel inside about it. But then again,
No, I'm not rooting for the Bills. I don't care.
What is worse?
So Crypto hit the button first. Go ahead, Crypto. I want to follow up, Crypto. Go ahead, bud.
And I go after you, Color.
Yeah.
And I even I want everybody to answer. So go around. Yeah,
Cool.
Go around.
Yeah, that's the way you draw it up and laid it out exactly the way I see it as far as that, because I'm thinking that the inevitable is going to happen anyway, that we're going to win the division, and by a combination of winning 3 more of our last 5 games anyways. So I would say try to give yourself an insurance policy of Kansas City losing an extra game, just in case you do slip up one. You will still be 1 game ahead of them, even if they lose. If the Bills were to beat them, you give yourself the extra insurance policy of losing a game down the stretch, and you will still be the number 1 seed. So the number 1 seed is more important. I think the division, by definition, is already locked up because we're going to win at least 3 more games. So I would say the Bills need to win this game.
And the Bills have to play Dallas still too, so they still have another chance to lose.
Exactly.
You all set, Crypto?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So Ali, first of all, Ali, the good news is because Kansas City made a critical mistake by losing to the Packers. Mm-hmm. You can, if you want to, root for the Chiefs this week. If you wanted to. That's the great thing about our position is all we have to do is win. So, but if you wanted, like Crypto's saying, to say, hey, yeah, insurance policy, even more, then yeah, it's so in the cards for, I've already called the division for the Dolphins. Color Commentary has already officially made his call that the Miami Dolphins have won the AFC East. So I'm not concerned about that. But here's the thing that we all have to consider, and I've been saying it all week. We're in the driver's seat, which means that if you wanted to, you could go to the beach Sunday and not watch a single freaking game, right? It don't matter. We just got to win. But if you wanted to scoreboard watch and you wanted to say what could help us, then obviously the Chiefs losing, the Jaguars losing, and the Ravens losing would help us. And I even started to think about it even deeper because, we could very well slip up and make a mistake. Kansas City already has, but we don't want to take that chance. We want Kansas City to lose again. That way, if something crazy does happen, what I mean is by Kansas City losing, it guarantees that our 12-5 projected record will win the top seed. Okay, and here's the thing: if you wanted to scoreboard watch, this is what I would suggest: scoreboard watch the Ravens against the Rams, which is winnable for the Rams. The Browns are playing the Jags. That's winnable for them. And the Chiefs are playing the Bills. That's winnable for the Bills. If those 3 teams lose this week, which we've already had success as Miami fans this season in needing other teams to do their thing, and we're like, oh yeah, we're celebrating on Sunday night, and we didn't even on our bye week because everybody that we needed to lose lost, right? So we've already enjoyed that a couple times, right? If that happens this week, we could literally not even play the game Monday night and still be in the exact same position we're in right now.
All right.
So they got to keep up too. We're the ones in the driver's seat. If those 3 teams lose, we can walk out on the field Monday night against the Titans and do literally nothing if we wanted to. Now, I wouldn't suggest that. I would say beat the Titans, and now you got a game and a half, 2 games on everybody in the field.
All right, so here's my thoughts. And to piggyback off of your hatred for the Bills, right, Ali, my hatred for the New York Jets is this. I don't wish their plane was to fall out of this. Anyway, let's move on.
I know where you were going with that, Big Dick. It'll be left unsaid, but yeah.
You understand how like the Eagles and Cowboys fans hate each other, right? that's how I hate the Buffalo Bills team itself. You know, I mean, some of the fans I can rock with, but I really hate the team more than anything. So that's why it like hurts inside for me to like even want to root for them. So I kind of have to like make a decision. Do I root for them because I want the Lombardi more, or do I just want to beat them and just win this division and shove it in their face? What's more important to me? And that's why I posed the question.
So to me, it's a given. The Miami Dolphins are going to win the division. That's a given, right? So this is my perfect scenario that I would love to happen to play out. I would love for Buffalo Bills to win 4 straight games, to be at 10-6, and the Dolphins have already wrapped up the division, and they need to win the game in order to get into the playoffs. And they got to play the Miami Dolphins at home in the last game of the season, while the Miami Dolphins are still fighting for the AFC lead, the number 1 seed.
Right. So we force them not to play.
So we can send their ass home. We can send their ass home,
That's
and
the perfect scenario.
48-20 won't mean shit.
That would be a beautiful scenario.
I want Buffalo to win every game.
If we locked up the top seed by keeping Buffalo out, that'd be great.
Yep.
Right. But we've already won the division, but they need that game to get into the playoffs.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't want to sweat that far for the top seed, Big Nick, but I feel your role, though. You know what I mean? Like, I can definitely feel that, man.
That's what I want to happen.
That's even a better picture there, Big Nick. To be eliminating them. Go ahead.
Right. Well, and the reason I say that scenario will work out, I know what they'll say. Well, yeah, we'll just get in. Hell, no, you won't, because the Miami Dolphins will still be fighting for that number 1 seed. So guess what? QB1 gonna play the whole damn game. Ramsey gonna play the whole game.
Exactly.
Ironically, Big Nick, I did find a pathway when I was playing with the playoff machine. I did find a pathway to where us beating the Ravens in Week 17 could hand the Browns the division lead in the North.
Well, I don't listen. If we get the number 1 seed, I don't give a shit who gets the other seeds, because the Miami Dolphins, as of right now, I believe is 19 out of the last.
I just thought it was interesting that everybody assumes that doesn't pay attention to all the divisions, probably assumes that the Ravens are a shoe-in and that the Browns, Bengals, and everybody else are out of it, when in fact there's a pathway where the Dolphins beating the Ravens could hand the Browns the division.
And we'll love that, because we want every team we can get without a quarterback to get into the playoffs.
That was also my angle as well. Path of least resistance is what it's called, Big Nick.
Right, because if the Browns sneak in and win the division, likely that means the Ravens would probably drop all the way to the 7th, which means they're playing the top seed in wild card round. They're playing number 2 in the wild card round.
In the wild card, yeah,
they wouldn't drop to the 7th. They wouldn't drop to the 7th because they won't drop to the 7th because they have a much better divisional record, conference record.
Well, yeah, but a lot of times when another division opponent sneaks in with a bad record, a lot of times it creates a scenario where that top leader is either the division lead or the 7th seed. You know what I mean?
They can't get it. They can't get it because they have a much better right now conference record than the Bills do.
Right.
Yeah, they have to lose a lot of games to get to all the way to 7.
I don't know, though. It just depends, because remember, 1 through 4 is all division winners. So if the Browns were to sneak in, but hold on, if the Browns were to sneak in, it's likely it's because the Ravens do drop a couple games, which means that they could fall from the 4th seed. They could fall from the 4th seed to the 7th by not winning the division, is what I'm saying.
But that means the Bills didn't get in.
Well, I'm assuming the Bills ain't in anyway, bro. They only got a 25% chance to make the playoffs.
No, I think they're number 14 right now in the
Dude, go look at ESPN's projections. They have a 25% chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah, they're the lowest team to actually have a chance of getting in, to be honest.
I just need them to be 10-6. I just need them to be 10-6 on week 18.
I don't even. I mean, they got to win out and need help.
Percentage.
I don't even want them to win 10 games.
I go along with
getting the 10-6, other teams can be losing at the same time.
But the Bills got to get the 10-7 and need help.
Yeah, all those other teams in front of them play each other, though. I think.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Shake, what's going on?
I'd rather go with
Also,
the Bills getting if it's gonna get us a Lombardi, I'd rather go ahead with the cows on steroids. So that's
yeah, that's good.
We got to beat the Ravens. Our pathway to the top seed is
Yeah, we gotta
likely
beat them.
defeating the
go through
Ravens.
the
We
Guys,
just have
we're
to do it.
3-1. We're 3-1 the last 4 games against the Ravens. Stop it.
Hey, I want to see Jacksonville beat or lose.
Oh,
Just
I'm not
because
saying I don't have faith,
I
Big
hate
Nick. I'm just saying
Jacksonville.
that's our key to the top seed. Honestly, that's our most definitive way to it is just beating the Ravens.
yeah, but ain't the Ravens playing a little better than they did last year, if I'm not mistaken?
So are we.
Well,
Yes.
they struggled when Mark Andrews went out. They struggled to put points on the Chargers last week. So I don't
Mark
know.
Andrews has about half of all the receiving touchdowns. He has 6 by himself. The rest of the team only has 8.
I keep forgetting they don't have that many good receivers. I keep forgetting about that. The Ravens don't have that many good receivers,
You know,
if
and
any.
They're more of a balanced team. They don't run heavy or pass heavy. They do both equally now.
And as we know, their defense, even though it's good, can be cracked. We
That's gonna
cracked
be
it
a snowman
ourselves in
game.
one quarter.
That's right.
That's gonna be a snowman game, man. That's gonna be his game because he's gonna pretty much spy Lamar the entire game, and we know our cornerbacks can stop. OBJ is not the same OBJ he used to be.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not.
rough. It's rough that we don't have JP though for that game because JP and Andrew Van Ginkel are the 2 key components to shutting down Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's
But
why you're gonna bring
that
down
doesn't
Javon
mean
Holland.
that doesn't mean that JPP can't do a sufficient job to contain that edge if Van Ginkel's flushing Lamar out to the edge. You know what I mean? So, hey, we'll see what happens.
Hey, here's a hot take.
Holland in the box.
Here's kind of a hot take. In the next 4 weeks, Ravens could be in the same position in the hunt, not necessarily in the lead anymore. They got 4 straight hard games, bro. The
I know.
Rams, it's not gonna be a
49ers, they got to
walk
play
in
the
the park.
Niners.
I wouldn't.
Hold on.
I wouldn't
They
count.
got
I hate
Jaguars,
to be the
they
bearer
got
of bad
Niners,
news.
they
I'm
got
not
the
counting
Dolphins.
any NFC team as a hard game against them.
Say
I'm
what?
just
Well,
not.
because they've
Until
proven to they have beat a lot of good NFC teams this year, and Lamar hasn't really. I don't think he's lost any to NFC teams or some shit.
Right, until those teams actually crack.
Crypto's got the evidence on his side in this one. I'm not saying I agree that he can't lose. I'm just saying that the evidence is on Crypto's side on this one.
I agree. I agree, but that defense in San Francisco is legit.
It's 18-1 against the NFC. That's what it is.
Without Mark Andrews, we're going to find out right away because obviously they're playing the NFC West because they play the Rams this week, and then they have to play the Niners, and I think they still got one against Seattle to go.
No,
what you
Ravens
saying,
have
Dalton?
no, not Seattle. Ravens have Rams, then Jaguars, then Niners, right? Then they have Dolphins and then Steelers.
So they've already played the other 2 in the West. Okay.
Yeah.
They played
Seattle already.
They got to get through the 2 toughest teams in the West, basically. Well, the Rams, I'd say lately they're getting back to form, so that's not a gimme. Especially without Mark Andrews. This game this week is not a gimme for them.
I think y'all overrating Andrews a little bit too much, though. That running back.
Dude, Andrews is his safety blanket.
I'm only going on the performance that they put down last week against the Chargers without him, bro. That's all I'm going on. So you're right. I only got a 1-game sample size.
So, Dolphin Winners, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I was going to go next. So my answer to that is I think we should just go ahead and control our own destiny and just win straight out. I am rooting for the Chiefs tomorrow. I'm never rooting for the fucking Bills.
So you going to the beach tomorrow then, Winners? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not even, what's the name? I'm rooting for the Chiefs. I'm never root for the Bills. I feel that we need to sit there and see them in their demise and see them get their ass bust tomorrow and sit there and be like, you know what? Let's handle our business on Monday night in front of America, in front of the world, and show them that, okay, we beat another team with a losing record, but guess what? That's an NFL football team over there that we have to compete against. We're going to compete up against them. Like I said, Minshew last week put up numbers. Both receivers for the Indianapolis Colts had over 100 yards receiving last week on this defense that we're going against. If they got over 100 yards apiece on that defense, what do you think Tyreek and Waddle and those guys are going to do on Monday night against that defense?
Right. And to be honest with you, I watched the Vrabel's press conference with Shake the other day, and I'd like Shake to chime in on his opinion. But my opinion, it really feels like he's checked out, man. You know, like for this season, like he just seemed deflated, bro. Like he just was going through the motions to me.
Yeah.
Did you get that feeling, Shake, or is that just me?
Well, I think remember who his head coach was, and I think he just that's how he is. Probably.
So you think it's just stoicism?
Yeah,
I think he just got some mayonnaise stuck on his shoe, bro. Levis left it and stepped on the mayonnaise bottle by accident. I think that's what happened.
That's funny.
That would be something Bill
But no,
Belichick.
Dolphin winners, I appreciate your honesty with that. Yeah, it's kind of hard because I want both, but I do kind of agree. I think the better path is make our own story and go ahead, win out, and then you can shut all the doubts out. No worries, no asterisk marks or anything. I do respect that, and I kind of feel you're kind of right. It's that much closer to the Lombardi Trophy. That's the only reason why I question it. That's
I hear you.
Yeah. Right, Ali.
Well,
That's why I said we're gonna win 3.
what I wasn't positive on, Ollie, was you were saying the AFC. I wasn't sure. So you were saying that if Buffalo loses to Kansas City, then we win the AFC East. It's
No. Our magic number becomes okay. Supposing we take care of business Monday night, okay.
Yes.
If the Bills lose to the Chiefs, then our magic number becomes 1. We have to win 1 game, or the Bills have to lose 1, whichever happens first, and we clinch the division. Which means that a win against the Jets will clinch our division for us, no matter what the Bills do.
Okay.
If the Bills don't lose, then our magic number is right now 3. We have to get to 12 wins. So if the Bills don't lose and we beat Tennessee, our magic number will be 2. That means we got to get 2 wins no matter what the hell the Bills do.
You mean to have the number 1 seed?
No, to clinch the division. So if the Bills don't lose, okay, until we get to 12 wins, then we'll clinch against Dallas in our 12th win, if that's our 12th win. If the Bills lose, then we can clinch against the Jets.
Yeah, but the other caveat to this is, and this was the one I was questioning, was by having the Bills beat the Chiefs, that adds insurance to hold on to the number 1 spot.
Correct. And if we win, our magic number is 3 no matter what the Bills do. So if we beat Tennessee, even if the Bills win, our magic number becomes 2. So the only thing that the Bills determines is whether we clinch by getting to 11 wins or 12 wins, whichever it is. If the Bills don't lose, then 12 wins is our clinch.
But also too, one thing you got to forget too is let's say, for instance, the Bills do win. You also got to hope for in that scenario. You also got to root for the Rams too, because even if we lose, then the Ravens get the number 1 seed.
Correct. That's what I was saying. If the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Jags all lose Sunday, you ain't even got to watch Monday night because we're in the same situation we are right now as we have this conversation. Nothing changes, in other words. If those 3 teams loses, nothing changes.
No.
But just 1 week gone off the books, and we're 1 week closer.
Exactly. 1 week closer to that wave function collapsing.
And honestly, I'm kind of like winners in the fact that I like the fact that everything is in our own hands, and we can, as long as we execute and do our thing, we control how it's going to go for us. I like that. And and
that's great to be a mindset to be in. And I'm just pointing out to everybody that if you're in that mindset, if that's the mindset you choose, which that's the mindset I choose, then you literally don't have any scoreboard watching to do, because winning is all we got to do.
Right. Well, I mean, and for me, as far as the words are wrong. Rooting for, no, I mean, it's who do I hate more that moment? You know what I mean? The lesser of the two evils. Who do I want to lose?
Hey,
I,
if you're all about us winning to do our thing, then go with your feelings and root against the Bills. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm not going to care which way this game ends. It still benefits us. It just
does
benefits
benefit
us
us.
more if KC loses.
Right. Right. Yeah. And I mean, that would be great. I've learned to hate them a lot recently. But I'm like winners. I just want us to win. I like we're in this position. You know, we've worked hard to get here. This team looks so good. I think we are going to win out. I honestly believe that. And week 3, week 4, we couldn't say that. We couldn't even say that with the wins we had, but how we played as well. But looking what this team is doing, there is nothing keeping us from doing whatever we want. And it don't even have to be pretty. These people with this
And think about this: we
narrative,
haven't even had the the Denzel, oh, you think you can do this to me moment. We haven't even had that moment yet.
no,
Like where it's like, oh, we should win this game, but oh my God, it's the fourth quarter and we're still down, and everybody's like, no, we ain't gonna let this happen, and we come back and win. You know what I mean? Like that hasn't even happened to us yet.
no. And I honestly, the whole thing, people talking about we haven't won anybody a winning record, that honestly, I'm so tired of hearing it because it doesn't make any sense. Look at the NFL. Look what's going on. If you don't understand what's going on with the NFL, I get the fact that you keep repeating that, but it's not so. It's not even a thing that makes any sense now because those so-called bad teams have beat the so-called great teams. This is not, a season where it's like, okay, there's pure dominance in this area and pure, horrible teams in that area. It's not like that. You know, everybody is one. So I think I would love to see. Oh, she had a bunch of little babies. Oh, there was a wild hog on the side of the road, and I mean, she must have had 10 little babies. It was cute. Anyways, I would love to see, Barfalo
10
lose
little
because I
pieces of
hate
bacon.
them so bad. But anyways, that's what I think. Squirrel.
Well, again, I will say that with our roster and our coaching staff, we we are in the driver's seat, and I mean it's up to us to like I said, go in the right direction and head for the how you say head for the goal.
Oh
And
yeah.
we got the like I said, we got the team to do it. The talent is there, the coaching is there, so it's up to us. But I'm with you on that, Pam. That I'm tired of hearing that the scenario that we can't beat the best team and this and that. Now, if it's facts of that, I can't really say. But my thing is, I'm looking at what we have uh, with our team, and I think we can do. Like I said, we're in control of our destiny. So I'm not going um go with the narrative, agree with some of the narratives that's being put on us out there. And then also too, we got to keep one thing in mind sometimes that we forget. Because we had the perfect season in 1972, that's going to always put a target on our back as far as the NFL and what have you. Going to always have that target on our back because of that perfect season until another team do it, if another team can do that, because it's
Right.
almost impossible.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that can't be done anymore. I mean, with the
It's too
way you
hard.
saw the Philly Dolphins game being refereed, yeah, I guess it could happen because you can gift a team a game apparently. So can you gift them 17 games? Probably, but it's so doubtful, right, Mr. Polk? Just so doubtful.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Folks, I'm getting out of here. I might join you guys later on tonight. You guys have a good evening and be safe in whatever y'all do. Peace, love, thumbs up.
Peace,
Peace
love,
out,
thumbs up.
peace
Bye,
out,
Dolphin
Dolphin
winners.
winners. Appreciate you, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up in about 10 minutes. Make it 3.5 hours. That way we I'm gonna do some things and then get
Some
ready for
round
the
numbers.
sale.
Yep. Get ready for the 9:30
Yeah,
show. Good charge up.
I'm doing my presentation so we could tag and trade Wilkins next year.
Yeah. You better hope we don't.
You better hope we do. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, we got to definitely keep AVG also.
He's got Shake Money's got a hearing problem. A
Shake
spoon
Money, what
problem
bowl
and a
game
hearing
does your
problem.
team have?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate
it. Oh my Lord. Big Spoon Award, I was spot on. I'm just saying. I gave it to the best one.
Yes, matter of fact, every time my girl talks to me, it's like every time she talks, I'm like, yes, I'll take another beer.
I'm sure she loves that. As we girls, we love that. Yes.
Yes.
Sound like Billy Carnes. Yeah. So Ali, I think that was a really good question. There's so many gazintas
But we
with
can
that
barely hear you,
question
John.
too.
You got to speak a little louder, John.
I can hear her. I can hear her. She
No, I'm talking about John.
Listen, at the end of the day, look, John, real quick before you go, I put it this way: if they went up to me tomorrow and says you got to root for if you root for the Bills tomorrow, the world will be saved. And I want to tell them, look, if I have to live in a world where I got to root for the Bills, I don't want to live.
That's right. Sorry, you're all gonna die.
I'm not living in that world. Sorry.
That's right. That's right. Priorities.
That'd be a great segue to one of those food packing commercials. You know what I mean? That they all like, where you get all the, monthly supplies of food for the apocalypse.
What I'm trying to say is John wanted to say something.
Like if you're faced with rooting for the Bills, get this food.
Yeah, that's right.
But hold on, John. Go ahead, John. John want to say something. Go ahead, John. Man, I appreciate you for coming up here all the time. Appreciate you, man. Go ahead. You're on mute.
John, you're muffled. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're muffled really bad.
Oh, I didn't know.
There you are.
Now you're perfect.
I'm perfect now. Okay. If the Bills win or the Chiefs win, it doesn't matter. But if the Bills do win, we have just one game we have to win, and to clinch it, like Color says, then can we win all the games? Because we made.
No, we lost you, John.
The rest of them for the Bills game. Okay. Can anybody hear me?
You feel
A little
you're
bit.
like a
Can you hear
mile
me?
away.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
I'm out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear you. My earbud went out.
Oh.
If you could hear me, that's good. And I'll quit. If the Bills win, we have one game left. We'll sit out people probably at the last game. I don't know who. And if we do, I don't know if we can win that game. If we can, that's great. But we'll have a clinch. But we won't have to worry about it. But I can barely hear you without that earbud, and it went out on me, I guess. Yeah, my earbud went out. Yeah, if we have it clenched, then we have it clenched. So, there's no biggie. Anyway, yeah, but out. So I'm kind of dead right now. So I'll say good night, or get my charged up again. All right.
All right, John.
You take care.
All right.
Ends up, bro.
Ends up, John.
But man. Yeah. Any final thoughts? I'm gonna wrap this up in 5 minutes, and we'll be back for late night XL at 9:30. Club XL.
Club XL. I have a feeling Pam will be exhaling Z's here more momentarily. I had 4 grandkids spend the night with me last night. I'm a little beat. Go figure.
Yep, just keep your peduncles down and your fins up. And
by the way, which of
That's right.
which of the grandkids is from the Cowboys fan?
3 of them. The oldest, the only girl, and the youngest.
You should go up to him and say, "Hey, bro,
Man.
I know you really want to support America's team, but you got to really support America's real team, and that's here down in South Beach."
Yeah.
When they're with their Mimi, they root for the Dolphins. I think maybe Shake Money was on one of the streams one time when they were there, and we were playing the Cheatriots, and they were rooting for the Dolphins. I mean, if they're around their Mimi, they always root for the Fins.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Cool.
And when we beat the crap out of them on Christmas Eve, it'll be like, all right, now what? And when we're the Super Bowl winners,
Hold on. Hey, if EM is gonna come up, I'll extend it for you, EM. If you come up, but if you don't come up,
come on,
I'll shut it down.
Yeah, the hell makes him so damn special.
Don't worry, EM. I got you. I put money on your books, man. They're gonna feed you pretty well inside.
Who's that EM guy? Where's he at?
Oh, that's funny.
Now EM always says that right when I'm about to close. Oh man, when it's getting good. But if EM come up real quick, there he goes. Here comes the Texas tornado.
There he is.
Shake, what's good?
Who's that? Carrie Von Eric?
Hey, by the way, EM, I'm surprised.
Salute.
Listen, I'm surprised the Rangers didn't get you yet.
Nah, man, that's why I wanted to come up, Shake, because I'm gonna be going to prison real soon, so I'm just trying to get as much stream time in as I can before I get locked up. So
I was gonna say, speaking of preppers.
So hey man, I don't want any, just don't forget EM, because I'll be going away for 20 years, and just don't forget about me, y'all.
Well, just let us know what your canteen code is so we know where to send the money, bro.
Yeah. If y'all can just spare a couple of dollars to put on my books every month, that'd be greatly appreciated.
There you go. There you go.
Absolutely.
I got you covered, man. I got you covered.
Oh, you ain't got to worry about that, Miss Pam.
I'll save all my. Hey, EM, I'll save all my shorts for you, bro, and send them in a package. You know what I mean?
Pam, you do not. That should be the least of your concern.
I'm just giving you a friendly reminder.
That's really appreciated.
I'll send you some cigarettes. I'll send you some cigarettes so you can use it for money in there.
I appreciate. Todd. Hey, man.
We gotta collect all. Yep. No, EM, I'm gonna collect all my shorts and send all my shorts to you, bro. So you got tobacco to roll up. You know what I mean?
Oh man, hey, I can barely. I'm gonna back out and come back in on my end. I can barely hear y'all. I'm gonna back out and come back in. All right. Hang on.
Hey, all right. Color, about what you all were saying earlier. I want Jacksonville to lose just because I want Jacksonville to lose. So I'm
now, why is that?
because I'm sick of the big mouths up here talking shit
Oh,
about how
I
good
got
they
you.
are.
He lives there. He
Oh,
got
I
to listen
got
to the
you.
media.
About how good
Jack
they are
Andrews
and how we
media.
haven't beaten anybody and how they'll drag us. I'm
Oh,
sick of
right.
that.
Yeah,
You know what
so
I'm
you're
Oh,
saying?
saying
okay. The
you're
Jacksonville
saying their
Warriors.
mouths are
To
as big
Florida.
as Trevor's forehead, huh?
Todd, don't be
I
Yeah.
got
afraid of.
I listen,
Don't
I
be
already
afraid
got
of
a
the NFL's. Hey, don't be afraid of NFL's smallest fan base, especially when it's really just Duval County.
Oh,
hey,
dude,
by
I'm
the
not
way,
gonna ask
No,
about
but
that.
Yeah,
I wear
hey,
my
by the way,
Dolphins
I
shirt
already got
every
a
Sunday.
content creator. I already got a content
Okay,
creator
Duval.
lined up if we meet in the playoffs to come on the show. So
Okay.
But hey, but that,
Oh,
but
you
yeah,
got
I'm
Roach gonna be able to?
but
I know
at
you
the
got
same
that St.
time,
Paul
color,
fan.
Roach.
I don't know how I'm gonna root for Buffalo and just do what Shake did with the shower with the thing full of bleach over my head afterwards.
There you
You know what
go.
I mean?
Your shower. Yeah, we got that shower.
You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna feel disgusting rooting for the Bills, but I do want them to win this one and then lose the rest. That's how it's gonna go. That's all. That's it. And then with Baltimore, I don't think Baltimore is going to be the same because his safety blanket was Andrews, and that was the one person he depended. He's like a, he's like what Kelsey is to Mahomes. That's what Andrews was
No,
to
they
him.
don't rely on that.
Well, consider
There's
this,
some
guys.
truth to that.
Hey,
They got a
Ali,
good
there
There's
was
some
quarterback.
truth to that.
Hey, considering
there
that
was
they
one.
have 8
Hold
touchdowns
on.
as a
You don't
team
know what that
and
running back
6
Todd,
for
what's his name
Andrews.
Humphreys do?
Todd, consider this for a second. And this is also for Ali's earlier question. There was one thing I forgot to mention. The Chiefs have very few opportunities left to lose. The Bills still have to play Dallas as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're going to root for the
Yeah.
Bills to beat the Chiefs, now's the time to do it because you can
Exactly.
they can still get put
Right, they
out by
still
the
play the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
You know what I
There you
mean?
go.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. And I
Is that a
actually
home
think
game for them,
Buffalo
color, or
has a
are they?
good chance.
That I'm not sure about, EM, but I believe it'll probably be in Buffalo because we got Dallas
Yeah.
at home too. So I'd imagine it'd be at home for them as well. But
Dallas is in Buffalo. It is.
okay. Now the
Oh,
Chiefs,
okay.
on the other hand, they've got the Raiders, the Chargers. They've got really bad teams left on their schedule.
$3.
And Buffalo, they already played the Ravens, correct? Yeah, they lost. Or yeah, they lost that game because didn't they play the Ravens earlier this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost. They lost
No.
that game.
No. They didn't have to play the
was the
Ravens.
second-
They had to play the
They
Bengals.
played the first place team in that. They played
Right, because that was the
Bengals.
one game division. Right.
Oh, okay.
Now the Ravens now
They
have
only
to
play
play
us 'cause we were
have to
both
play,
second place.
What was that?
and the Ravens still have to get through the Rams and the 49ers out of the NFC West.
Ridiculous.
The Ravens do?
One guy.
Yeah,
You know,
starting with the Rams this week.
Interesting.
So
I think what the worst team left on the Ravens schedule is Pittsburgh, isn't it?
they also
Well,
have
the
to
Ravens
play.
got the Ravens got to play the
Ironically,
Rams this week, and they got to
And
play the
Dallas
It's the best
49ers
team,
still.
and they remain
the 49ers,
outside of
yeah.
us. The best team got a chance of beating them.
And then on the Jaguars side of the fence, they got the Browns this week, and they got the Texans another time too.
And I don't know if Lawrence
No, they
is
done
playing
with the
because the
Texans.
word up here
They
is he
already
might
played them
not be
twice.
playing. Lawrence might not be playing this week.
Oh, it might have been Indy. I'm thinking about.
Really, Todd?
Yeah, he has
really?
a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, if he don't play, this will be the first game he missed
Telling
his
you,
whole career.
stars are aligning. So
But
I'm saying we
even-
just
I know,
gotta
right?
win. We just gotta win. That's all we gotta do.
100%.
Even if he does play, I don't see him being, 100%. Let alone maybe not even 60%.
And Cleveland has a defense.
Yes, absolutely.
And a quarterback,
actually,
that is much more serviceable in the AFC North than he was with the Jets. We'll have
And
to admit that.
I was going to say, actually, that quarterback looked
interesting to see
really
what Flacco can
good
do with that
the
offense.
other night. He looked good.
You talking about Cleveland? Pam, Miss Pam?
Yes.
Didn't they running back get hurt? Go down.
Interesting.
Was Hunt still there? Is Hunt still playing, or he got hurt?
No, you talking about Robert Hunt?
No.
No, we talking about
Kareem Hunt from the Browns.
My bad, Kareem Hunt. I'm not sure about that one.
I think
I don't
Cleveland's
know
the
about
most dangerous
Kareem.
team in the AFC North right now, to be honest with you, with Joe Flacco.
Yeah, and when you
Yeah,
look
because they
at
got defense that plays well.
Now I will say there might be another team taking over for Jacksonville very shortly, and that's if he can't play for a couple games. You look at the Texans; they got the Jets now. The Texans might be a team we're going to be looking at.
Yeah,
now the
Jets pretty much
Texans to
checked
me,
out.
the Texans and the Jags were two teams that I thought, everybody better pay attention. But with Sunshine getting his little self hurt, I'm thinking the Jags aren't going to be all that unless that was, nothing. But the Texans with Stroud, and they got Pierce back, their running
Yeah,
back.
Pierce back now.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, they
back
got the running
now.
game back.
That's a bad
Yep.
boy there.
Yeah, it's a bad
I
boy.
do want to admit
exactly.
to a little bit of bias on my Browns take, because there's a pathway where the Dolphins defeating the Ravens could hand the Browns the AFC North Division title. So I'm kind of like I want to see that happen. So I'm kind of like a little biased. Just saying.
The stars do.
That
They
would be
do.
something else.
Those stars color. They do seem to be like they are aligning, man.
And hey, EM, if we get the number 1 seed,
Right.
we'll have our weather, and then we go to a dome for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think if we get home field throughout, if we get the number 1 seed home field throughout, we're going to the Super Bowl. I do not think there's going to be a team in the AFC that's going to be able to come in our house and beat us. I do not see that. So hopefully they can win out, man.
Don't sell their tickets.
I got another question for EM real quick, and this is something we haven't really talked about since I've been up here. With the fact that Jerome Baker hit injured reserve today, do you think that do you think we really will bring him back after the 4 games, or do you think, and let alone because we're gonna have to bring him back, or if we do bring him back, it's going to mean someone else is not going to be brought back. Do you think that we're probably going to see a little bit more little pieces signed here and there to add more depth? That's my question.
Well, yeah, I do think Jerome Baker will be brought back at some point before the season. He's got the MCL strain. So that's kind of a, week to week type of issue, first and foremost. But
he'll be the last spot we have to bring back.
Yeah, and now in terms of somebody not being brought back, I think Isaiah Wynn is a prime candidate for that. I think I've heard quietly that he's done, right? Nobody really knows why they want to like make it official, but the word is in a lot of in a lot of circles that he's done. So, but Baker will be brought back because again, I mean, if you don't bring Baker back, and I think they signed Calvin Munson off the Patriots practice squad today, I believe.
Yeah.
And but I'm not expecting much from him. He's pretty much a core special teams guy. But yeah, Baker better be brought back because I'm telling you, listen, man. Now that Jalen Phillips is on IR and he's definitely not coming back.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you just said something that made me click something in my brain. You're saying this guy Munson is more of a special teams guy, right?
Yeah.
Could that indicate that they're about to move Cameron Good into more field action, seeing as he's been the one at special teams all year?
Very good point, brother. Very good point. That's a real possibility, bro.
What about Duke Riley?
Active last week too a lot.
Well, Duke is going to be the starter. I think he's going to assume that role until Baker comes back. But listen, I think Duke Riley is a good short-term solution, but long-term, you're talking about as we get further into the season and ultimately the postseason. I don't know about Duke being a long-term type of if Baker is not able to come back.
And just as a slight correction, the role that Good would be to provide relief for JPP because he's JP's backup originally.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But let me ask you this also. I saw somebody on the field last week I haven't seen all year. And it was garbage time, but I saw Tyndall on the field.
Tyndall.
Yeah, Tyndall, absolutely. Now, I would love for Tyndall to really step up and really assume a lot of that responsibility. But, man, considering what we've seen, his track record, his track record, man. I mean, that is very concerning for a 3rd round pick in in his second year, and he virtually getting honest. And it's not like he's playing behind all pros and David Long and Jerome Baker. I mean, they're good, solid players, but they're not. It's not Fred Warner and Jermaine Greenlaw back there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but if I'm a betting man, I'm not betting on Channing Tindall until proven otherwise. I'm not getting my hopes up and waiting on and forecasting anything from
No, I agree
Channing
with you.
Tindall.
I agree with you. I just thought it was interesting he was on the field.
I'm sorry, Shane. Go ahead, bro.
No. I said one thing I like about that we have Van Ginkel over. I like Phillips. Phillips is going to be a future star in the making. But as of now, I think Van Ginkel coverage game is a lot better than Phillips is, and that's going to add an extra element to this defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that.
But now that, 100%. But now that Jalen Phillips is on IR, well, I mean, you got Agba, you have other options that can kind of, step in and assume some of that responsibility. But Van Ginkel is you can make a legitimate case that he might be the best pure pass rusher on the roster. So you definitely don't want to be in a situation where you're limiting.
Like it.
You don't want to be in
at Wisconsin.
You don't want to, especially now that Phillips is gone, you don't want to be in a position where you're minimizing his impact. And we can all agree that he's definitely more impactful on the line than off the line. So I think Van Ginkel is going to obviously he's going to assume a lot of that, probably 90% of Jalen Phillips's responsibility. And then they're just going to have to kind of mix and match at that second level to kind of supplement things. And hopefully it works out until Jerome Baker comes back.
I think with the addition of JPP and getting a little more rolls in for Cameron Good, I think that's sufficient to provide relief to get Van Ginkel back in the middle whenever we need to. You know what I mean?
That brings a question.
I think that is a possibility, but I just think he's so much more impactful on the line. You know what I mean?
I agree. I think that'll still be his primary role. But if we're in a package that requires him to be in the 100%. Middle. 100%. We've got plenty of options to fill that role for a minute,
And who knows if Emmanuel Agba can kind of get back to his, 2019, 2020 form. And I know a lot of people are down on Agba, right? Recently, a lot of the fan base. But you look at how productive he's been, considering the lack of snaps that he's gotten. I mean, he is, bro. If you're going by snap by snap basis, he's been extremely productive. Yeah, absolutely.
He looks a lot better. Yep.
I mean, listen, maybe if Agba did some Power Ranger celebrations, they'd take him more seriously.
I got a question for Ian.
Right.
So I have a question for somebody who. Sorry, go ahead.
Ian, what you think the problem is with Channing Tindall? Because I can't figure it out because
it's all. Well, from what I've heard quietly, it's all processing. He is everything you want from a size, height, weight, speed, athletic standpoint. His RAS score was off the charts, upper 1 percentile at his respective position. It's all processing, bro. It's like things are not just happening fast enough. It's kind of like the quarterback, being anticipatory, throwing the football. Well, a linebacker, it's basically the same thing. You have to anticipate, be in a position to consistently anticipate what the offense is doing and respond to the play. But unfortunately, from what I've been told, that it's just not happening. And you got to ask yourself, I mean, really, as athletic and as he is, for him to not be able to get in virtually any playing time and this issue that's plaguing him to be as consistent as it has been, think about that for a minute. I mean, he must be, and again, I don't want to put that out there about him because I would love for Channing Tindall to really step up and improve and become that guy of the future. Because if they're able to develop him, you marry his the mental aspect of it with his physical traits, he would be he potentially could be special. But he has just been an absolute train wreck to this point, bro. Which is why he's virtually got no playing time since they drafted him.
Yeah, I think with him being down, you might see a little bit more of Brandon Jones in the box, an extra safety.
I would love that, right? I would love that. If Brandon Jones, to be honest with you, if they and you know how McDaniel, he has shown that he loves like making conversions on the offensive end, like converting wide receivers to tight ends, converting tight ends to fullbacks, etc. I would love to see them have use Brandon Jones as an experiment put on an additional 10, 15 pounds, because I think if you look at his core, his foundational traits, right? Speed, his ability to process, how aggressive he is at the line of scrimmage, he's virtually our best blitzer, right? But what he does struggle with is coverage on the back end.
Shut up, Goof.
Shut it up. Jay,
the wheels of justice. The wheels of.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, I would love for them to take on Brandon Jones as an experiment and try to make that conversion from safety to linebacker. Again, that might be, a little far fetched, but
I didn't want him to do that all year.
I think he's from a processing standpoint. I think he has those traits to do that. He's just got to get stronger and add a little more weight.
You talking about outside or inside linebacker?
Hey, hold on, Jay. I'm gonna bring you back, but no. Keep it football.
Don't talk about the foolishness,
please.
Jay.
Thank you.
Because it's been nice up here.
No, you didn't keep it football at the start. The police got this. The wheels of justice take. It's finished.
Okay, listen.
EM's finished. It's going to take time. They've got his IP and DNS.
I'm waiting.
Wait. That's right, criminal. Wait and shut up.
I'm waiting.
Look, if I wanted you to talk, I'd rattle my fucking zipper. Shut up.
I'm waiting.
Suck my dick, Goof.
I'm waiting.
Shut up.
I'm waiting.
I'm relaxed, Jake.
How come you won't follow?
That's fine. I got him on tape. The police have it too.
Are you knocking on my door as well?
That's up to them.
Are you knocking on my door as well, Jay? Why don't you come? Why don't you?
They're community service that arrest people that break the law.
My question to you, Jay, is this, right? You stalked me.
I don't respond to questions from you. You're a criminal. You're a miscreant. You're going to prison.
Can I finish? Can you mute him real quick, Shake, real quick?
No, I'm not going to back and forth muting. I'll just leave.
I just got one question to this fucking clown, right? You've been stalking the shit out of me for about a year now, right? Look how sad that is. This is another man stalking another grown man on the internet, right? Yeah. Why don't you make that a reality? Why don't you start stalking me in real life, bro? So again, and all I told him was this, right? In terms of his, allegations that I threatened him, all I told him was this, bro. Like, if it's that serious with you, right? Because the way he moves, the way he's stalking and all of that, that is very serious behavior. So all I told him was that, bro, if it's really like that, obviously he's playing with fire. So he's sending a message to me that he wants to leave this world, because anybody like that approaches me or my family like that in real life, bro, it's going to escalate pretty quickly. So all I told him was that if he really wants to leave this world, I'll be more than happy to assist with that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no. Let's just continue the football talk.
Yeah, it was
Absolutely.
such a good conversation. I hate that something came in like that, because it was so good. And
so I'm waiting, Jay. But anyway, we can move on.
But I wanted to say about the Tyndall question. The thing about Tyndall is that I think if he's going to have an opportunity to get it together, it will be under this coaching staff. You know what I mean? Like this.
I would definitely agree with that, Ms. Pell. I would definitely agree with that. That's why another reason why I was so excited when they signed when they brought in Fangio. I was like, oh my God, his track record with linebackers is impeccable. So I thought that would have been huge for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think that if there's an opportunity for that young man to get it together, it's going to be on this team and with these coaches, and that would be amazing. But I also had a question about the IR situation, because I know we can only bring back so many, and I'm not sure if we have one or two more places, but
we actually have one. We have one because we brought back the running back. What was it, last week or the week before?
Talking about Chris Brooks.
Yep.
Come on, bro.
Or you talking about
he did.
the
Okay.
other
And that
running
knocked
back?
us down to 1.
Okay. Well, Chris Brooks was my concern because I wanted him to come back and I didn't want him to get left out. And of course, you know, we need our great players. So, you know, that this was a big deal. But so since we've already brought him back, then I feel much better now. Thanks for that.
No, I'm concerned about Chris Brooks because I hope we don't lose him because now look at the running back room. Because
By the way, Miss Pam, how have you been doing?
we have Jeff Wilson back also.
Yeah.
I'm doing
Wilson's
good.
getting a lot of time.
Thanks for asking.
But my thing with Chris Brooks is that he would be good on third downs and short situations and also in the red zone because of his size and his he has like a chip on his shoulder when it comes to running that ball. He runs kind of like Jay Ajayi, where you don't want to get in front of him once he
runs
gets
angry.
started.
That is
Exactly.
Mr. Polk, so true. Yep. I really like Chris Brooks, and I'm with you. I don't want to lose him. You know,
You know who'd be really good in that situation? Derrick Henry.
Dude, we got a fullback.
But unfortunately for Derrick Henry, he's not going to be good in that situation Monday because we got Deshaun Elliott.
I honestly think this is the week we get a shot.
Oh yeah. Deshaun Elliott didn't he ring his bell? He rung his bell, right?
Yeah, he's the one that stood him up in the hole.
Yeah.
And if you really think about it, has Derrick Henry really been the same in your eye test opinion since then, bro?
That's a very good point.
I mean, I don't know. It seems like he makes a lot more business decisions these days than he used to, man.
You know what? You know what? Speaking of Deshaun Elliott, that's a potential storyline that nobody is talking about, and I'm talking about coming up in the off season. He's an unrestricted free agent as well.
Yeah.
Well, if he stands Derrick Henry up on a 4th and 1, you might see him on this week's Hard Knocks.
Who's that other guy on the in the backfield that's what went out drafted and that we got us good
yeah.
And you know what? Speaking of apologies, people making an apology. You need to apologize. Well, people need to apologize to Deshaun Elliott because people were in their feelings just because he wanted.
That's right. That's right.
What happened now? What happened?
Big O didn't Big O call for him to be cut?
Yeah, he's a bubble guy.
Call for him to lose the job, right?
He sent a tweet saying Lamar Jackson come home or whatever, and everybody lost their mind.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep, it was that Deshaun Elliott.
That's hilarious. So tell you what, if Deshaun, so if we play their game right, and we conduct ourselves the way they do, if Deshaun Elliott makes the game-saving tackle to win the Super Bowl, does Big O get to come to the parade?
Exactly. Hey, you want to know something though? I've already done too many apologies with Jackson and Eichenberg. I'm done with apologies.
Big O's a clown anyway. He shouldn't be allowed to our celebrations anyway. He's so
Hey, Todd, you can thank Butch Berry for that.
Yeah, I know. And wait, I owe Butch Berry an apology too. I got to apologize to Butch Berry because I thought he was garbage at the University of Miami the one year I was watching the Kings with him there, and I wasn't happy. So I got to apologize to him too.
Man,
the Canes are garbage, so it's not Butch Berry's fault.
But the thing about that,
with a losing record,
man.
What'd you say, Miss Pam?
the thing about that is like Butch Berry and a whole bunch of these other players have found a place to be super successful, right? So maybe they were really good before and just didn't come out, or maybe they weren't that good because
Pamela,
they weren't in the situation.
Hold on, I want to piggyback on what Pamela's saying. So they were good. Maybe they were good before. Color and I both have shouted out stats over stats over stats that proved that they could perform. They just, at the times we needed it, they didn't necessarily bring it every time. All right. And now they're finally showing it more consistently. And that's something that we needed. And I do credit Butchberry for that. And I did mention last night that I made comments to what was it all the players were saying from the Broncos area, that he left Post-it notes and nobody liked him. Well, look at our offensive line. Everybody said we didn't have a prayer, and look at us now. We're performing.
Right?
And it's not that we couldn't perform. It wasn't that we didn't have the talent. It was we just didn't have the consistency that we wanted to say that we have, and now we show it. So that's the only difference.
Well, Ali, hey, I want to pose this question to you as well as the panel. But speaking of the O-line, we all know, like, we got so many people that that need contracts in the coming offseason, right? Is anybody surprised that Austin Jackson, they chose to prioritize him first? Because I think that was a clear message. I think that spoke volumes of what they think about him and how important moving forward and in the future he's going to be. So is anybody else surprised that they chose to prioritize him over Christian Wilkins, over Connor Williams, over Robert Hunt?
Kind of surprised they opened up the books in the middle of this. Well, I'm kind of surprised they opened up the books in the middle of the season, but I was kind of with Lewis in the whole thing, so I think that's the right decision to be made. So I'm not really surprised that they made it.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised at all.
Yeah,
And
I
you know
wasn't
what,
surprised on the
EM
position at all that we addressed. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I wasn't surprised on the position, like which side of the ball. Like I figured it would be the offensive line that would have gotten signed first over Christian Wilkins, because really Tua in our offense should remain priority. That's one of our strongest suits on this team. Not
100%.
Not taking anything away from the defense. I'm just saying. Plus, let's look at the deal that we basically got a starting right tackle that has performed as one of the better starters in this league this year at $6.9 million a year. That's a steal to me. I'll take it all day long.
Yeah. And maybe
110%.
that is part of the reason why, the level of the money, and for all we know, there could have been, thoughts given to him that you show us what we want, we're going to show you what we think about it. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's an incentive to continue to get that kind of play out of him as well. But Ali, I wanted to tell you on the comment we were saying about the players and the coaches getting the most out of them and that. So I wasn't specifically talking about just the players. I was also talking about the coaches. For example, Butch Berry, because sometimes as a coach or a teacher or whatever you are, you're not in the best position to bring out all your talents and do what you want to do because you're maybe hand tied over here, or, they don't believe you, don't let you do your thing. You just don't know. And McDaniel is one of the people that I put in that category because to me, when he was at San Fran as an OC, he's wanting to do all these different things. He's got all these ideas, right? And they're kind of, corralling him in, kind of holding him back to some degree because they didn't think that they needed to do all that or whatever their reasoning was. But look at how McDaniel is just blossoming. He is just coming into his own because he's now able to see what he's always wanted to do come to fruition. So I think that's true for the coaches. I think that's true for these players. And it's just a fantastic combination. It's like everything's lining up like we've been saying.
I agree.
Something too that I think like the fact that Austin Jackson, right, they got him for less than what I think he would have gotten if he would have hit the open market. And the fact that he signed that contract, and hopefully that will be, obviously the other players, I'm sure they monitored his situation as well. But the fact that he took less, I'm hoping a lot of other players pending free agents. They kind of, hopefully Tua included.
It's already starting, Ian. You're
Absolutely.
right.
So I hope you get a lot of these core players that they choose to prioritize. Hopefully they will take a page out of Austin Jackson's book. Look, the team stepped up. They wanted to invest in you in the future, and they obviously want to keep this team intact for as long as possible. Hopefully, and I do think, listen, I would not put it past Tua. Tua might have told them, gave them the okay. Well, look, I'm going to ask for this much. Maybe not break the bank and reset the market. We'll have additional money available to where you can sign core guys. Who knows? Behind the scenes, we just might not have heard about it, but Tua maybe gave them the okay, and that's why they were kind of getting out front of Austin Jackson right now. And
that's a real possibility, bro. That's
absolutely.
a good point.
And you heard Tua, and Tua kind of alluded to that, like, and Tua kind of alluded to that at his press conference. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but he said that there are going to be more signings coming, sooner rather than later as well. So,
right.
Who knows, man?
One other thing too to that point, that the kind of where I base my, where I validate my opinion on it is what Marshawn Lynch said. He confirmed what we all knew many years later. Recently, in an interview, he confirmed what we all knew. That team, that locker room fell apart after they decided to pass on that down and lost the Super Bowl. And he was like, it wasn't even so much that they for him it was the prioritization of Russell Wilson over him. So for him it was that aspect. But for the rest of the team, he said it was a simple matter of when you win a Super Bowl, players want to come back to that team and they are willing to take less money.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like,
100%.
And once they lost that game, everybody just bugged out and took what they could get.
Yeah. All right. Can everybody hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. All right.
Holy super. Before you go, Jeff, line real quick.
Yes.
I think the signing of Austin Jackson, and I know I say trading Wilkins, but I like Wilkins. I think he's a good player, but I don't think he's an Aaron Donald, and he's not going to get Aaron Donald money. He's going to get Chris Greer is not going to overpay players anymore, and that's kind of the message he's saying. Hey, look, I'll give you what you're worth. I'm not going to overpay anymore. This is we have a
right, and making a deep run or even winning the Super Bowl solidifies that leverage for him because he can say, look, we didn't have to spend all this money to win this championship, so take it or leave it. Either come with us or get your money somewhere else.
And look what they paid Zach Sealer. So
when
they paid the amount of money they paid Zach Sealer, Wilkins, like I said, he should deserve the amount maybe slightly above what Zach Sealer made, but not the big money like y'all was saying. I agree with that.
Well, what I think will happen is just exactly what y'all were saying, is that there's so much leverage in winning big, right? All we got to do is win. And we're talking about the possibility of going to the Super Bowl. We're talking about the possibilities of, going deep into this season. Those players know it too. They know what this feels like, this winning. They know where they're going with it. They know better than we do where they're going with it and what their ceiling is, and that they haven't reached it.
Now, when I left, Ali was asking a question about the Chiefs and Bills, and I was trying to answer it. And I said, I was going to say, no matter what happens with the Bills and Chiefs, if the Bills win, that's great. One game left, color says, or whatever.
Well, after beating Tennessee, of course.
Yeah. And if we get up to the Bills, would we pull players to rest them? And if we do, will our backups be able to beat the Bills? Or will it be resting people?
I think we just need to continue to win and let it play out. And if we have the opportunity to sit our starters in that last game, the Bills game, then so be it.
Yeah.
Do you think though that we would sit them the entire game, or would we
No. It
put them
really
in?
depends on the top seed.
Depends if we had the first seed. If we
Yeah,
had the
it all
first seed
depends on
locked
where
up.
we're at, because if we're locked in for the top seed, you could argue that's a little too much time off. 2 whole weeks of no action. I would play all the starters against Buffalo in that scenario.
Yeah.
But if we fall to the second seed or further, and we have to play a wild card round, you might want to think about limiting the action, not sitting them the whole game, but limiting the action.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Is Ryan Tannehill going to be playing with Tennessee? Anybody know?
No, he's out for the season, I think.
No.
And besides, how hard do you?
It's Will Levis's team.
And besides, if it's coming down to Tyreek getting 2,000 yards, do you think he's leaving that field for that last game?
No, not him.
No.
Even if they sit to it, Tyreek's still going to play.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He clearly wants that $2,000. He wants that 2,000.
He don't care who's quarterback. You could bring Ronnie Brown and play quarterback. Tua's going to play that game.
Well, and really, you think about how close he is now, because he got, a lot of yards the last game. He is so close. I mean, he doesn't even have to have huge games every game out, in order to get that. He's really close. What, like 100, 110 yards a game or something?
And
I would like them to get it by the Ravens game.
And it's not even just that. I think Tua personally wants to play all 17 to tell everybody, look, I played all 17.
Yeah, that's a huge point. That's a great point.
Yeah. That way they can't say he's injury prone.
Well, it likely, we've all seen how things always end up playing out, every season. And it's likely that beating the Bills will go hand in hand. Like Big Nick said earlier, I liked his scenario. Ideally, beating the Bills would, on one token, knock them out of the playoffs, and on the other token, lock our top seed. You see what I'm saying? It's likely a scenario like that plays out, and that's ideal, because you're thinking, okay, we don't have nothing to play for but the top seed, but we want the top seed, so we're going to play, and everybody that wants to whoop the Bills' ass out of revenge gets their opportunity, and, especially if it means knocking them out of the playoffs altogether.
Yeah, you get
I know, that's
but
special,
you
right?
the top seed at the same time, knocking them out.
Business has just gotten slow. Business has definitely slowed down. But go ahead, Shake.
He is
Wait a minute.
He is the new king of Dolphins Twitter, my man, Louis Amador. What's going on?
Lou.
Wow. Man, you said business is slow.
Business is slow.
Damn.
For real.
Oh, shit.
Guys, I think we get our first shutout this week. With the way that offensive line is set up, I think it feeds right into our defense with our secondary with the rookie quarterback.
I think one of my that's funny you say that. I think one of my game scripts has us winning. One of our game scripts has us.
Tennessee is better than the Jets.
Yo, one of my game scripts has us winning 17-0. Funny you say that.
Hey, by the way, shout out to CB83. It was a great show you did last night. The AFC, the Dolphins roundtable with.
I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is, but
I have no idea who that is.
Well, CB, you said round table.
Did they make it a special square table episode? Is that what you're saying?
Damn!
Hold on, Miss Finch was on there. Miss Finch was on there. Dudley Duron was on there, and TD Finstock was on there.
Just kidding, bro.
Hey, I haven't.
Appreciate I got the invite. I appreciate the invite. Damn.
Hey, TD and Dudley, they must have
Luke
fallen
trying
on
to say
hard
something.
times. They got CV up there on the round table with them, bro. Business must really be slow.
Can I just speak a little bit? I haven't been up here all day, and I think the blasphemy that comes out of people's mouths sometimes. I guess my question would be: do we just like to hear ourselves talk?
I do. Not gonna lie.
The fact of the matter
I love to hear myself talk.
The fact of the matter is, oh well, if it comes down, Tyreek will never leave this field if he's getting close to 2,000. The man is already close to 2,000. What we've seen in Washington, the man in the first quarter had 3 catches for 132 yards.
Exactly. Tell him, Lewis. He don't even have to play the whole game to get it.
Why in the hell, if Tyreek really wanted this thing and he was going to tell people, I want this record, why wouldn't he go when he's already almost halfway to 200 in a game? Why didn't he tell Coach McDaniel and the Dolphins, don't pull me out of the Washington Commanders? See, we just sit here to talk just to talk.
No. I thought what he said was if it comes down to if he needs that last game for 2,000.
That's what I meant. If he needs the last game.
Yeah, if he needs it.
Right, but don't you think he would have? Don't you think it would have been easier to get the 2,000 in a game where in the first quarter you have 132 yards?
Not in those conditions when he almost. You saw how he twisted his ankle at the third play of the game.
Really, that's what we're.
Oh, absolutely.
Really? Oh, okay.
So.
What if he only needs 25 yards by that game?
What quarter did you say that he twisted his ankle?
That was the first. I thought.
So he played. So hold on. Okay, cool. That's what I'm glad. You said the first. So he played the second, the third, and a little bit of the fourth before they took him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They took him out in the fourth quarter.
Stop trying to feed me that bullshit that in the conditions and he almost sprained his ankle. Why the hell? If that's the case, why didn't they pull him out when he almost sprained his ankle? Why didn't they pull him out then?
Bro, it was fucking raining in that game, bro. It was, bro, like, why, bro, those weren't the most ideal conditions, right? If he go, bro, they're going to be at home.
32 yards. The man had 3 for $132, and we're still trying to talk about the conditions. I'm going to say it again.
Absolutely.
The man
and
had
on top of that,
for $132.
And on top of that, he had already had enough production, bro. I mean, he had 152. What? 154?
No. See, that's what I'm debating. I don't understand. He already had enough production. Ain't everybody up here trying to tell me they're convinced that he's going for 2,000? So if you got 132 yards, right? If you finish the game, why not go again? You're 70 away from 200. Wouldn't it be beneficial if everybody thinks he wants this 2,000 in a game where you're halfway there? Why not try to go for 250 in one game? Why not try to go for 220, 225, 230? Right?
I can't answer that. I can't answer. Those are all. Listen, I can't answer that. All I know is, I think this is what happened. A, he had already had enough production, 154 yards, bro. B, right? It wasn't the most ideal conditions, field conditions, right? It was raining, the field was torn up, etc. And I just think again, bro, the game was in hand. Listen, why force it? Why force feed it? Right? And then on top of that, what message are you sending if you're sitting here and you're force feeding it, right? Because clearly at that point with the game in hand, right? All of the other elements that I just highlighted. What type of message are you sending to the team? Because if we know that he's out there playing all 4 quarters and you're sitting here force feeding him the football and you know you got the game well in hand, what kind of message are you kind of sending to the rest of the team?
You ain't got to force feed him all the way into the 4th quarter. The man had 3 for 132. He finished with 5. That doesn't sound like force feeding.
Well, it could. Well, so you mean to tell me that they would have? So you mean to tell me the possibility of the defense making an adjustment to him, right? Because of the production you got through from him, the first, second, and third game, that would not have been a possibility.
Again, that's why.
Not with the 32nd ranked defense in the league. To be honest,
I mean, come on, bro. What are we talking about here?
No, it don't matter about rank. So that's still a competent defensive coordinator, bro. Just because they're last in the league, that don't mean they don't have the ability to adjust.
You're
Oh,
beating me
no,
into
y'all
submission.
stop this nonsense. Lou, this is
Beating me
ridiculous,
into
this point you're trying to
submission.
make. This is ridiculous.
Cap. All cap.
You know, on Hard Knocks and in Mike McDaniel's presser and in other comments made around the team, they already told you that this team and everybody on this team from top to bottom have personal goals, but they have a goal that's beyond their personal. So I do have to say, I do think he did put in enough production. We had that game in hand. Why risk it? You got to manage the rest of this season going into the playoffs. You got to play smart rather than reckless. I think it's about the team rather than if he hits 2,000 or not.
110%. And if he gets his production, if he gets that 2K with the, along the confines of the natural flow of the offense, that's one thing. But to be sitting there, obviously making it, you're overt with it. Clearly, bro, what kind of message are you sending that to the rest of the team? So we know he wants 2K. Everybody else in the league, the team, everybody on the team knows he wants 2K, but it should not come at the expense, right? It shouldn't be at the risk of health. It shouldn't be at the risk of the game. You know what I mean? No, absolutely not.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay,
Let me ask you a question, because this is where I have a problem. So it shouldn't come in front of health or the team success. Well, you guys just told me that if it comes down to a late game, right, against Buffalo, and he's, let's say, 35 yards, 40 yards away, 50 yards away, right? Oh, you got to play him and you got to give him that record. He's not going to want to come out. I'm just posing the question from what everybody just said now. Could he get hurt? If you kept him out there and you were force-feeding him,
Of course.
what the fuck are y'all trying to feed me this bullshit?
And you know what, Lewis? Wait, Lewis, hold on. I want to address that. Hold on, I want to address that. Lewis, you're absolutely spot on correct to say that because we
he ain't. Stop lying to that man. No, he's not. That's ridiculous.
Listen, I'm gonna give the example of another sport, but you see it all the time where a fucking manager will take a goddamn no-hitting pitcher out in the 8th inning, and it's like, fuck what he wants to do. I don't want to throw his arm out.
I don't know what the debate. What's the debate?
There's more
what is the debate here? Lou, what is the debate here?
The debate is, again, people were trying to make it seem, and everybody up here seemed like they were going to agree, oh, well, it's Tyreek. He really wants this record. He really wants this record. And before the Commander game, I heard people within the community say, and let's not act like no one said this. Oh, man, a 200-yard game in one of these up-and-coming games would be nice. One of these, man, if he could get...
You ain't never heard me say that.
Again, I'm not putting no names. I'm just asking, all the shit you hear about the Dolphins and all the videos you watch, you didn't hear nobody say that. Oh, if we could get a 200 game here or around here, it would make it easier. It would do this. The man had 3 catches for $132 in the first quarter. I'm trying to debate because, Ian, me and you were part of the group last year, right? And we said, what happened with Mike McDaniel? Did it look like Mike McDaniel was trying to patch that last year?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And this year, when I'm making my argument, if a receiver that is on his way to 2,000 and in the first quarter has 3 for $132, and you pull him out, that record of 2,000 don't mean shit to the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, or none of that. They have bigger aspirations
Exactly.
in Super Bowls.
And Lewis, some of those
if they did have that record, Tyreek would have had his happy ass in the game going for 225, 250 plus.
Right.
Again,
Hold on. That's actually, think about it. Those aspirations include his performance level next year. Let's say he comes up 35 yards short of the record because Mike McDaniel doesn't play him or pulls him, right? What's that going to do for his will to perform next year?
It shouldn't do nothing. He's going to perform anyway.
Yeah, what's it gonna do?
Are you kidding me? He gets the 2,000-yard record and wins the Super Bowl this year. He rides off into the sunset.
Tyreek is not doing that. His objective is to get to the Hall of Fame as well. That he's been clear. He's been vocal about that. He's been clear on his position of his aspirations. Right after football.
Right. And
So
if we
he's
hold
not
him
going nowhere, no matter what he does this year.
And if we hold him 35 yards short of the record, what do you think he's going to try to do next year?
Well, I mean,
average more yards per
there ain't no
game.
guarantee to that.
Break the record next year.
Tyree got his first year right as a Miami Dolphin and second year. Those are his two opportunities to get to be the.
And they both happen to be the best years he's had in his career in yards per game.
And that's fine, but you're talking about an older Tyreek. You're talking about a 30-year-old Tyreek, right? He might not be the same athletically next year.
He's like the expanding universe thing because he's getting faster as he gets bigger, man. I mean, he gets older. I don't know, bro.
No. Did you hear him in Hard Knock when he said, "No, that's not true color"? But you heard him when he on Hard Knocks when he said when they were talking about DK Metcalf hitting 23 miles an hour.
I know. Technically, I didn't mean to say slower per se. I just mean that again. The last two seasons, he's been over 100 yards per reception. He's never had 100 yards per reception with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I agree with that.
You mean 100 yards per game?
Per game. That's what I meant.
I'm still trying to figure out what the freaking debate, what is the debate Lewis is trying to make here? What is the debate?
Again, you can act stupid. I don't know how many, is this thing on?
I'm trying to figure out what. Only thing Todd asked was all he said was if we in a position where we need that where we don't need the last game and Tyreek is I'm assuming am I correct, Todd? Correct me if I'm wrong, but he said if he's close, is Tyreek going to play in that game? Absolutely, Tyreek is going to play. I mean, what's the problem? I don't understand what the debate is.
And then when I started making my debate,
so you're saying that's not a possibility?
Again, of course it's a possibility. But then when I started bringing up my counterpoints, what is the first thing y'all reach for? Because if y'all are going to tell me in week 18 he's going to play because the record is on the line, I'm going to sit here and tell you the record was on the line this Sunday against the Commanders. And again, he had 3 for $132, and he could have easily went for 250. Hold on. And then you guys turned around and said, oh, well, it was the weather. Oh, it was the condition. Oh, he could have got hurt. And all I'm trying to tell you, simple-minded motherfuckers, that against Buffalo with less than 30 or 40, 50 yards, whatever left is that he needs, he can get hurt there too.
So what you're saying is that you said the record was on the line. So he could have gotten an additional. How many yards is Tyreek short of getting 2,000?
500 something short.
So you mean to tell me he could have gotten 500 yards in that game? Is that what you're telling us? Is that what you're attempting to tell us?
No, I'm not telling you he's going for an extra 500. But if he finished with what I believe it was $158 or $153.
Yeah, $158.
I think he could have went for 258 easily.
Last time
instead of having 400 or 500 yards left, he would have had 300 something in 5 games. You just
said this is how buffoonish this argument is. You just sat your behind up here and said that the record was on the line. The record was not on the line. He is not close to getting 2,000 right now.
The record has been on the line.
No, what Todd said was. I don't give a fuck what Todd said. What Todd said was you're not fucking listening. What Todd said was if he's close. What Todd said if he is close, right? So if he's there's a greater risk. There's a greater risk in terms of injury, especially injury, right? If you put a guy out there with 500 additional yards, right, is the target for him to get 2K as opposed to less than 100. So all he said was, if he's close, is Tyreek going to play that game? That's all he said. Why wouldn't Tyreek play in that game?
Are you done
Well,
now?
and
No
if
one's
I
I'm
can,
debating.
finished.
if I
No
can
one's
say
debating. No
something
one's
here,
debating
if
now
I
if
can
he was going to
say,
play in week 18. What I'm trying to tell you is, right? Since you want to bring up this dumbass getting
Well, I have to
injury.
say
Hold on, Lewis.
something.
Hold on, Lewis. Let Pam say
I
something real
just want
quick.
to say I'm going to have to
Let Pam
go.
say something real quick. Go ahead, Pam.
All
Pam,
right,
then
Go
John.
ahead.
go, John.
so
You,
We'll see you
what
later.
yeah.
what
Okay,
I
you take care.
All right,
wanted to
John.
say was,
Good
Are
night,
you out of
Pam.
here, John?
good night, John. So what I wanted to say was that even with me and my little simple mind, I think there's more at stake here. So there's reasons why Tyreek might come out. He played great. He got us in a great spot. We, were chugging along in that game. But there are things at stake here, like we may need some of these other players. We may need some of the other wrinkles that these players bring to the game. So of course we're going to put in other people. So why, like we did see Tyreek tweak his ankle. Why keep him out there? But I don't think it's separate from the fact that if he is close, there's a couple of reasons why he would play a game that we
Right,
don't
right.
have to play.
Now what?
There's a couple
Now
of
watch
reasons.
this. Right. Now watch this because EM before you went, Pam, he brought up injury concern. Now watch this. This is again the hypocrisy of this goddamn fan base. And Miss Pam, I'm gonna start with you because you are the first one that talks about every time we play the fucking Buffalo Bills that they are the biggest cheaper shot artists in the world, right? They go after all our players, correct?
They do.
So you
Yep.
mean to tell me that Tyreek Hill is chasing 2,000 yards in Week 18 versus that same Buffalo Bill team that you tell me all the time that they take cheap shots on us, and now he's going for the record against that same Buffalo Bill team. But you're going to keep him out there risking a Super Bowl or a playoff run to get Tyreek Hill the last 25 yards he needs when you know that Buffalo is going to try to take his cheap shots because they don't want to be the team.
No
Is
risk
that what
it.
you guys are trying to tell me?
Could
No
finish what
risk
I
it,
was
no
saying.
biscuit.
Really? That's the
I
point.
could finish what I was
Is it
saying,
not?
if I could
Is it not?
finish what I was saying, that one of the things why you wouldn't keep somebody like Tyreek or anyone on our team out of a game is because you don't want to be sluggish because you missed a week. We have proven that we don't look so good after a bye week. We have seen that. You have to be out there to stay in game ready condition. And I'm not saying they play the whole game. And yes, Buffalo is cheap shots. They do it all the time. But one thing is we're at
And,
home, not on snow and ice.
And Pam, that's one. Yeah, forgot. That's if we have the number one seed. That's 2 weeks off.
Exactly.
Again. Listen, I might be slow. I've been accused of being slow a few times in my life. What is the
You definitely slow.
No.
what is the fucking
You don't
debate
say.
here? I
You
mean,
definitely slow.
what is the fucking debate here?
Slow.
What is the fucking debate here?
You right. Hey, you right.
No,
There is
no.
debate. No. You sure right. There is no debate. Let me ask you a question, and this is for everybody on the panel. If we have the number one seed locked up, or nothing changes going into Buffalo, right? No, the seeding is not going to change. No matter if we win, they're not out. Everything is going into Week 18 against Buffalo. There is nothing that can change. Why the fuck are we playing anybody?
I'll tell you what. Can I answer that, please? That answer solely depends on whether we have to play a wild card or not. In my personal opinion, Lewis, if we have to play a wild card, then you can, do the whole play them for a couple quarters and then, rest them. But if we lock up the top seed and we have to go 2 weeks without action, no. I'm going full boat against Buffalo if we have the bye.
And to me that makes perfect sense.
Why would you be playing? So you mean to tell me if you have the number one seed locked up, you're still going to play your players, but you're only going to play them for a few quarters, let's say till halftime? So they're
well, if
have,
the number one seed is locked up, then I may go full. I may go most of the game with them because I want to make sure because they got 2 weeks down. But if you're talking about we got to play a wild card game, I would probably sit them at the half or something because you really don't want to risk injury for absolutely no reason. And I think by then Tyreek Hill. I think by then Tyreek Hill would have his 35, 40 yards if that's all he's short. You know what I mean?
Here's my take real quick. Hold on. Here's my take real quick. I do agree with Lewis by putting him out there. You are leaving him out for a cheap shot or a free run because, listen, to be 100% honest, when it comes down to that game, if it plays out the way I really think it's going to play out, Buffalo has nothing to lose, so they're going to come at us to ruin our day. That's what they're going to do. Right. And in the long side of it, or the hindsight of it is that who's to say that Tyreek won't break the record before that game, that 18th week of the game? Anyway, I honestly think
he very well may. He very well may. He might.
Hold on.
He may.
I honestly think
he may.
that he's going to deliver it on a platter on Christmas Eve as an early Christmas present. That's what I think.
And
that's
Ali,
freaking early, Ali.
And I'm glad. And
3
I'm
games.
Glad
He has 173 yards in 3 games.
Right.
That's it.
Right. Ali, I'm glad you're making that point, right? I'm glad you brought that up because he, in the next 3 games, to have Ali's scenario play out, he needs 173 yards. And what I originally told you, right, that in a game where he was 3 for $132, he wouldn't need 173 if they would have fought him.
Exactly, Lewis. Exactly. That's where I follow you, Lewis.
And no, bro. This discussion is. I can't believe you coming up here with your chest poked out trying to make a point. This dumbass fucking point, Lou. I mean, really, bro. I mean,
because you don't agree.
No,
you don't agree.
What is there? First off. Nobody, bro. What facts did you present here? Right? All you doing is presenting hypotheticals. So I'm like, first off, why I asked you what's the debate here?
It's funny. You just said that I'm presenting hypotheticals. Hold on. It's funny you just said I'm presenting hypotheticals. But when Ali just spoke and gave his hypothetical that the record would be broken in Dallas, you didn't pipe up.
No, because
because the same way either.
Exactly, and what I am trying to figure out.
I didn't fucking see Jason Sony up here. I didn't know I had to talk to people a certain way. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were working with feelings up here.
So what I am trying to figure out is what issue do you have with Todd's original question that he posed to the panel? That's my question.
It's simple, and let me go and talk in my sweet voice so I can get my point across. If you guys are making
just make sense. Just make sense.
No, I don't know how much more sense I got to make. The point is, we're not going to take Tyreek out of a game because he's chasing a record. For the I don't know how many times I got to say it. When the man before the season said, I'm trying to break 2,000 yards, that record was on his mind, right? That record that what he's chasing was set from week 1. And all I'm trying to tell you is, it's funny how you're not going to pull him out of a game, which everybody's trying to tell me might not even matter. But in a game where he had 3 catches for 132 yards against the 32nd ranked defense that looked like they had no answer for them, they pulled him out of that game. When he easily could have added to his amount total to make it easier to obtain 2,000 yards. So I don't understand why you would pull him out of one game where he's dominating and can add to a total, but in another game, because he's chasing the record in that game, we can't pull him out. Does it make sense now?
His fucking question again was all predicated on if he is close. He's not fucking close now.
And he would have been closer if they kept him in the fucking game.
Like he said, if he is close. And what was the yardage total that you gave, Todd?
This is fucking ridiculous.
Todd, what was the yardage total that you gave?
I think I just figured it out, Em. What Lewis is asking is, This is my opinion.
You just figured it out. Okay, well, I'm not the only one that was trying to figure out what his point was. But go ahead.
I'm just saying what my interpretation of what he's actually asking here is. Why is it more important to get the record, but not get closer to getting the record? In other words, you're willing to make the decision to pull him when he could have got closer, but not willing to pull him when he could break it.
That shit is obvious. That's fucking obvious. That's obvious. But again, I think
that wasn't Todd's original hypothetical. He didn't make that input.
Well, I understand, but that's the question Lewis is asking. Like, why is it more important? Like, isn't it? In other words, the closer he gets, the closer he gets, the more likely it is you're able to pull him because he's already got the record by the end of the year.
Well, I think they looked at the situation.
But there's other.
Yeah, but Todd's original question was based on this game had already happened and we already in week 18.
Maybe it don't apply to Todd's
making
question,
a decision at week 18.
I'm right here.
Maybe it don't apply to Todd's question.
He's basically making every game has been played. He's saying week 18 is this week, and then make the decision.
I said if he's in striking distance, like 100, close to 100 yards away from the record, come week 18, we're going against Buffalo. I said I don't think you're gonna be able to get him off the field. He wants that record.
Right, but what Lewis is saying is. You were able to get him off the field when he could have got that.
We understand that, but that shit is fucking irrelevant.
That game is already played already. It's already in the books. We at week 18 making this decision.
Well, fair enough, but
let me ask another question.
Like they already were faced with that decision, is what Lewis was saying.
Let me ask another question then. Going into week 18 in Buffalo, let's say Tyreek Hill is 103 yards away, let's say, from the record, right? He needs 103 yards. And let's say Buffalo, for the sake of argument, right, either double teams them or triple teams them all game. Are you going to keep them in there all game long? If they're showing you that they are not willing to give him the record, are you going to keep him in the game and force feed him the ball because he's 103 yards away? Are you going to do that? Are you going to risk him getting hurt?
I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that. No.
Are you
going
to tell Tua Tagovailoa, hey, forget about your reads, forget about the play. Tyreek Hill is 103 yards away from this record that don't fucking matter. Are we going to keep him in the game?
No, and that's
not that situation.
Hey, hold on. And that's when you turn around.
103 and 23. That's a big difference.
And if they do that, that's when you turn around and you throw 60 up on them with the other players just to embarrass them.
Okay, so what you're telling me is then at that point the record don't matter.
Yeah, you just embarrass them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, clearly the defense has made the adjustment. At that point, you don't keep force feeding them.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. In the words of EM, that's how you body a N-word. Because we're not going to say the N-word.
No. That's how you sound like a fucking idiot. That's how you sound like a fucking idiot.
I know.
That's how you sound like an idiot right now.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, you can't keep force feeding them at that point.
Hey, Shake.
So again, like I said,
everybody,
I am not. I'm. I am
at that point. I will bench them.
All right, be safe.
All right, Pam. Be safe, Pam.
Bye.
And that scenario knows I'm benching Tyreek Hill at that point.
Larry L. What? Larry L. You know what? I gotta hear from my guy, Larry L. right now. Drop that goddamn link right now, say.
It's funny. Larry
Pull up, Larry. Pull up, goddammit.
The
boogeyman has showed up.
Larry L. from
I know, right?
Larry L. It's funny, the boogeyman, right? But it looked like the boogeyman was just agreeing with me with what he just put. No reason to force feed somebody or keep him in. So I want Larry to come up here because obviously Larry is not a simple-minded motherfucker like everybody else on this goddamn fucking panel.
Who said anything about force? Who agreed with the force feed narrative?
I want to say that
who agreed with the force feed narrative? Who agreed with that?
Larry L. has been right.
Pull up, Larry. Handle my lightweight. Come on, Larry. Pull up, goddammit.
Okay, even though we were force fed, this whole development narrative. Larry L has been spot on to say that it was going to take time for the offensive line to gel and the defense to gel and all this other stuff to get to see the results we're seeing right now. So I want to say credit to Larry L. He's been on that narrative from the beginning.
I want to give Larry for stating the obvious, but go ahead.
To be fair, you had to freaking credit the
Okay,
alignment of
hey,
opponents.
you guys are allowed to rebut however you want. That's fine, man.
Pull up, Larry. Pull up, Larry.
It wasn't
Come
like we
on,
played
drop
Buffalo
that
Bills
link,
for 13
goddammit.
weeks in a row.
I dropped it. Hey, I dropped it, man. I think it's the right kid.
Let's get this shit popping right now,
the other
goddammit.
person I want to credit for pounding that narrative.
Oh, hey, hold on,
guys.
You called him. You asked for him. You got him, man. The
Okay, real
YouTube
quick.
hasn't been the same without this guy, but I am glad he is up here. One of the original panel members, the legend himself, Larry L.
Hey guys, great to see you.
Larry, what's going on, Larry?
Hey,
Long time.
Before you start cooking EM, Larry, before you start cooking EM, I just want to say there is one other person.
He about to cook Lewis. He ain't cooking shit over here. But go ahead, Lou. I'm sorry, Larry.
Hold on. There is
I
one
get him
other
confused sometimes.
Go ahead. There is one other person I want to credit with pounding the narrative that I just gave Larry credit for, who doesn't really come around here probably ever, but has always been about this, and that's Martin. Y'all know Martin, right?
Marty, yeah, sure.
That's my little bro. Yeah, absolutely, I know. That's my little bro.
On about the development narrative the whole time, man.
Well, I'll say this to like I said to Larry L, and I love Martin. Anybody that knows me probably knows I love Martin. Like that's my little bro. But thank you, Martin, as well for stating the obvious. But go ahead, Larry L. Do your thing.
Well, I don't know exactly which end you guys are taking this comment section. You're a Dolphin fan. Your goal is to win the Super Bowl, not for Tyreek Hill to get 2,000 yards. If he gets it organically, awesome. And it's possible because, again, you morons out there saying that Tua is force-feeding Tyreek, you're idiots. He's not. You know why? I'm going to ask you, you idiot, if you believe that. If you call a pass play, that Tyreek is on the field, who's your number one option? Who's your number one option with Tyreek on the field? The first one you got to look at.
With Tyreek on the field, you said?
Yeah, exactly.
It's Tyreek.
Of course you are. And if he's open, or you think he's going to get open, are you going to throw to him?
Absolutely.
That's what's happening, you dickheads out there, that you think Tua's force-feeding him.
Hang on.
He's not.
Put a name on that. Put a name on that. Like, who are you aiming your venom at? I want to know. We need to clarify that right now.
Everybody that says Tua is a one-read spot thrower.
More importantly, that's a different idiot. The one that says that the Dolphins are force-feeding Tua, force-feeding Tyreek. You're the one that's an idiot.
You never. If your first option's open is Tyreek,
quarterbacking. Okay, and you probably the schmuck that complains when they don't throw to a Justin Jefferson or they don't throw to a Andre Hopkins when you're out in the field. Well, how come you're criticizing Tua for not throwing to Tyreek? And guess what? If he feels that option when he goes up to the line of scrimmage, that defense is not there. Who's his number two? Reed? Well, Waddle's out there.
There is definitely a lot of truth. There is definitely a lot of truth to that. But I will say this. There are times I feel like, again, and I'm going by what the All-22 tells me, right? There are times when Tua has a habit, in particular when the game, again, I highlighted the 3 games that we lost, right? And I felt like in 2 of those games, specifically Buffalo as well as Kansas City, there are times that Tua does get a little too Tyreek dependent, right? And he gets locked on to him a little longer than he should and it comes at the expense of making a play, in other areas of the field. And that is a fact. Don't sit up here and say that.
Yeah,
don't sit here and say that but
I agree 100% with you.
Okay.
What's happening is not that he's not. I think he's so confident that he can get it in. Guys, I'm amazed. People praise Tua. He makes great, fantastic throw in between all these linebackers and safeties. But guess what? When you're going to do that, you're going to get burnt once in a while.
Yep, I wholeheartedly agree with that.
But in fairness,
that's the defense.
But in fair,
take the underneath stuff.
But in fairness to Tua, you can say that about every quarterback in the league.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I got a
Yeah, yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm not blaming Tua. Tua has a lot of interceptions, but guys, he's making throws other quarterbacks don't even dream about it.
100%. No, nobody up
Hey,
here
Larry.
did.
Hey, Tom.
It's been a long time since I've even heard your voice. How are you feeling about the 9-3 first place in the AFC?
Awesome. Guys, enjoy it. Please enjoy it. It's awesome. You know what? Look what happened. I don't want to use our name to our team because I don't want to curse our teams, but you know how the NFL is. The situation could change. Look at Cincinnati with Joe Burrow. All right. Enjoy it. Hopefully it's going all the way to the Super Bowl. If it doesn't, we get upset, angry, fine. But I'm not going to get pissed off of Miami Dolphins because you need luck in the long run as well as talent.
Say, Larry, real quick. Two things, real quick. Well, I'm gonna address crypto real quick. I want to just crypto real quick. Then I'm gonna circle back to Larry. Crypto. Yeah, the boogeyman did show up because soon as Larry pulled up, that motherfucker Lewis got out. He was ghost quick, wasn't he? Shit. Say it ain't so. But Larry L. Hey, Larry, when you coming back, bro? What's going on, man? When you going back live again?
Yep, I'm not coming back. The only reason I created that show, is because of COVID-19, and we were all stuck, including me, stuck inside. When COVID-19 came away, I was always planning to stop the show at the end of the season, but when YouTube suspended my account for impersonation, okay.
What?
Yep.
So they finally caught up to you for biting my shit, huh? Damn.
I thought I was impersonating Omar Kelly, but what happened? You know what happened, guys?
Biting all my takes, stealing all my takes, goddammit. But go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, that was a possibility too. But the real reason that happened, be aware to a couple of other sites that have the Miami Dolphins name on there. When I changed my name for Fins Fan Panel to Miami Dolphins Talk, they said that I was trying to impersonate a Miami Dolphins official channel by that. And that is explicitly, you cannot have the name of any particular organization within your handle or your username. And that's
why were you trying to change the name? You should have just kept the name the same, bro.
Remember, I changed the format because once we were out and about, I didn't want to do a truly only open panel. Because that's like a lot of bullshit, like going on.
Well, you know what though, Larry. I think that because see, I give you credit, right? I don't give you much, but I do give you credit for this, right? In the community, you were the one. Again, we know TD was he was the first, like, to implement the whole panel format. But Larry, you took it to another level because you structured your platform primarily off that format, and I thought that was your way in the community, Larry. Like
Yeah,
I feel like you made a mistake.
What Larry L did today.
I felt like you made a mistake. I felt like you made a mistake by trying to change your format, bro. I think.
No, but you know what? EM, it's tough, as Shake Money's going to find out, especially when you have to deal with trolls. You love it. You go out there, you argue with them. I don't. I like to have intelligent conversation. And I put up.
Well, you can do both. You can do both.
I started leaving off people. Then the other part happened too. I moved into a 55 plus community, so that stopped my Saturday night show, and that's the one that I probably would have kept going because that's the one that had the best. If people were interested in the afternoon in the format,
he was waking up all those old people next to him. That's what was going on, man.
Hey, Larry. Hey, Larry. The real reason you canceled your show, you was tired of me telling you was dead wrong. That's what's the real reason, right?
Yeah, you see, that's what I'm talking about. I have to put up with cryptos of the world. Okay.
Yeah, crypto
does have that effect on people. He does.
Crypto coming through your Larry. Crypto coming through your headphones was probably enough to wake up your neighbors alone.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know who was the worst, crypto, EM, or Sharif.
You are correct. You are correct.
We should have drafted Tristan Wirfs.
And by the way, Dolphin Don has been asking about you for the last few days, so you know.
No,
see, Larry. This is where I think you made a mistake, right? Because I've always often felt like Dolphin Don is one of the best kept secrets in the community. So when you took that panel format away, and he always was showing up on your platform, right? So what you did was you took a voice away from individuals like him. You know what I'm saying? So I think you made a mistake by trying to, changing your format. Because again, that's how you got into the community. Now you could have
No, but
altered it.
I know it was, but I didn't want to do that format anymore. It's not what I wanted to do.
I hear you, but yeah, I get it. But I know you said you wanted to have more, educational
Bro,
dialogue and
it
everything,
takes a
and
lot of energy, Ian,
and
bro.
less trolling.
You probably take it too much
I
long.
understand that. I just think, maybe you just, I don't know, man. I just think, that Saturday night panel was off the chain, bro. Like when we would all
Yeah, the
pull up,
Saturday night,
me,
at least the
Reason,
Saturday night
ball game.
was what got it
A
going.
lot of people in the community, we would pull up late Saturday nights, bro. We would stream till like what, 3, 4, 5 in the
3
morning
or 4 in the
sometimes.
morning. Yeah.
Yeah, crypto.
Saturday night was the classic panels.
We
Yeah.
don't fucking bite around here. Jesus, man.
I want to say one thing, caller. No, nobody's imitated my show. My show was legitimately only about a panel. It was never about anything else. That's never been imitated.
Well, I know. You run a tight ship when it comes to all the trolling and all that. I know that. You know?
Well, as long as Larry only that ain't true because nobody controlled but Larry, right? And I get it, that's your platform, but he, it was clearly one-sided. Larry controlled the shit out of people, insult everybody and their mama. It was okay if he did it, but if somebody else did it, he was having a problem kicking you off the platform.
Wrong and right.
No, you need a host that's a troll to be able to control all the trolling. You know what I mean?
Hey, Larry.
Literally, guys, it was a wide open format because of COVID-19. It was more important that we got together than to have intelligent conversation. But once we got there, I just got tired of the trolls coming up and getting into arguments.
And no, Shake, I wasn't calling you a troll just now, bro. I'm sorry.
Hold on, caller. That's when I started cracking down and changed the format. I said enough. If I'm going to continue with the show, I want to have an intelligent conversation that we generally want to learn about the Miami Dolphins, want to cheer on Miami Dolphins, not troll the Miami Dolphins.
Hey, Larry,
you know what though, Larry?
And just to let you know, Larry, I still ain't forgot about that time when we had that drama with Batman. You pulled up, taking his side and trying to come at me, right? Talking about fuck you, EM, et cetera, et cetera. I ain't forgot about that, Larry. I still got smoke with you, bro.
God, this guy's like a fucking elephant, man. Jesus, Ian.
Hey, Larry, you know what? What you said is 100% correct. Because we're 9-3, first place in the AFC, and I don't see enough celebrating out here. I see too much bitching still.
Yep.
Well,
I'm convinced. You're talking about I get shut down every time I talk about the projections, which we are at the top of, by the way, everybody.
You know what though? I'm exhausted, trying to figure out why is the community not more together considering the season we're having. I'm convinced, bro, we can win the next 2 Super Bowls, and the infighting, right, is never going to stop. That's just part of our community, bro.
Social media. I don't think
that's our DNA.
It's social media. It gives platforms to the guys that are down in the basement, the dark basement, playing with themselves because they have no life. Okay, so unfortunately, that's what we deal with the social media. I mean, it's not. I hate it when it's just the Dolphin fans. I see it all over in social media, and if you want to have a social media, you're gonna have to deal with it. That's just the life, in my opinion. Hey guys, how about a Dolphin talk right now? Okay. One of the reasons I wanted to come up, and one of the reasons I do miss my shows, when I have a point that I believe nobody else is picking up on, and there's a big possibility, a big point that nobody, not on YouTube, not our beat reporters, nobody's picking up. It has to.
Well, that's what we're here for, Larry. Lay it on us, man.
Yeah.
2 facts that get together, right? 2 incidents that happened the past couple of weeks that just happened that nobody's putting together and saying, wait a minute, could this be possible? Right? Number 1, Austin Jackson signing a new contract. Okay? What does that mean? Of course. Look, guys, the week before, Stephen Ross sold part of or is in the process of selling part of the team for extra cash, right? The media says, oh, it could be because he wants to invest in other real estate.
No, he's freeing that cash up to resign everybody. That's what he's doing.
Nobody's mentioned it until now.
Well, I've had that conversation privately, but no, I hadn't heard anybody publicly bring that up yet.
I'm not saying it didn't happen to him. I just haven't heard. Not from Alan Poupard.
No, actually, I heard that somebody brought that up in the chat earlier today. Somebody brought that up in the chat.
Let me tell you why that's so important, ladies and gentlemen. Because anybody that followed my last couple of shows, knows that if the Dolphins want to re-sign everybody that they want back, there's two obstacles, right? We all know number one obstacle. You do that, you're gonna have to pay the price down the road somewhere, right? But what was the other obstacle that I pointed out to you when I went through the whole exercise that is necessary to get everybody to come back? Anybody that was watching my shows know the obstacle. It had to do with money. Money. You remember what the obstacle
Yeah.
are? I'm gonna give you a hint. It has to do with guaranteed money. The one
How
Austin
much?
just sounded for $20 million.
Yeah, how much the
And
owner's willing to put out.
Chris Greer loves to structure those front load those contracts.
Right.
So yeah, you need that, and if you do that, you need that money, you need that liquid cash up front,
Let me tell you
right?
right now, I know Todd Mancino. If
And
you haven't
Stephen
seen
Ross
that
is willing to
when
pay
I
the bill
did
for
that,
that.
this is the conclusion. If he wants to sign everybody back to go for a couple, and I mean, all the key players, he
Isn't
would
that the nuclear?
within the next 2 years, he would have to come up with $500 million in cash. In cash.
Mm-hmm.
People said I was nuts. The guy who said it was nuts.
Yeah.
How much do you think he has to put up when Tua signs that monster contract? How much do you think he has to put up? Because he has to give him direct cash as soon as that contract is signed for the signing bonus. And on top of that, he has to give cash to an escrow account. It's required for all the guaranteed money. So take Austin Jackson. I don't know what his signing bonus is, but less the signing bonus, what he got up front, he has to put the less amount of the $20 million into escrow. Now take that for every one of the players you have to sign out for the next 2 years, starting by Tua. I don't know about you guys, but I just what he probably going to get a Joe Burrow looking about $200 million guaranteed contract. Am I off there? Am I off?
No. I think
Some,
you're. I
it'd
think
be
you're. I
similar
think you're.
to
I'm
it.
definitely not off. That means when he signs Tua, he has to have $200 million in cash, and that's just Tua.
Yeah.
That
Because of the
doesn't even
guaranteed
count
portion.
Javon Holland, Jalen Waddle,
Mhm.
and
Jalen Phillips.
Phillips. All these
Yeah.
are going to be coming up within the next couple of years, and you go on and on and on. That if he really wants to keep us there, he's got to come up with. And ladies and gentlemen, Suicide Hotline. Oh, he's a billionaire, dude. You don't know anything about finance at that level, right?
And you never use your money. You always use rich people don't use their money. They use other people's money, which is exactly what he just
Exactly.
did.
In this case, this is
Right.
why Ross is different from most billionaires. He don't give a shit because he's 85 years old and he want to win. Billionaires don't get to be billionaires by throwing in investments like sports. But he's different. He's a different cat. I believe he doesn't care. Because why? Apparently his daughter doesn't care about this team. So who's going to inherit the team from him? Yeah. So he's going to, I think what he did, and this is, yeah, guys, I have no insider, but I'm just looking at all the facts. I'm saying this is a real possibility. Don't be shocked. Matter of fact, you shouldn't. You should probably be like me and say this is what's happening, but it's not guaranteed that he's getting the cash up front to sign all our players. And I think this is going to work out great to see how far. If we go to the AFC Championship game, I think he's going to turn on that spigot. So let's go for it, guys. Let's go for it.
Yeah, I heard, like privately, I've heard that that's the goal of the team for the next 2 years. They're trying to keep as much of this team intact as they possibly can to keep that Super Bowl window open for the next 2 years.
Keep the window.
Right.
Yeah. You got to
Right.
the
And
window
Larry,
starts
and
this
Larry,
year though.
and Larry. Now everybody hates when I start bringing up the projections, right?
I don't.
But what is it? But what is it that business people and treasurers and bookkeepers and all these people they got to make these decisions? What is it that they base most of these decisions on?
Profitability,
Numbers,
projections.
Number one.
The pure
Right,
number. Yeah.
right.
And the risk to reward.
Right. So to your point, when you start to see that we're above 50% probability to make the AFC Championship game, I'm pretty sure that all these people involved see that as well, and start to fire up these mechanisms. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Start getting the signing.
Look, guys.
People, yeah.
For you guys that don't know, billionaires don't have $1 billion in cash, right? And
No,
a football,
almost never do.
Is a perfect example. Most of these billionaires, several of the billionaires,
Maybe Bezos, Larry. He probably the only one.
Because their billions is based on the worth of the NFL team. Oh no, that's the other reason I can't do his shows. I hate it when people put cuteness up on my screen, Shake Money. That's terrible. Putting cuteness on the screen like that.
No, I had to get him out of the way because she was about to type up on my keyboard. She was typing on my keyboard.
Yeah, Larry.
Right.
Listen, I can't even believe I'm even gonna reveal this
Yeah.
publicly, but I must say, the community, a small portion of the community, but that portion of the community does miss you, Larry, and it's
I know,
good
I
to
do.
see.
I said it. I said it before.
It's good because I do miss I do miss destroying your takes and absolutely bodying you every chance I got. So
You know what, Ian? I love when you do that because either I improved or I fought to continue to improve my. Like I said, I enjoy the arguments when you have a valid point and you can prove to me I'm wrong because, like I said, when you prove to me wrong, I'm always the smartest guy in the room because you prove me wrong. The next day, that what you prove me wrong is now my thoughts. And again, I'm the
Yeah,
smartest in the room.
Larry always takes the credit in the end.
In the end, absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
Did you put a star on the top of your tree, Larry?
Good to see you, Larry. Good to
I
see
put
you.
an angel, buddy. Only an angel, never a star.
You put an angel up there. All right. I'm just checking.
Hey, trust me, I miss. I'm one of the people that miss Larry L. I used to, whenever he was on the weekends, I used to always come up and chat with him.
You were my outlet, bro. You were one of my only three, man. You know, like where I go for my content. You know what I mean?
Larry, you need to get
I
that Fin
remember
Fans crank back up, bro. You need to crank it back up, man.
Larry, I remember in the beginning it was just you and me on the show for hours at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why the show died. God damn it! No, I'm kidding, Todd. I'm kidding, Todd. Hey, I'm kidding, Todd. Larry, you need to get. Hey, Larry.
It was
Larry,
me,
you need to.
Todd, and Vic Koser. We were like the original and Dolphins.
Oh yeah, Vic.
87.
Vic Koser. Yeah.
Yeah,
Vic
Dolphin
Koser. Yeah, that's
87.
right.
Yep,
Vic.
yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was at the game. What did he at the game? Shake Money?
Huh?
Was he at the Giant game with us?
Pull up in Florida, so I can go ahead and buy you a beer or something. We'll sit back and relax.
Oh yeah, hey, I got number love for you, Todd, bro. Hey, Larry, though, you need to get that. You need to get it popping again, man. Don't give up. You need to bring back the Fin Fans panel, bro.
I no longer have a house. I have a condo, and it's walled in. I gotta respect my neighbors.
Uh-oh. You moved to
Even
the
though they
deluxe
don't
apartment in the sky, Larry? You moved to that deluxe apartment in the sky?
No, it's not in the sky. It's a 3-story, so technically it's not in the sky.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Captain don't have
got
those
some ways to go.
condos like
Hey, do you have your own golf course?
No, unfortunately, it's not a golf course community. Besides, I can't play every day anyway, so.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Guys, you know, but one of you guys out there should be able to do it. Just simply set up on a Saturday night. And you guys always came on. It's not a big deal. It's a lot easier than during the day.
Daytime is a little hustle.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you.
Daytime's a little. It's a hit or miss
Now
during the
it'd be
day.
easier to set up on a Saturday night because the simple fact is there's no more college football really. You know everybody's going to be bored now waiting for games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anybody
the bowl games is a.
You hear that, Shake Money?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk to El Capitan about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry.
I'm gonna be talking whispers.
Larry, real quick. I just want you to know, Larry, it's very good to see you. And don't worry, your spot is fine. You used to whoop EM's ass a long time ago, and now I've been taking.
Artie, you see what I'm talking about? This is what I have to put up.
Larry,
you may beat it, but in effect, is a troll because
Larry, you used to whoop his ass in years ago, and now I've done taken since you retired, Larry. I've been taking over the mantle. I've been whooping his ass here lately. Don't worry about it.
Hey, you know what I missed most about the Saturday nights was how drunk Larry got. Man, that man
Oh
would
yeah,
get
I
plastered
definitely
over
remember.
Dude,
on my birthday, that panel that day, and when I was in Philly that day, that was a wild one. The drunk panel, everybody was drunk on the panel.
So Larry, has the channel been taken down? All your videos are gone?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
what
what
they took the videos.
Your account.
Oh shit!
I didn't know.
Wow.
I hated that.
That's right, EM. You're in the clear.
Man, I
all of
know they
those
take the whole
terrible
list.
takes you made are all gone, man. There's no proof of any of them.
Yeah.
It's
No, I was
like
gonna
they never
say.
happened,
No.
Those
I
takes
was
never
gonna say,
happened.
hey, I encourage everybody because listen, I know I have a reputation that to act a fool from time to time. Color, Lewis, especially crypto, right? Turn up crypto, goddamn it.
I've never
But
had.
believe it or not,
I've never-
Larry, there are times when Larry would act a damn fool on that stream. So I was just going to encourage everybody to go back and kind of research a lot of those videos because the shit was pure gold. It was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, especially Saturday after a few drinks. Oh,
God.
guys that didn't know my show, I was the first one, and a couple of you guys copied it. But I made the dumb mistake. They hate to play a game. I want to raise the money. How about for every $10 you donate, I take a shot of whiskey? Man,
Yeah.
that was a bad mistake. Oh. After that, after I stopped that, I've not had a shot of whiskey since. I can't even remember if I had a beer. Because I'm not normally a drinker. Man.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, not even a beer, Larry.
Yeah. Not even.
Bring your own bottle Saturday.
Basically.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
I mean,
that man done took that over with the bring your own bottle.
That man used to put him to sleep drunk. Could you imagine what Larry would do to him sober?
Yeah. Hey, Larry put a lot of people on too now. Listen, Larry, again, he got his place in, the YouTube dolphin community history. Like he gave a voice to a lot of people, like a lot of these new faces you see popping up here and there now, even today. So Larry needs to be respected and and celebrated for that.
Larry, Larry was I got my first well actually it was TD, but then after that Larry was the first one who actually I stayed on for a lot longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, Larry, just know that because you stopped your channel, I have to put up with these dumbasses all day. Just so you know, man.
Hey, have fun, Color. I know you.
Hey, and I just want to real quick because I'm going to a Christmas party with my wife. Now, Shake, I'm disappointed in you, right?
What's that?
How is it when you introduce EM, you say legend, but when Larry gets introduced, there's no legend? Larry's way more of a legend.
Hold on. That's not true. I said Larry Legend. I said Larry Legend.
He said Larry Legend. He said Larry Legend. He said Larry Legend.
Yeah, he doesn't have to call me a legend because thanks to Fit 5 is already in my name. So he called out Larry Legend. Larry L is Larry Legend. Thanks to
there you go, Larry. I get it.
Well. Shake did say Larry. I don't necessarily agree with that, but Shake did say he did point out that he did say Larry Legend. So.
You know EM has to be top. EM has to be top dog, even if it's only in his head.
EM top dog.
So Larry,
I said even if it's in his own head only. Remember
what time it is.
That man don't even believe that himself.
So Larry, do you foresee any missteps that could derail us on Monday night with the Titans, man?
You know what's the only answer? Anything could happen. This is
right.
Okay, if the KC Chiefs, the best team, the best team in football, name the last 5 years. How come they all got losses? Because they have missteps during the course of the year. So, which gets into a more interesting topic. I think it's more than most people are playing it. Who do you want to win between the Chiefs and the Bills? Okay.
Oh, we've been talking about that most of the day. It's been an interesting conversation.
Yeah, because both answers are right, in my opinion. Right.
And Larry, I'm just of the thought. Look, to be honest with you, we're in a situation now where we're literally in control of our destiny and a whole bunch of others' destinies. So you could literally just go to the beach tomorrow if you really wanted to not scoreboard watch anything. Mm-hmm. But if you wanted to scoreboard watch, then I look at it as this: there's three teams that if they lost, the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Jaguars. If those three teams lose, we're in the exact same position we're in speaking right now, whether we play against the Titans Monday night or not. So you could look at it like for me, it boils down to it helps us more if the Chiefs lose but it still helps us somewhat if the Bills lose and just get them out of the way in the division as early as possible.
And Color, I'm glad you brought that up, the last part, because I was in this is my 2 cents on the whole matter. I want Buffalo to lose because let's say, for the sake of argument, Buffalo beats Kansas City. That's not going to change the fact that Kansas City is still going to be a playoff team, right? But now you're giving Buffalo a chance to maybe make the playoff.
That's a good point.
I want to eliminate more good teams because we can get in our feelings or not. But I do still think Buffalo, again, they got a guy like Josh Allen, whether people want to believe it or not. He is a very good quarterback, right? I just want to eliminate them from the playoff picture. And the only way you do
from that standpoint,
is
capitalist resistance. That's why I keep making that statement.
Number one, I'm convinced personally that that's an inevitability no matter what happens. Number 2, the Bills have a much tougher schedule than the Chiefs going forward. There's not many more chances for the Chiefs to lose. But for those that do want to see the Bills lose, it's okay because of the critical mistake that KC made by losing to the Packers.
Well,
yeah, but one win by the Bills over a good team like KC can vault them to more wins against other teams that's not as good as KC.
That's another good point.
So to Louis' point, you don't want that momentum to start.
Three options here that we have to be concerned about. It's 3, not 2. Okay. I could see the argument why you're going one way for any one of these 3 reasons are pure legitimate. Number 1, you want the Bills to win because you want the number 1 spot. You're not worried about it, all that stuff. Number 2, you want to get that playoff, the AFC East division, which is where I stand. That's where I lead war to. Okay. And then number 3, you want to knock out the Bills out of the playoffs because you don't want to be facing them if you don't get the number 1 spot. If they make us number 7, you're number 2. Guess who you're going to play? Buffalo.
You playing the Bills,
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the third reason that you want to me, that puts in the column of why you want Casey to win. To me, I look at it purely for business. It's a checklist. The season is a checklist, and you got to, before you go to the next step, you got to check that checklist off. So right now, one of the items in our checklist is winning against a winning team. Okay? So everybody's panicking. Stop. It's a checklist. Okay? We're doing everything else. We just got to check that off when we play a winning team next time.
Well,
but
just so you know, Larry, color commentary. Hold on, Larry, just so you know. Real quick about the division. I have made the call. Miami Dolphins have won the AFC East, and if I'm wrong, I'm just going to memory hole it like the AP does on election night.
I don't like doing it because, they don't let me finish off here because it all goes together, right? The next item on the checklist is winning the AFC East division. Until you can check that checklist off, you cannot proceed to then home in on the next checklist. That's what happens if Buffalo loses and we win the next 2 games. We basically knock Buffalo out of the AFC division. If Buffalo loses another game after that, they're out of the playoffs, basically. And we're not worried about Buffalo, and that checklist is off. If we win out, we're number 1 seed. Doesn't matter. But this is football, and the likelihood of us winning out, no matter how well we play, are not good. Not good. There's only one team in NFL history that went undefeated the entire season into the playoffs. Only one in the 100 years of football.
And that's where KC comes in, because there's another chance for Buffalo to lose, that the Dallas Cowboys. And the thing of it is, when you talk about, the race to the top seed, I don't think we have to win out, but we do have to match what our projected record is supposed to be, which is 12-5. If that happens, coupled with beating the Ravens, then we've got the top seed.
Yeah. Look, guys, to me, you're not wrong about that color. That's why I'm not arguing vigorously. Anybody that says no, I want.
No, but in the macro, it's win. And that's why you can go to the beach tomorrow, because we just need to win.
Right. To me, it's just about checking off a checklist. Okay. Until you can check that off, you always leave yourself open to not winning the AFC division. I check it off. So you check it off, you go to. It's like that in business too. It's one step at a time to get to your ultimate goal. And what is our ultimate goal? Winning the Super Bowl.
Well, like I said, Larry, I made the call personally for my own name just because if I'm wrong, I'll just memory hole it like the AP does on election night. Whatever, you know.
Hey, and Color, you got to remember. Hey,
What's that?
the way this season's going, we just saw Green Bay beat Kansas City. Who's to say the Raiders won't? You know what I mean? They're in division. It's going
Well,
to be a
yeah.
different game.
Well, I just personally thought that would have happened in Vegas if it was going to happen.
Yeah, but we're
Not
the
that it
only team.
couldn't. You're right. I've been on record a dozen times saying, "Hey, KC is what it is this year. It doesn't matter what they bring to the table from last year when they're only scoring 24 points a game. I mean, it is what it is."
And if you want to get technical, we're the only team that has handled business against the teams we're supposed to handle business to this point all year in the NFL.
Like their
Yeah,
wide receivers
to
catching
Larry's
it.
point,
Their
that
wide
anything can
receivers
happen
catching
down
it
the
at
stretch.
50%.
You can't just bank on that.
Yeah, but their wide receivers catching it at 50% rate doesn't have any, isn't helped at all by their previous Super Bowl history.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, Dolphin Don's right. Buffalo versus KC is a win for us either way. That's the way I look at it. Okay.
Yeah, it's just one is more beneficial than the other when it comes to like if your aspirations are to get close as possible and soon as possible to lock in the top seed, then yeah, you want the Chiefs to lose. I mean, if your aspirations are to knock Buffalo out as soon as possible, then obviously that's where you want to go.
It's a
Again,
win-win situation.
Again, and that's predicated
if we take
upon
care of our
us.
business.
That's predicated upon us beating the teams we should. Hopefully, getting a win on one of the better teams. And if we want to choose which better team that would benefit us more, it would be beating Baltimore.
Baltimore easily.
Simply because we can knock them right out of the top seed by taking care of them on the field. But if they lose twice on the way to that game, we don't even have to beat them to get the top seed.
Which is very possible with the Rams and Niners and Baltimore's.
No, we will still have to beat them if we lose to the Cowboys.
Well, yeah, of course. We have to be 2 games ahead of them for it not to matter. You're right, Crypto. Right. That's what I meant to say.
No, actually just one.
Yeah, just one game ahead.
Have to win the Buffalo game.
Well, depending on whether they beat us or not. Like if that one is because they beat us, then they got the tiebreaker. You know what I mean?
If we have the same record, yeah.
Yeah, but if we're one game better, then we get it still.
Yeah.
So ideally, if you're a person that believes we're gonna get at least 2 more losses, and you've resigned yourself to be convinced of that, then ideally one of those losses, it's better to beat Dallas.
I think honestly, in my mind, I think we. I don't know about running the table because running the table is hard. If we can, it would be great to do, but I could honestly see us only slipping up one time. I don't know where.
My preseason score record prediction was 13-4, so I only got us losing one more.
Yeah,
if that's right.
KC or the Ravens will have to run.
What's gonna happen?
One more.
We're gonna lose one game. It's gonna be the Buffalo game because at that point it's a meaningless game.
At that point it would be
one more loss.
All right, Larry, I got something to ask you. This was a big debate a little while ago. Now, if we did wrap up the number 1 seed, do you want 2 weeks off, or do you play your starters against Buffalo?
This is my feeling, always and every day, right? There's a reason why when we used to have full preseason games, teams always gave them at least a quarter in the last preseason game so your players could stay sharp. It's been a problem in the NFL that nobody wants to talk about when people come off their bye. They usually do not start off the game as sharp. So this is I'll go back to the old way of playing it. When you knew, I would have them come in for a quarter, just to play a quarter of the last game, just to keep sharp. I wouldn't mind not playing them. We didn't have the number 1 seed and had the bye week.
Right.
But with the bye week, 2 weeks off.
That's exactly what I said, Larry. That's exactly what I said. If we got the bye, we've got to play them the last game of the season, no matter what capacity.
At least a quarter. Yeah. Keep them sharp.
Yeah, that's if you. Yeah, that's the
I
thing.
would
But
almost say a half because you're still getting a week and a half off. You know what I mean?
I mean, 2 weeks off is sealing your fate. Bottom line, you're going to
And
be.
then if I,
There's no way you're going to be able to pick it back up off the bench.
There, that believe if you're not playing well in that quarter, they'll extend it out more. Okay, so for example,
and then
yeah. So I can see that have some coaches. I don't think McDaniel's that way. He'll just play him a quarter and that's it.
and then you know what I do if I'm Tua during that bye week? I'm getting all the players together and having a scrimmage without the coaches there.
wait a
Just
minute. Did
Now
I
the
don't know if
question.
Philly. I don't know if Philly and KC started their starters in week 15.
You know, and that's the
They had
game.
it wrapped up.
That's the game. If Tyreek's close to 2,000 yards for one quarter, I'm just saying the only play I'm calling, Tyreek go deep. I'm throwing it to get you that 2,000 yards every single play. So yeah.
Hey, Shake. Can
Well, I
you look
guess
up
that
and
answers
see
that, Todd.
who was in the starting lineup in week 18 for Philly and KC?
What do you mean? Last year?
Yeah. Because that would have been 2 weeks off for those two teams too.
I could do one better. I'll look up the stats for that week.
And the other thing, Larry, is that we put all that pressure on our team because it's us and we know our history, right? Mm-hmm. But you got to look at it too. Like there's three teams, right? You got the Ravens are facing the Rams. That's a winnable game for the Rams. Okay. You got the Jaguars facing the Browns with Joe Flacco. That's a winnable game for the Browns. And then you got the Chiefs facing the Bills. Then you got the Chiefs. Hold on. Let me finish. You got the Chiefs facing the Bills. Okay. And that's a winnable game for the Bills. So you could literally have a scenario where Monday night's game is already meaningless because nothing changes from one week to the next.
Hey, hold up.
If all of that happened, that means it's written in stone that we're guaranteed to win a Super Bowl, and I am purchasing my tickets for Vegas.
Hey, I wouldn't
There'll be way too many times that happened in our favor in a 5-week
Well,
period.
we've already seen it happen twice this season where we were either on a bye week,
but for a third time
or we
in a
had
row,
the Thursday night game, and we sat here and watched the whole AFC lose like we needed them to twice this year.
Which means if it happens consistently and it keeps happening, then it's pretty much guaranteed that we're winning the Super Bowl.
Not gonna make it happen.
I'm just saying, we could literally see that scenario. That's a very possibility. It's not like,
but if we see that scenario, what I'm contending, you might as well bring your buy your Vegas tickets now.
I mean, it's not a huge probability, but let's be real here. We've seen crazier things. Is all I'm saying.
Hey, Color, but
18,
the football gods keep rewarding us that way, then we're guaranteed to win.
Hold on, guys. Wait a minute. Week 18, the Chiefs beat the Raiders 31-13, and all the Patrick Mahomes wasn't out. I don't see any back to that. So he played the whole game.
And again, what I was saying was just meant to illustrate that they're under as much pressure.
And they're the number one seed too. So
can I just say that
Eagles beat that week?
You guys completely missed the point I was trying to make. It was only to illustrate the fact that those teams are under as much pressure to win every week as we are.
Right, and I understand.
They're behind us. They're on our heels, not the other way around.
Right, and I understand that.
Right, what makes you think that they're gonna drop home games against teams?
Look,
when they're more on the line.
Why are we number one and they're not?
Just because the way the season played out.
How many of those other teams are undefeated at home this year?
No, it's that we took advantage of what you're supposed to.
One of them's undefeated on the road.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm just saying, we talk about, we got to win out. Well, yeah, they do too. And if they don't, nothing changes. That's all I was trying to say.
No, I agree with you.
If all three of those teams lose this week, we're in the same boat without even having to play Monday night.
Color, I understand where you're coming from, but at that time, that's when a good team takes advantage of that situation and goes 2 games up on everybody.
Of course. Would I have said otherwise?
And honestly,
see, that's the part y'all go down. Y'all assume further statements that I didn't make. You know what I mean?
No. I was just adding in. That's when you go out Monday night and you put your foot on their neck early and you end it early.
Of course. My point was only to make them was that there's more pressure on those teams.
But like I like what Larry did
In
say, though,
December,
man.
that's why they're gonna perform.
I'm one of the old heads here. You know, I've been watching football with the Dolphins forever, and I'm enjoying this season more than I've ever enjoyed a season.
Actually, we're all old heads, Larry. I mean,
yeah, you want to know?
And to my contention, if the football gods are constantly keep awarding things and having things go in our favor, why not just end the debate now and go ahead and place your bet into Vegas and say we're guaranteed to win the Super Bowl?
Well, if I had $5 right now, I would, Crypto. How about that?
You know, one thing I want to talk about now, the media started to pick up on this finally, but the rest of the NFL should be afraid of the Dolphins because we're 9-3, despite the fact we've had a lot of injury issues. Okay, especially in our offensive line. Okay, nobody wants to talk about it. They say, "Oh, we get caught up in Tyreek and all these things."
No, because they can't see it beyond the context of making an excuse. You understand what I'm saying, Larry?
Yeah, every other team that's had major offensive line injuries are losing, including our beloved rival, the New York Jets. Okay.
Again, Coach, give Barry the credit for having the guys ready to step up.
Yep. And I remember when that first happened. I told you guys, you know, I remember everybody, a lot of you out there
offensive line trouble,
reputation, and I said, guys, this is social media. You know better, right?
Larry, I gotta say you were right
about it. It's Mike McDaniel because he worked with him.
Larry, I gotta say you were right on that because
he knows the system that Mike McDaniel wants to run.
I was one of the ones bitching to you about it because of how you performed at UM, and I have to say you were right. I was wrong there, Larry.
I ask you, is UM any different back then? Any different the ways the Patriots are being run now? The way Tennessee was run back then? No, the whole UM show at that time was a shit show.
Okay? Yep.
That they still.
So I gotta say you were right. I was wrong.
And remember, Todd? I also brought up the fact about Denver. I was the first one. And then media started picking up on that. Look at the details. First of all, he came on board because they decided after the previous season that they wanted to become a wide zone blocking scheme.
Yep.
Okay? And they fired the most popular coach on the team, and it was not the head coach; it was Mike Munchak.
Yep.
In that regard, a coach that players love.
They didn't have the players to run the wide zone scheme, and they still were decent at it.
And by the time the season was over, and you looked at it, in segments like you're supposed to, you said, "Oh shit, yeah, they were horrible in the first quarter into the first 3/8 of the season, but starting from late second quarter." And then the third and fourth quarter, they became one of the better running teams in football. I think they finished like number 7 top that year, despite the start they got off to.
Yeah, and that's without the right players for the system.
Yep. And of course, bitching, but guess who was probably the one that bitching? All the one guys who wanted the Dolphins to sign from Denver. What was his name? His name escapes me. Dalton Reisner.
Yep, okay. Dalton Reisner.
And I'm saying, guys, if Butch Barry believed Dalton Reisner was that good, he'd be locking the door.
And Larry, I got to give you props on something else. You were the one saying give Jackson and Eichenberg time with the system.
Guys, I just don't get it. A lot of you guys been watching football. You know players, you cannot judge young players that quickly. And you know the mess that our coaching staff, and I said it before, you got to give them a chance. Got to give him a chance to see what happens. And guess what? We gave him a chance. And I said it back then, right? When the beginning of the year, we taught, I'm comfortable with Austin Jackson because he's shown at times that he's ready to block. Remember, guard, he did very well in the first. I'm comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with Liam Eichenberg. What I wanted them to do was to go out and sign a right tackle and then move Jackson to compete with Eichenberg. That way, I'm more comfortable with that because I'm comfortable with Jackson as a guard because he already has played a full season at guard. He did pretty
I gave
well.
a space about Eichenberg and Jackson keep staying with them, so
Yeah. So I didn't
don't
want
give
to
up
take that
on them.
gamble. They went the gamble and they won. I could, the
You
one
remember what?
that threw me for a tough was making Eichenberg your backup center, and the only snaps he had was in OTAs.
Hey, you remember what the coaching staff said in the beginning of the season? Y'all are more him and Greer. Y'all are more worried about the offensive line than we are.
Oh, again, the media. You morons. You schmucks out there too, right? You do not know English vocabulary. You guys don't know English comprehension. What did he say? The complete statement, not the tidbits that get you the clicks, right? He's basically, I'm going to paraphrase it, but basically start off by saying about the backups, you guys are more concerned about it than we do. That's what he was talking about, the backups. He wasn't talking about the starters.
Yeah.
Go back and listen to it. Listen. At least have some. Show me some inkling that you have some English comprehension and understand vocabulary.
Yeah, and the funny thing, Larry, which we tried to point.
Liam Eichenberg and all that.
Yeah, Larry, and the funny thing that we tried to point out around here is the double standard that when basically people are saying, hey, trust the process, obviously Chris Greer trusts and Mike McDaniel trust in Tua, we're supposed to just take that. But when they say it about the offensive line, no, they're lying or trying to protect their draft pick or whatever the narrative is, you know what I mean? Instead of just, we trust our process, we trust our coaching, we like what we're seeing, and it's going to be fine.
That, you know what? That's business. That's business in a nutshell, right? You got to make a judgment call. You got to make a judgment call. And if you're wrong, just like in business, you get fired. Okay? But there's just like in business, no set way of saying, go ahead and spend the money on this and this and this. That's why you get paid the big bucks. If the decisions were as simple as black and white, you could be a GM. Nobody gets the big bucks. But they made the choice that we like the talent we have in the offensive line at that point. We like what we're seeing of it and how it's progressing, that they chose to spend the money elsewhere, where most people, including yours truly, wanted them to spend more money on the offensive line, at least one right tackle to solidify limit the exposure for the rest of the offensive line. But they went there, they made the judgment. Kudos to them. They earned their paycheck. But guess what? I said at the beginning of the season, what did I say, Shake Money, about the AFC East division, about the offensive line? That would it be something that the winner of the AFC East division has the best offensive line play? Because every one of our teams in the AFC East division had a question. And that's how it played out, starting with the Jets and the Patriots. And the Bills' offensive line has been not as good as in the prior years.
Kind of decimated a little bit.
Meanwhile, our offensive line has been shining despite all the injuries. And guess who's controlling the AFC East? Us.
Yep.
Which is why I go back to why I wanted more quality offensive linemen, because I do believe the Kool-Aid. Dominating the trenches wins you football games. Not fancy quarterbacks, not fancy wide. Sorry, Tyreek. Sorry, Tua. The offensive line wasn't doing their jobs. You wouldn't have all these numbers going on. Now, I know it's a big part of helping the offensive line, but still, you need the offensive line. You know who supported me just yesterday?
Hey, you're welcome, Dolphin Don.
Louis Riddick is talking about how the Dolphins are a team to be feared. And the first thing he mentions is the offensive line play.
Think about this: if A-Chain wouldn't have missed those games, we'd be on pace to have 2 1,000-yard rushers.
Yeah, for sure. That I agree.
I think it goes hand in hand, though, Larry.
Yeah, that I agree with. But
those
I
receivers
don't know the offensive line.
Tua getting rid of the ball.
Guys, our offensive line,
helps.
yes, we all talking about they've been tremendous. But the fact is, you're not looking at some of the obvious too. They've been far and above exceeding our expectation in pass protection. But in the run game, that's where the injuries in our offensive line has affected the run game.
True.
The run game was humming.
Right.
We had at least 4 of our 5 offensive linemen in there.
Right.
But once we started, and I said it before, guys, that the Robert Jones, Lester Cotton, the problem with these guys, they're not as skilled. They don't have the physical ability the starters do, and you have to trim down your run game play calling. Basically, they don't run wide zone scheme effectively with Lester Cotton and Robert Jones. It's just a fact. and with Brandon Shell last year. Just the fact that that's what hurt us. Those injuries has hurt us the most. It was the run game. Even this year, I think it's one of the reasons why we're up and down the run game. Yes, the chain got hurt us somewhat, but but some of the games we had trouble with, like KC and Philadelphia, is because in part they controlled our run game, our offensive
Well, yeah,
line.
we didn't have our center in Philly,
Yeah, I'm just
and
saying
he's a big part of it.
that's where the issue with the injuries on the offensive line showed up.
Well, Larry,
well, you can get away with it when you're playing Carolina and Washington. You can't get away when you're playing Philly and Buffalo.
Well, Larry, it might not surprise you then that those two games, Buffalo and Kansas City, are the highest pressure percentage Tua saw all year.
Yeah,
both over 25%.
Yeah, that was a good because those are two of the best, and you held up your own against two of the best. But in those games,
even Philadelphia was only 14.5% pressure rate, whereas Buffalo and Kansas City was 26 and 29 respectively, relatively speaking.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't speak to that, but they both are talented defensive lines. Any one game, any problem.
Right, yeah, it's a different type of defensive front that you.
But where they hurt us was in the run game, not in the passing game.
But overall, I was gonna push back on something Crypto said just a minute ago about the time that Tua gets out the ball has something to do with it. And while I agree with you, Crypto, that is correct, that it does have something to do with it. Where you can differentiate is between last year, where Tua had virtually the same time to throw number, yet our offensive line was giving up a 10% higher pressure rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying.
I mean, well, hold on, but to that point too, real quick, to that point, the reason why we're giving up higher pressure rate is because Tua wasn't playing a lot of those games. A lot of those games, it was Teddy
that's fair too.
And Teddy, it goes against the overall number. Yeah,
that's certainly fair too. Yeah, absolutely.
And also, I was going to say, if you have, I remember Larry was saying something about sorry Tyreek or sorry Waddle, but if you got a collective guys with that much speed that can get open faster than, let's say, DVP, then it also helps the situation too. Because if you're open and breakneck speed, then you freaking gonna be able. Tua's gonna have time to read the defense quick enough and get the ball off, which ultimately helps the offensive line numbers.
So why are you going to talk about your favorite player of all time like that, DVP?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying. I just had to add that in there. I know if you got a guy that can get open lightning speed, do you really need to hold on to the ball long?
Right. And I agree with you in so much as that's the reason we're number one ranked in pressure rate. In other words, we have the lowest pressure rate in the league. So that, yeah, in so much as that's the reason we're the best. I agree with you. That helps.
Yeah, as I'm saying, it does make a bit of difference. The speed of the guys on the boundaries does play into it.
If we make the Super Bowl, is the party at Vic's house?
I don't know, man. You know what? I lost Vic's phone. No, I have his phone number. I think I gotta check. So I'll find out.
I have it. I think
maybe the Super Bowl.
And by the way, that Larry, that also matches the quantitative side, which is that we have the lowest number of pressures overall quantitatively.
Oh my God! Another thing that got me off yesterday. I unfortunately I do watch these shows because when I have free time, I watch you guys shows and PFF, right? They have the YouTube clips where they talk about the game. Now these morons they've been grading Austin Jackson and the entire Miami offensive line. They've been giving terrible grades. So this show they were talking about Austin Jackson's big contract. The show was about what the condition of Tennessee Titans game, which is what they do, but they got into a talk with Austin Jackson, and they were trashing Austin Jackson. Oh, he's not that good. Dudes,
he's having a Pro Bowl year.
Todd. The guy all year has given up 8 pressures. I think 3 of them were in the Charger game, or 4 of them were in the Charger game, when he was going up against Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, if I remember correctly. I think 4, at least 2 for sure, right? 8 pressures the entire year. Dude, then you show him clips of him and his block, and he's dominating. Yeah, you're coming out, but he's dominating. It's not like, oh, he's whiffing and he missed, and the guy got by him, but Tua got the ball away. No, the guys are not even the entire year. Nobody on his side has gotten close to Tua.
I think he's had more pancakes this year than he's had in his career.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell. You know what I think the hell was wrong with PFF? I think our offensive blocking scheme is so complicated, they don't know how to read it. I saw one play, and this is a typical PFF. They're going to blame Austin Jackson.
That's the point, Larry. That's why it goes hand in hand.
On a running play,
but people in the peanut gallery can't comprehend that because they want to go with a narrative. Either you kill Tua or you kill the offensive line.
Hold on. Instead of blocking him, clearly that's the man in front of him. He lets him go by. It looks like an Olay. He's going to second level. And and then he stops the run. And then, was Austin Jackson. No. Look at the replay. River Craycraft it's one of those complicated plays where River Craycraft was coming across the line of scrimmage. He was supposed to pick up that edge rusher, not Jackson. It was designed that way. So I'm assuming they don't have the brains to think that out. Because, guys, they do that quite often, right? You see it quite often. They either have Alec Ingold or whoever's going there crossing alignment. They do it.
They've had Tyreek do it.
Yeah, Tyreek. That's what I'm saying. Even Tyreek's done it. So clearly, that's what's looking. And they probably blame Austin Jackson. That's why he's got low grades. They're not guys. Like Reason said, I think he's right because there's no way they can give PFF grade because the All 22 doesn't come out till Tuesday and already have grades on Monday. So I think he's right that they're embracing that, and it's unfair at how they're marketing. Remember, I always told you about PFF.
By the way, Larry, hold on.
I see a difference.
But just to let you know, the pressure rate and the number of pressures that I'm citing are coming from Pro Football Reference, which aggregates off the NFL. So I agree with you wholeheartedly about PFF, man.
How much time for Tua?
I just go with what the NFL says, and if their analysts don't know what they're looking at, then what can we do? You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, Jackson's having a Pro Bowl year. He will probably be a Pro Bowler.
And again, Pro Football References numbers, and that's what I'm saying. Pro Football's
it's
numbers
all on the spectrum, though, Todd. But
and that's what I'm
saying.
Guys
in the peanut gallery don't understand.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Pro Football References
the
numbers
idiot in the
match.
fucking chat.
Another YouTube content maker.
Pro Football Reference numbers match what we're saying about what we're seeing with Austin Jackson. So, in other words, obviously that department, whoever their analysts are agreeing with Larry that, hey, that's not giving up a pressure right there. That's what he was supposed to do. You know what I mean?
And you know what I'm impressed
about? Tell that to the guy who disguises Cookie Monster avatar to now Kermit the fucking Frog. As if that really helps out.
Hey, Crypto, but you know what? Greer getting ahead of it and re-signing him also saves money what would have probably cost at the end of the season.
Right. He got out ahead of it. That was smart for him to get ahead of it. That is absolutely correct.
And I'm sure he would have made more on the open market with what they look for.
Well, you know what? It's a decision.
You're right, Ty. That's something that fucking Kermit the Frog couldn't figure out.
Yeah, that's where I go. That's why I always say, guys, you could if you talking to an agent and a client and they say, well, I can make more. Just start rolling out names of players that got hurt in their final year of their contract. It's a trade-off. We get a savings, you get a sure thing. Now, on top of that, Austin Jackson, Christian Wilkins, and all the other guys, it's here with us in Miami. So, yeah, you might make more money, but is it really worth the combination of staying with a team that you're happy with and having a short deal on your hand?
Yeah. And, Larry, you forget this is his first year with the system, really, because last year he was hurt all of last year.
Yeah. Let me address Casual Dolphin. Okay. And I always trash this guy, Ace per head. Okay. This guy started his YouTube channel. You know what he did, Shake Money? He didn't do it the hard way like we did, one subscriber, one point other shows. He put an advertisement in YouTube. Get all the original subscribers in there, right? He went in there as an offensive line. And I followed him for a while. Then I started to realize I'm picking up points here. This guy's a fraud. Ace per head Curtis is a fraud. I'm calling him out right now. Hey, I don't have a YouTube channel anymore. I don't have to play nice with a YouTube channel. Ace Chris, you're a fraud. Okay, you're a fraud. Lucky thing I don't have the greatest memory. I could point out 100 times that you don't know shit about offensive line play because he was always trashing. Ilya Eichenberg and all. Well, he's not athletic enough. What? You're an idiot. I don't even have to be intelligent to know that he's athletic. He would never been drafted if he doesn't have the physical ability to play the game.
That's true.
Okay.
He
The same thing
did
with
get drafted.
people trashing Eichenberg saying that he's no good. No, guys, remember I told you he has the ability. That's why the Dolphins went up and got him. And then I did a little homework, which is the most dangerous thing for you YouTubers who want to contradict me. And I went back. Remember, Todd, when I went back to the combine and his athletic scores were off the charts in certain areas? Yeah, he was plenty athletic enough. Threw them out. So, yeah, the guy's a fraud. Ace a fraud. So anybody that follows him, that's a bad follow. I don't follow.
I don't even watch his stuff.
Yeah, me too. Once I really figured he was a fraud, I just knocked him out.
You mean to tell me he's worse than Omar Kelly, Larry? Oh no.
No.
Is that where Batman gets his Liam
Eichenberg
takes from?
He's fan, right? But I gotta say this: I love him with Alan Poupart in his show.
Actually, I watch it more for Poupart than Omar, to be honest.
Well, you know what?
I just can't get past the Poupart name.
Because Omar Kelly
got poop in his name. It's bad.
Been about most of the time is his viewpoints. And like I said, I agree like 85% of the time or more with Omar Kelly and his overall viewpoint is what happened. That's why he got, no matter what he says, Big O terminated his contract. Right? I saw that segment. But Big O's finally said, had enough of it, and been saying what I've been always saying about Omar. The guy takes everything out of context so he can get his points up there.
Well, I like Poupart too, but you know what? I have a personal running contest going between Jerome Baker and Omar Kelly as who's got the best smile. So I mean, that's that's kind of why I watch it.
Baker was smile. I guess I never paid attention to Baker.
Got a lot of people. Spend a lot of
money. Jerome Baker's got the best smile on the team, man. Are you kidding me?
I tell you what, and that Sun Sentinel replaced it with who's that? Perkins. I'm sorry, I like Perkins, but I don't watch his show. I like Texas and Omar a lot better than the Perkins show.
Oh yeah, Perkins show is just boring.
It is.
Yeah, extremely.
Yeah. The guy, who's the most boring analyst on the Big O, Safid Dean. I don't know his knowledge, but he's just boring.
Yeah.
He's boring.
Nene, I didn't watch the game, the Army Navy game. I missed it, Nene.
I think Army won the last.
I mean, how do you think Jerome Baker got his contract? He was sitting across the table from Greer, and he just had that smile, and Greer's like, "Oh, I gotta give you a contract. Here you go, bro."
Sure. Go ahead, start another room about Greer. How easy he is.
That Poupart name, I just never got over it.
Yeah, I like Poupart. Let me tell you one thing though. He's not. The truth is, he don't believe in Tua. That's what his problem is. And I you know what?
I thought he came around.
No, he's not around 100%, but he's coming around. Okay, I don't have an issue because it's not something he doesn't like Tua for a lot of different reasons because he's old school. He want to see a bigger arm quarterback and all that stuff, but he's recognizing when Tua plays well, so he's coming around. You know who smile? I think it's the best smile because it's kind of smile that says, "I'm fucking better than you."
Who's that?
And you know it, okay?
Whose smile is that?
You know which player has that smile that goes into it and saying smile that says, "Man, I'm smarter than you. You fucking know it." Okay, didn't have it before, thanks to Flores.
You're talking about Tua.
Tua, yeah. Look at him in the podium. He's there smiling away, all the questions, it's like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. I have to put up with you clowns type deal. Yep, he got the best spot.
So, Larry, the most crucial question you're going to be asked all week, bro. The most crucial question you've been asked all night. You ready for it? Do you think there is any that there's any truth behind the idea that Tua has now created a bad omen by knocking over Mike White's snow globe?
No, Tua just has that smile and says, Oh shit!
Hey, by the way, are you enjoying Hard Knocks? By the way,
I thought you was gonna say Jason Jalen Phillips at one point.
Hey, by the way, are you enjoying?
Yeah, that was my
Hard
comical.
Knocks,
that was my comical way
Larry
to
L?
ask if you're enjoying. That was my comical way to ask if you're enjoying Hard Knocks so far. Thanks.
Oh yeah,
Shake.
I don't watch Hard Knocks, guys. I've never watched Hard Knocks until the Dolphins, but it's been. You know why? Because it's our Dolphins. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good.
Hey, you know what I like?
Let me say one thing. Where they hit it home, and I disagree with Omar, was the Jalen Phillips injury. You know why? Because when he got hurt, and I heard him crying, it's like, I think players get hurt, including our Dolphins. I don't, but when you hear him crying, all of a sudden that hit me. You know why he's crying? Not because he's hurt. I've got no moron out there saying he's a sissy. No, because because we know the journey he's been going through in his life to play football, and it's like, really, I'm gonna have all this after all the concussions, after the previous injuries and all this stuff. Now I have this, so I'm ready to bust up. They got my eyes watery too for him, type deal. And I don't usually water from injury because injuries is football. But they caught that.
You know what I like about that though. What I saw afterwards, Ogba could be the most. This shows you our team this year. Ogba could be have the biggest attitude because he hasn't been getting the playing time. What does he do when he gets his first sack? Puts up the 1-5 for Phillips.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That shows you the difference with this team. They're actually a brotherhood. They're a team.
Omar said the last show was the best. I thought the one with Jalen Phillips was the best. They said, "Oh, it's easy." No, because they caught that moment. They really caught that. That's what great is about. That's what Omar does. Like I said, guy doesn't have a clue sometimes, right? Great TV is because you're in the right spot at the right time. That was his argument because they were in the right doing that. Well, yeah, that's what makes great TV. At the right time.
It may be the best one, but it's the one that broke my heart, man.
Yeah, it was. That's great TV. I know it's the negative side for us fans. Hey, Kevin Lee, what's up, buddy? Missed you, buddy.
And by the way, and Todd, that goes with streams. There's streams that I've had many random streams, but there's streams where you think it's going nowhere, and all of a sudden it turns into like one of the best streams you've ever made.
Look at this stream. Larry came on. Look what he made this.
Yep. I was about to wrap it up, but EM talked me to keep it going, and look what happened.
We had one hell of a conversation tonight.
Yeah, thank you guys. Hopefully, with the season slowing down, Shake Money, you come on Saturday. I see Saturday afternoon. Yeah, you normally I would have stayed if I had more interest in the afternoons during the week because that's my slow time. Morning, no, you're not gonna. I'm either at the golf course or the gym or doing my errands.
Yeah, but Larry, you are missed.
Yeah, and I miss you guys too.
And you know who else is missed? Even I said it last week. The two shows I missed the most is Larry L and the Finzaholic. Finzaholic, I think he has a family now, so
I know
you don't see him that much. But Finzaholic, I do miss Finzaholic show.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work when put on. Yeah, it surprised me. The one I missed, one of the originals. Actually, I think it's the first show I saw on YouTube. K-Flex. K-Flex hasn't been around. I mean, every once in a while he pops up a video, but he hasn't been around. I used to enjoy it because he calmed down on his obscenities. I kind of miss his show too.
Nah, but out of all the shows, Larry, it's yours I miss the most, man.
Yeah, because you guys got up here. We debated, we shouted, we screamed, we loved, we hated.
Yep.
That's what
it was like family. You do all that in your family.
Yep. Okay, well, guys, I want to thank you for joining me. And if you come out next week, I'll be looking for you. But however, if Saturday game starts, that's the other problem. I don't go after shows because I'm watching football games. I love my football. But once the season's over, you come on Saturday, you can count on me coming on quite a bit.
Hey man, hey, listen, I don't know if you have my number or not, but if you have my number, text me, man. Whenever you want to go on a Saturday, I'll be more than happy to start up for you. You hear me?
Yeah, but don't start up for me. Just start up because you want to start up.
I know, but I'm just saying though, if there's something that you want to get off your chest, you could use me as you know what I'm saying. I don't mind at all.
Okay.
And then all of us will
I
follow,
don't.
man.
Yeah, Shake Money. I don't have your. I don't think I
You
have
got
your.
to get drunk.
I lost it when.
I have your email. I'll email it to you.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still active, but pretty soon I'm going to deactivate that email. But it's still active right now, so you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, and Larry, also, you're always welcome around any venture I'm trying to put out.
I know,
too,
but
just
Color,
let
either
you
you're
know
too
that.
early or you're too late in the evening with Chris.
Well, I've got other things coming too with my own channel. Actually, I'm gonna actually start to do things like maybe call some games of interest now that we're as we're getting closer to the end of the season in the playoffs, where some of these other games matter towards us. But maybe maybe the Dolphin fan YouTubers aren't calling it or something. You know what I mean?
I don't. You know what, Color? I don't watch those shows during the game not because I don't want to. I rather listen to Dudley Do Wrong than some of these clowns that they have. But I have a long delay because I use my streaming.
Yeah, the delays are killers.
It's a killer.
Yeah, that's more to get it started. But I'm also gonna start, doing some medium form stuff there, just to kind of more just give out from a personal perspective from myself, as my own channel. Just from that perspective, I might be talking about the weather one day. You know what I mean?
You
But
know what, Color? I'm thinking about doing that too. Right now, I prefer having outlets like this, but having a show come out once in a while just to get a point, like I did about the Stephen Ross thing that nobody's talking about.
Well, hey, go on your Stephen Ross thing. I heard something else about Richmond Webb too.
Mhm.
When Stephen Ross passes away, the inheritance tax is outrageous.
Yeah, because the tax law says a certain amount
Yeah,
is
with
tax
that,
free. After that, it's
up to a
outrageous.
certain amount. Yeah, they go
I
to a
think
ceiling. The
$5 million
estate tax.
or $10 million. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, only a certain amount is protected. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. After that, for
and
most
then
people,
after that, it's regular capital gains.
they could play games. Ross could play games, but the reason why it's because of farmers.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to play financial hide and seek with farmland, and that's one of the issues with the inheritance tax farmers that lose their farms because they have to pay an exorbitant tax. But that's
Right.
another topic. Yeah, but you're right. That's like I said. To me, it sounds like his daughter. I think he only has a daughter, if I remember correct. That's all I ever heard. Is not interested in the team. So who's going to leave it to? So if he's not going to leave it to anybody, sell a big portion of it, get a lot of funds in, and spend like crazy. You can only take so much with you.
And he's going to want to bring in an owner who's going to do things like he did.
No, he won't.
I'm saying want to win.
He wants that Super Bowl before he goes.
Yeah, but he's going to want to bring in an owner who's going to want to continue.
That's literally on his bucket list.
Yeah. Yeah, Todd, I would be that way because I love the Dolphins. If I was Ross and I'm the billionaire on the Dolphins, I love the Dolphins. I don't think Ross loves the Dolphins as much as the fans do. I'm not saying he's not a Dolphin fan. It's just, he loves. One of the interesting things about being an owner is you get a lot of publicity, a lot of recognition, like Mark Cuban. Who the hell knew Mark Cuban was until he owned the Dallas Cowboys?
Right.
Type deal.
Right.
And Jerry Jones and a lot of billionaires. Who the hell knew until they owned the Dallas Cowboys? Same thing here. So I don't think it could. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't really care about the legacy of the Dolphins. All he care about is that he has a couple of Super Bowls trophies when the good Lord calls him. Okay,
but as a Dolphins fan, I wouldn't mind that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up because we got late night XL coming on in about a couple of hours. So I appreciate you guys, as always. I mean, Todd and Larry, and
guys, incredible show, incredible show.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, EM, Miss EM.
EM.
When EM is not cursing everybody out, I love listening to him and his takes. But when he gets
appreciate Natasha, Shiko, and all these guys that come by. Jermaine, Crypto's favorite person. Everybody, appreciate y'all. Big heck. So, any final thoughts from anybody before I close this down?
Well,
I just want to say, Larry. Oh, go ahead, Larry.
So before I go, you know, when I have my show, I love to take victory laps. But now that I don't have my show, I can tell you how smart I was. Do you remember, Todd, sometime last year and then into this year, we talk about the depth of this team? How everybody was worried about our depth. And I was saying, no, let's sit down and look at this team, really compare our depth to other teams. This is one of the deepest teams in the NFL, period. And been playing out this year. That's been allowing McDaniels to sit all these players because he had somebody to come up and do the job.
Yep.
Out players type deal. So, you know, all those morons out there says we don't have depth. Yeah, I told you so.
I appreciate you, Master Chill. Master Chill is one of the real ones out here. You know, he's a very supportive of everybody in the community. He's one of the guys.
He does support it.
So, guys, I want to thank you for
Support the
giving me
channel.
the platform, and I will look forward to the next show you have. Okay?
Hell yeah, me too. So
I'm out of here.
Peace. All right, guys. With
Just
that
do
being
what
said,
Larry said. Let's enjoy the season. Let's enjoy the ride.
And remember, before I go, I want to point out two things. Buffalo Bills window, and also on that note, I have a message for the rest of the AFC East.
Daddy loves you guys.
Oh, he knows. Fins up, guys. Peace out.
Fins up.